Bum bum bum. Hello everyone. Welcome to
Hey,
a new iceberg chart. This is actually made by Withered Circle, who I'm here with. Withered Circle, say hi to everyone.
hey, chat. Green Afton here, reporting from the iceberg.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you have for us today?
Okay, so I made this. I'm like the first part on the weekend. This isn't all the lore. Like most icebergs tend to have everything from a franchise condensed into one thing. This is more interesting lore tidbits descending in obscurity. So it's not gonna have everything. It's gonna have some interesting details. It has. Let me check how many layers does this have. All the layers are fairly small. They're not as big as um they're not as big as the one that Gibby and T-Dreads did the other day
The
that I
insane
joined in
one.
for.
The insane one that
It
was like the
has,
longest thing
yeah.
ever.
Will you finish that? This one
Oh,
has 10 layers.
yes, I intend to just over the coming years just do casual chill streams where we all talk about
Years.
that. Who knows?
Every year you'll finish one tier of the
Mm.
iceberg. Um so yeah, we're going to just be going through the layers. So I'll basically just be narrating it. Gibby will be giving commentary. My objective today is for Gibby to not know five things. I want Gibby to be introduced to five new things on this iceberg. And chat, if you don't know something from this iceberg or want a clarification or something, I'll ask me. I'll be in chat, and I'll clarify everything. So, Gibby, you want to get
Mm.
into it?
Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do is I'll read like the word on the iceberg, and I'll tell you what I think it means or what I'm pretty sure it means, and then you can explain to everyone what it's actually going for. So it's kind of like a quiz for me to make sure I know it.
Sure, sure. Go for it.
All right.
That's fun. That's a good structure.
All right. Before we start, we got Solid Silver here, Crash, um Anne Lay, she did my she gave me the idea for that Bruce Springsteen video I did. We got Dual Process
Oh,
Theory,
cool.
what's up guys? Cool Gamer, Impronounceable Name. We got everyone. We got everyone here. I think I saw a Seeker of Comfy earlier. Phazant.
Fazant is here.
Yep.
Seeker of Comfiness is also
Oh,
here.
there's
Yeah, we
Absol,
got.
Jacob
Oh,
Barton.
hey,
Yeah.
Absol.
It's a lot earlier in the day than we usually stream, but I wanted to get this done while Withered is awake because he is a don't tell anyone this, but he's European. And so it's super late over there. Okay, so yes,
Yeah.
Absol, you missed the little beginning part, but this is a different iceberg. This was made by Wither Circle, and we're gonna get going. He's trying to have me not know five things on here, so that's gonna be my quiz. I'm gonna try to know everything. I don't think I will,
All
but
right.
let's start
Let's
with
go.
it's me. It's an apparition that pops up in FNaF 1 in front of your face, on posters, on Pirate's Cove. People associate it with Golden Freddy, but technically it's just an apparition. It's in the movie.
That's correct. And little tidbit, it's me actually appears in FNAF 2 as well, out of bounds in the nightmare segment. So that's
Yep,
interesting.
it's
All right.
on at the end of some of the nights. You can see it on the bottom right. It'll say like it's me.
It also yeah, yeah, yeah. It'll be it's me, air, and out of bounds unused. You have it's him, I think. It's like
Ooh.
I think it's him. So, I'll have to find the image for that. But Draz actually told me about this and sent me the image. It's pretty interesting. But correct. Next.
All right, Freddy's handprint. This is the texture on Freddy's face in FNAF 1, the classic Freddy. It looks like there's a smudge in the shape of a hand, which made some people think that he did the bite of 87 because someone like was close enough to him to put their hand on his forehead.
Next.
Okay, I think that was it. Uh,
Yeah, there's no deliberation. Everyone knows the top
no.
two tiers. Like
Okay.
everyone will know these.
Rare screens in a lot of FNAF games. There's different rare screens, but I think this is probably referring to FNAF 1, where you get the
One.
eyeless Bonnie, and then possibly FNAF 3, where you see Springtrap's like skull coming out of his head.
Yep. Correct.
All right, FNAF 4 Hospital. Unless there's some sort of real world hospital I don't know about, I think this is just that the pills and IV bottle appear in the bedroom in FNAF 4 during gameplay, and it's sort of implying that the player has seen a hospital recently.
Yep. That's correct.
All right, Fruity Maze is a mini game from FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator. It's one of the three lore relevant mini games that you play. There's Security Puppet, Fruity Maze, and Midnight Motorist. You play as Susie. It's a little like Pac-Man style game, and if you play the game like 3 times, then dead dogs start appearing, and eventually you get a cutscene where Springtrap lures her to the back, and it's the same as it was in the Silver Eyes books. Ooh.
Ding, ding, ding.
And
Almost
the
done with tier 1.
Missing Children's Incident, the MCI, is an event that we still don't technically know when it happened in the game's timeline, but in all the other continuities, it was 1985. The movie actually wasn't,
It was
but
1985.
the books and
Yeah,
the
movie's 87.
the Silver Eyes books, and then the Fright series, I think specifies it was 85. Um,
Right through into the pit, yeah.
yes. Which is when around that time, 5 children went missing at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and they connected it to an employee in a suit, luring them to a back room, but they don't know what happened to the bodies, even though we, the audience, know that they were stuffed into suits. And so they couldn't convict the killer. Ooh.
Tier 1 is done. This one has one, the second tier now,
Mm-hmm.
has one that I don't think you might not know this one. So let's start from the top.
Yes, there's already one that I don't fully understand. Agony.
All right, let's go.
Agony is a concept introduced in Fazbear's Fright. We'd previously been introduced to Remnant, which is the idea of the force that's left behind by humans when they die. It's like, oh, they're remnant. What remains of them in this physical world is on an object and it brings it to life. But agony is just like dark and deep emotions, anger and sadness that one creepy scientist says is the strongest emotion. And so it's the best energy you can use to animate unliving things to being alive. It typically will take the
Correct.
form of like black goo.
Black goo. Weird. I don't know. This has been confirmed like once. Like we have one instance of agony being black goo. Usually it's just like evil gray remnant. And remnant is like particles in AR. It's really weird.
Yeah, AR itself
I
is
have
very odd.
thoughts. AR is odd, and AR has like the remnant particles that are like shiny, like glimmering stars. And the agony in that game is called Dark Remnant, and it's just like weird black goo stuff like floating in the air.
Yep. It's also possible that so tears are often associated with remnant, or sorry, with agony. Like when we see all the dead children in the games, they have like tear streaks down their face that could just be them crying, but also could be agony streaks. We think that's what the puppet has too after he becomes possessed. And in the character encyclopedia, on the page for the crying child, we see his spirit, and the tears coming out of him are black inky goo. So we think that his tears might be agony.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Next.
Yellow Bear. In the files for FNaF 1, Golden Freddy was called Yellow Bear because Golden Freddy was not his canonical name until probably Markiplier gave him that name, although it's debated whether or not someone had said it beforehand.
Yeah, it's debated. I think it was Markiplier, but I don't think anyone's too sure.
Yep, and then obviously we would later learn that his name is Fredbear, but Golden Freddy has stuck around in a meta sense, like on advertising, and obviously with Golden Freddy mode in the game's update.
Yep.
The box.
Next.
The box. The FNaF 4 box at the end of the game. You see a box with 2 locks on it, and it says, some things are best left forgotten for now, and there's nothing you can do to open the box. It's not open in the game's files. There's no code or anything that could tell you what you could do to open it. Scott left it there as a dangling plot thread in case he wanted to pick it up in a later story. After like 10 years, he did an interview with Dako where Dako asked him what was in the box, and he said it was a plot thread he intended to follow and then never did, and now it sort of doesn't matter anymore. So it would be like if in season 2 of a TV show they're like, this character has a secret twin, and then in season 8 they're like, oh, we forgot to like do something with that, but now that character's been dead for 5 seasons, and like there's no reason to bring it back, so we're just gonna like ignore it. Like it's not that he forgot what was in it, which a lot of people have said.
Yeah.
It's that he's like, yeah, that plot thread didn't exist. It was probably, my thought is that it was before Purple Guy was the crying child's father, or it was like he was going to introduce a different kind of animatronic, but then went with sister location and baby and stuff. That's my game theory.
Okay, I'm sure you know what RWQFSFA sexy is.
Rick Fafaska. He is Shadow Bonnie. He's in FNaF 2.
I don't. Yeah, there's not really much else to him. I've already tried solving his name. For those of you who don't know, my conclusion is that it was a guy, like in universe, really. a guy banging his head on his keyboard multiple times because he's being brutally murdered. It is Steve Snodgrass dying and banging his head on his keyboard and typing that out. Uh, okay, this one you might not know.
The
This next
Blueprint
one,
or the Michael Afton one?
Michael Afton one.
Okay, Michael Afton silhouette. That's in the ending of Sister Location when you get entered inside of you, dog, and you look in the mirror, and people are like, "That looks just like Rick Astley from the Never Gonna Give You Up video." Is it actually him? And some people to this day think it literally is, but I think it just kind of fits.
Yeah, it fits. It fits very well. I don't know if it's the real one, but I thought it would be funny to add anyway.
Yes.
Okay, then I know which one you don't know, because you definitely know what the Blueprint Children is.
No, that's the one I don't know. Blueprint.
Wait, you don't? Okay,
No. Okay, so
yeah,
I have two
there's
guesses.
kids.
I have two guesses.
Yeah.
Either it refers to the blueprints we get of Funtime Freddy, where there's a kid inside of his belly
Yeah.
in the blueprint. That's it. Okay.
What was your other guess?
My other guess would just be that you're calling Rask's blueprint children because they're remote simulated children. But either way,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, either way, it's in FNAF 6. We get access to blueprints from Sister Location. So we learn about Molten Freddy and the Scooper. And in Funtime Freddy's designs, you can see an image of a child tucked inside of his stomach. And it's like, ooh, does this mean that he did actually snatch children? And the answer is like, no. It's just that when William designed it, it's not a photograph. It's just that when William designed him, he intended there to be children inside of him, dog. So the Funtimes definitely never stole any children ever, is what I would have said until this morning when T-Dreads released his Schedule Theory video.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get to Schedule Theory.
Yeah, we'll schedule that for a little bit. And the last one for tier 2.
Malhair. So in the files for Help Wanted, they called Glitch Trap, I think. And Scott was like, we didn't give him a canonical name, but then people started calling him Glitch Trap, and so now that's become his canonical name. But if I had had time to think about it, I would have wanted his name to be something like Malhair.
I think there is an instance of Malhair in the file somewhere, but the main file name is Glitch Trap.
Yep. Malhair would have been cooler.
Tier 3. This is where it gets interesting. The first one's a curveball. Let's see if you get this one.
Phantom Golden Freddy. Oof. Is this a theory? So there's sort of two Freddy people in FNAF 3. There's Phantom Freddy, which walks through the window in front of you, and you have to look away. But then there's also another Phantom Freddy who's in the corner of the room all the way to the left. And some people think that's Shadow Freddy, but I guess it could also be Phantom Golden Freddy. Is that the idea?
Okay. So congratulations. This is my first thing. Phantom Freddy from FNAF 3 isn't actually Phantom Freddy. He's Phantom Withered Freddy. He's missing the same ear as Withered Freddy. He has the same wire damage, the same leg damage. His head mold is a little bit different. It's all shaped after Golden Freddy specifically. So there's no such thing as a Phantom Freddy in FNAF 3, even though that's his official name. He is completely based on Golden Freddy, Withered Golden Freddy from FNAF 2.
Huh.
So that's the thing. That's the deal there.
That's interesting, because even in, like you said, even in like FNAF World, he's Phantom Freddy.
Yep.
Huh.
He's Phantom Freddy in everything. He's Phantom Freddy in the files, I think. He's Phantom Freddy in FNAF World. He's Phantom Freddy in the character encyclopedia. Everywhere. Except for the game itself, where he's Phantom Golden Freddy. So I got one. Let's go.
Yes, you got me. I'm gonna check chat for a second. They're talking about Malhair. They love Malhair. Aaron just says gibby gibby gibby. Just complaining about Star Wars because Absol's present. That's just fair.
Oh, of course. In someone pointed this out. In Help Wanted, that's true. He's changed to be regular Freddy. The Phantoms in Help Wanted are changed to be their classic counterparts, not the Withered counterparts. I think it's because those are their canon appearances in the video games that Steve Snodgrass made. I don't know if the FNAF 3 Night Guard seeing them as Withered has anything to do with the fact that he may be Michael Afton, who is also Fritz Smith, who went to the FNAF 2 pizzeria.
Yeah, that would be
So,
an important important thing is that if we're taking what we found as how that kind of agony field works, where it makes you relive like your bad memories, then it makes sense and almost confirms that the Fright Guard is Mike, because he's the only person
Yep.
who would remember the withered animatronics and the classic animatronics, which is something that I was wrong about in my 9-hour video. Because the withered animatronics were only ever really in the back room of the FNAF 2 location for like 2 weeks. Like, very few people would have ever experienced the withered animatronics. And one of them is Jeremy, and he doesn't have a frontal lobe. And one of them is William, and he's obviously not the Fright Guard. So it's almost certainly Mike.
William Duo Fury, where he's both Springtrap and the Night Guard.
They split him in half.
It was Shatter William.
My god. Dual
Moving on.
Dual regeneration, yep. Where are we? Third layer. The FNAF games are in universe. It's kind of what you were just talking about. In Help Wanted, we learn that Fazbear Entertainment hired a guy named Steve Snodgrass to make games surrounding the legends of Freddy's. And so he made games that resemble the first 6 FNAF games, although I'll get to that in a second, that he then released in universe. And then Fazbear sued him, and he's still alive, which is why Tails isn't canon. And he's still alive. And then they made a VR game out of the in-universe indie games that he made for them. According to Tails, he only got partway through FNAF 4 before he died. Whereas in-universe, we know that he's still alive because they're suing him. Also, in a different Tails story, someone mentions playing FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator. So that contradicts the Help Wanted story itself. But that's not mentioned in the game timeline anywhere.
And we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about the implications of someone knowing about Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals. Let's go.
Yay. But yes, in Help Wanted, the reason why it might not be the Withereds in the FNAF 3 recreation is because, obviously, Steve Snodgrass would not have access to Michael's real memories, and so he wouldn't be able to make it the Withereds.
Yep.
Although, for some reason, he can physically recreate the Afton bedroom, so that's weird. The FNAF 4 bedroom, kind of odd, if you ask me.
Almost as if David's bedroom from Secret of the Mimic is what Crying Child's bedroom actually looked like. Huh? Who said that?
Almost as if the FNAF 4 protagonist is Elizabeth.
Yeah, it came to you in a dream. It must be true.
What do we got? FNAF 1 call in FNAF 4. There's ambiance in FNAF 4 as you're playing the game. That is the phone call from FNAF 1, slowed down and in reverse. So if you speed it up and flip it around, it's phone guy talking. This is one of the more impactful pieces of evidence that prove that FNAF 4 is played by Michael and not by the crying child.
Yeah. Correct.
Hand unit mimics you. Oh no. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Hand unit mimics you. In which game?
This one... So, this is more about... So, this is with the context of Sister Location and the Secret of the Mimic. So, ever since Ruin, I've been of the belief that the Mimic has something to do with Hand Unit, which is how he mimics Dispatch's voice and becomes this, like, AI program. But theories aside, this is more about the idea that the angsty teen that Hand Unit imitates on either night 2 or night 3, I don't remember, is actually Michael when he was a teen. So that's his like imitation of him, which is backed up by the fact that he can mimic Dispatch. He has like a voice module and stuff. Baby can adapt her voice into Hand Unit's like module thing by inserting the chip into it and so on. So this is a bit unfair because it's kind of a theory and up to speculation. But Hand Unit is like always like calibrating his voice, which is why we have the passive elevation heights whatever thing, where it's as if he's like reprogramming his voice. So, yeah.
And Mike just randomly lost his British accent when he was a teenager?
You can develop accents over time.
Yeah, but Elizabeth had one as a child. I would assume that Mike and Dave would have had them as children, and then Mike still has it as an adult.
Yeah, yeah.
What if
You know what?
Steve
I'm not
Snodgrass, this is
gonna.
from Gremlin, what if Steve Snodgrass is the FNaF 4 dreamer and based FNaF 4 off of his own dreams? So Steve Snodgrass is like Rory, like he was tested on?
Not grass victim.
Grass victim, is that a real thing?
It is now. Everyone give it up for grass victim.
It makes sense. If Fazbear's going to hire someone to do this, it might as well be someone who's locked in Afton's testing chamber.
Okay, Gibby, I'm not gonna dock a point from you for this. I just thought it would be interesting to include on the iceberg. Uh, so you're fine. You only have one thing you didn't know so far. This doesn't
Okay.
count. It was a
Okay.
bit misleading. So moving on.
So I do want to answer a question from chat. This is from Heinzital. Um, it's been proven time and time again that the books are not canon, so why does everyone assume the security logbook is canon? I think that no matter what, there's a theory called, I think, meta logbook or something. But I think no matter what, the names we get in the logbook are canon. Cassidy and Dave. Like, that's just... Why would this exist if not to tell us something about the game's continuity? It would be insane if that was just like Scott being like, here's a puzzle. It means nothing. But whether or not it's an in-universe book or not, you're correct that that is just a theory. I think meta book is the idea that it's not canon, right?
Meta logbook is like it's not in the in universe, and
Yeah.
it's just like a bunch of like notes and funny things to allude to the game's universe.
Yes, but Dave and Cassidy would still be intended to solve games questions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're still important, but they just this is like people's excuse to say, "Oh, we don't need to worry about when in the timeline this happened."
Yes, and the reason I disagree with that is because they are very careful about what animatronics are in the book. I think if it was purely a, like, for us, for the audience, a real world Five Nights at Freddy's fictional thing, it would have the nightmares, it would have the phantoms. And the fact that it doesn't show those is because it is supposed to be in universe, and those things only exist in the mind of Mike Afton. So it'll show FNAF 1, it'll show FNAF 2, it'll show Sister Location, but it won't show the phantoms and it won't show the nightmares.
Yep.
That's my theory. That's why I believe that it is in universe.
Correct. Where were we again?
We are on meta newspapers. I believe that refers to
What do you think?
FNAF 3, the blurred text at the edge of the in-game newspaper is Scott just like yapping about game development.
Yep. Yeah, those are the meta newspapers.
Yep.
They're also in FNAF 2. It's not development, it's just blah blah blah. You'll never make it out of here alive, that kind of
Blah
thing.
blah blah.
So those two are the meta newspapers.
Faz Ent hid the bodies. I'm guessing this is a theory that William didn't do it himself, / the puppet didn't do it himself, and that,
Yeah.
you know, Fazbear Entertainment is like, oh, if you die on premises, we will put a missing persons report out in 90 days. So maybe they hid the
Yeah.
bodies.
This goes both ways in the sense that one is the theory that Fazbear did the stuffing, which is stupid and I don't believe, but it's a theory that circulated for a while. And also, Fazbear Entertainment having found the bodies in the animatronics and extracting them.
Oh, okay.
So this was a
Yes.
belief that some people in the fandom had. These last three are interesting. One you'll definitely know, but you probably won't know the specifics.
I know two of
But
them.
yeah.
Someone in chat said, well, first of all, Faz Ent is here. He says it's true he did that.
Yeah. Okay, checks out. It's canon, guys.
Jude says hello from Australia.
Hello, Australians. It's 4 a.m. for you right now. I'm sorry.
Oof. People are talking about music. People are talking about the name Dave. But is his name Dave? Yes, his name. The crying child's name is Dave. That's one of the things I'm most sure about. In theory wise. Okay. Alpaca noises. I don't know.
You mentioned not knowing this.
Yes.
Springtrap, if you play FNAF 3, he frequently makes these like weird, freaky groaning sounds. And when FNAF 3 came out, people were like, "Oh, he's saying help me," because if you speed it up, he goes like, meh. So these are actually super, super, super pitched down alpaca noises that Scott grabbed from some stock asset website.
That's funny.
I find this very funny. Why specifically alpacas? I don't know, but it's very cool. It's a cool detail.
I do need to shout out because dual process theory is here in the chat, and those two are very adamant about the meaning of the names in the logbook. So we have Connie saying the crying child's name is actually Michael Brooks. Yes, there are holdouts. There are people who don't think crying child's name is Dave, and that they are the people with that opinion are people who should be listened to, and we should respect all opinions because, as I always say,
Exactly.
it's those outside theories that end up having like a core of truth to them. That even though I don't agree, I still think that theory is super important, and I highly appreciate the dual process theories
Yep.
videos. Next one, 842593 is what you have to type into the wall tile in FNAF 3, correct?
Correct. Correct.
It's also, I think the thing that you thought I wouldn't know is that it backwards is the color code for Springtrap's color.
Incorrect. That is
Oh,
not.
sorry. Oh my
It's not
god,
for
it's purple
Springtrap's
guy's
color.
color. Ah.
Okay, now I won't dock this as a point even if you get it wrong. Which purple guy's color? Which sprite?
Oh, FNAF 2 not pink? The normal one in FNAF 2?
No,
I don't know. Which one?
FNAF free. It's FNAF free. Follow me.
Okay. That's
But
fair.
yeah, you got it.
Yep.
That's correct.
Yep, there's a similar thing in The Legend of Zelda. There's a character named Okoko. It's a little bird guy from Twilight Princess, and his name backwards is the hex color for the color of Link's tunic in the original Zelda. So
Oh, I didn't know that.
that's kind of how I remember this. Yep. And then Lolbit is a character that started in Sister Location in the Custom Night. It's a weird like palette swap orange and white and pink mangle, and it's a distraction in Sister Location, and then you have to type LOL on your keyboard to get rid of it, and then it keeps popping up throughout the series, including in... Oh, no, it's from FNAF World first, and then Sister Location, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's technically from FNAF World first.
Yeah. And then it's gone
Just
on
like
to the
Funtime Foxy. Fun fact: people say Lolbit isn't canon, but Lolbit is canon because they appear in Sister Location's base night. They can sometimes replace Ennard's mask, so they are
Yes.
canon, and
Yes.
they also appear in Help Wanted. So yeah, moving on to tier 4. This is where it starts getting interesting. It gets more interesting later on, but this is where it starts getting real.
Okay. All right, I'm starting off. I think I'm confident in a few of these. William Afton didn't die in Springtrap, so this is the idea that it's not that he died and is possessing the suit the way that like Baby is or the way that like Chica is. It's that Remnant or Agony is keeping him alive. And so he's actually alive in there, but his body is decomposing and he's constantly in pain. And so he is just him, but he is in the suit.
Yep. Also because you can hear his heartbeat in FNAF 6.
You can hear his heartbeat?
Yeah. In his salvage and in the vents, you can hear his heartbeat. Only in his salvage.
Huh. I know
That's the main point of evidence.
people have said, like, oh, you can hear a heart. Can you also hear Mike's at other points?
No. It's only his.
Oh.
It's only Williams.
So when people talk about the FNAF 6 heartbeat, they're talking about Scraptrap having a heartbeat. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's
interesting.
Scraptrap exclusively.
Huh. That's a weird one. I'll have to keep that in mind because a lot of people use that to say that, like, oh, Mike has been healed because he has a heartbeat.
No,
Do you-
that's Afton. It's
That's
Afton
Afton.
exclusive.
Huh. Okay. Maybe that perspective has changed over the last like year because that's the first way that I heard it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Sister Location gas canisters. This is that in the Ennard Night there are lots of weird gas canisters all around the area that you can see your camera, and people are like, wait a minute, gas? And in FNAF 4 there's like vents? What if it's like nightmare scarecrow gas that's making people hallucinate things? Maybe this is the in-universe version of illusion discs. It's just nightmare gas.
And then Didophobia went and confirmed that. Because of course it did.
And then Didophobia, which isn't canon, said something similar. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be like so honest here right now. Everyone was like saying, "Oh, illusion discs suck. Oh, they're lame." Honestly, illusion discs are such a better and more original concept than Scarecrow Nightmare Gas. I'm genuinely upset that Scott went with the Nightmare Gas, which is the most generic thing ever, instead of the really cool like auditory hallucinations. I
Yep.
find auditory hallucinations much more interesting.
I mean, there's a
But
reason we're
yeah,
calling it Scarecrow gas, and that's because it's not an original concept, because there's a Batman villain who uses it. Um, I don't like either one. I think that agony can just serve as the function that we need it to in either of those cases.
sure.
Um, Foxy.exe. That is a sister. No, oh my gosh. That's a FNaF World mini game where you play as a little Bonnie and you're walking along. Actually, first it takes you to a like a computer desktop, and it has a program on it called Foxy.exe, which some people think is a Sonic.exe reference, but I don't agree. And then you're a little
No, it
Bonnie,
is.
and then you're a little Bonnie,
I'm
and you're
convinced it
walking,
is.
and you got
I
Foxy above
yeah.
you, and he says, you know, follow my voice and find the key. How fast can you flee? Be wary, stepping into madness, or something. And there's a little kitten that attacks you.
Watch your step through the heart of madness. Now, another funny thing. This is a little bonus question. When you die, um, in Foxy.exe, Foxy says all your base are belong to us,
Yep.
which is a pretty cool reference
I'm surprised that
to.
kids, youngins like you, even know that reference anymore. That's one of the first
Yeah,
memes. One of the first memes that ever existed. All your base are belong to us. Old poor translation of an NES game.
correct. I had to look into that actually. I
Oh
find it
my
very
god.
cool.
Of course
I
you
knew I
did.
recognized it from somewhere when I found out about this. I just had to look it up to confirm.
I knew about that meme before you were born.
Yep, the way before.
Yeah, so I
It's
do think that
scary.
that's a funny out of out of series real world reference, which they rarely do in FNAF.
Yeah. Um.
GiBi, your Unk is
Okay.
showing. No. All of your Zoomer is showing.
He's unking it.
I'm unking it. I'm unking it. Where are
Okay.
we? Withered Chica
Uh,
has blood.
you don't know this one?
Like she has like someone's blood on her teeth, or there is blood in her
Yeah.
own veins. Because I think I knew the teeth thing.
She has blood on her teeth,
Yes.
but it's a mistake. It was in the Freddy files. It was like some printing error, and Steelwool just said, "Oh, Scott said to put blood on her teeth," so they just put blood on her teeth and help wanted.
Huh. Grandpa GiBi's cozy care home. How dare you, Fearden? How dare you?
What's mine?
I'm.
No, I am not 22. I am not 22. I am far younger. I'm not telling you, but I'm not 22.
My age still starts with a
Um,
2, so I'm not that old.
yeah. Um, God. Where were we? I
Um,
was gonna say something profound. I was gonna say something.
blood in Chica's teeth.
Yeah, I know. Um, I don't know what I was talking about. I completely forgot. Oh yeah, what would I be? If this is Grandpa Gibby's cozy care home, what would it be? Nephew Withered's comfy kindergarten.
Circles, comfy kindergarten.
Circle's comfy kindergarten. Yep.
GiBi's age starts with a 2, 200. How dare you? You're the nephew visiting him. Oh my god. Unk trying to convince himself he's still young at heart. I'm a FNAF tuber. Of course I'm young at heart.
We're all young. We're all young. We're all secretly 5.
200 at least 2000. No. Me and Ban's kindergarten. Do you know when Dako's birthday is? Do you happen to know, like, the month and
Uh,
date?
no, I guess I could look it up, but I
Okay.
don't know myself.
Okay, me and him are the same age, but I never know who's technically older. I think as long as I'm younger than Dako, I'm
You're
safe.
older. You're older.
No.
Unless you were born on unless you were born on December 31st, you're older.
Hmm. When's his birthday? He's currently 29, right?
Yeah. He
When's he
was
turn
born on
30?
December 30th, 1995.
I'm younger than Dako.
Oh, you're younger.
Let's
You're 96.
go.
You're 96.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm 96.
Okay, then you are. Okay. I messed
If
up my math.
well,
Okay.
if you remember, we did a big T-Dread stream on my birthday this year. My birthday is January 2nd. I'm 4 days younger than Daco.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
Let's go.
You, Unk is younger than Unk by 3 days.
Okay, now I feel so much better. I will always be younger than Daco. So people in chat are like, I thought
Right.
GiBi was 35. I thought GiBi was 26. No, I'm 29. I also thought Daco with the cursed birth date. My lordy. Where we at? Where we at? Hanging technicians. Sister location. You go and you check on. It's like, oh, hand unit's like, you should check on Ballora. And you hit the button and you see someone hanged on her stage, and it's probably one of the technicians from the previous night. And hand unit's like, that's great. Go check on Foxy, and then you check on him, and the other one's there. And I always assumed that Ennard did that to them for some reason, because they don't want to escape in those. They want to escape in you because they think that you're William. So they hanged um, the two employees. Although I'm sure there's some theory out there that like they did it to themselves because they realized the robots were kidnapping kids or something.
You know why they're hanging there, right? Like people are just like, "Oh, spooky," but there's actually a reason why they're there. The fun times put them there so it wouldn't trigger the motion sensors.
Ooh, that's so right.
That's
Yes,
why.
that's why hand
That's
unit
why.
doesn't notice.
Yeah, that's why the stage manager doesn't go. The motion sensor is activated. It doesn't say that on night 5 ever. When it does it on like every other night, because they put the corpses there, so they could get Michael.
Wow, that is smart.
Sister Location has like such good world building. It's sad that it's not a very enjoyable game to replay or play in general. I just don't really like. I just don't really like Sister Location.
Yep, me and T-Dreads. If anyone saw on T-Dreads channel the other day, we went through the Roblox version of Sister Location, and I can confirm it's not enjoyable, especially the spring lock section.
Hey, I was on FNaF 2 and that was pretty fun. Except we couldn't find the secret key that led to the hidden pizzaplex under the FNaF 2 location. Very sad.
Yep. Someone in chat, Jenna, correctly points out, it's really funny how old you feel. Like 30 is when no, how old you feel like 30 is when you're a teen, and then you're almost 30 and like only barely beginning to feel like an actual adult. Correct. I only started feeling like a real adult like 2 years ago.
I
Like
wouldn't know.
like oh, you
But
turn
I'll
you're
get
an
there.
adult when you turn 18. No, 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 no. You become an adult when you're like 28.
Someone in chat said Night 4 and Ennard skull emoji. Thank you, Cool Gamer 123. But Night 5 is harder than Night 4, and I will die by this. My hands are infamously shaky. Like I don't have like any. It's not any condition or anything. It's just I would never be a heart surgeon. Like when I'm using a mouse, like my hands tend to shake a little bit. So doing that keypad puzzle with the tiny keys, like fairly zoomed out on Sister Location, was
hmm
a nightmare. It took me like 2 hours to do. It's much harder than Night 4. Night 4 took me like an hour to beat.
Yeah, I played through all the FNAF games on console, and so one of the reasons I wasn't happy, one of the reasons I just didn't do Sister Location is one, because I feel like if you just watch someone playing it, you get mostly the same experience, and two, because even though it's on console, it still has a mouse. Um, like you use the joystick to move around a mouse, and I don't
It was miserable.
want to do that for the Circus Baby keypad at the end, because I think that would be horrible.
Yep. On console it must be a nightmare.
hmm
I know that the Night 5 keypad had to get patched because of how hard it was. I think they had to like update it to make the cursor a little bit easier to maneuver. But
Yep.
yeah. Where were we? We got
Um,
carried away with Unk Talk.
Unk Talk. Well, that's what the iceberg's not about going down it as far and fast as you can. It's about chilling with chat. We're on an
Descending.
iceberg and we're chilling.
Yeah, actually you're right. We should chill.
7 corpses.
You know this one.
I mean, there's 7 dead kids if you were including Charlie and Crying Child, or are we
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
the
Think
6
physical
puddles of
corpses.
physical corpses? Physical corpses. DCI?
No, Secret of the Mimic. There's 7 corpses.
Oh, like throughout the Murray Costume Manor?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they found another one. They found another one like a week ago.
What?
So
What?
there's
What do you
yeah,
mean?
yeah, there's one above the welcome show. There's one in the power room.
Hmm.
There's one in that gate next to the elevator. There's one in the theater. There's one in that locker in
Yes, in the Rodney
in
area.
the exec office.
Yep.
There's one crushed under a shelf near the warehouse, and the last one was found a short while ago. He's like crammed into the dispensers in the Dolly Chase area. He's like
What?
amid all the trash, you can see like an arm poking out.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and the one under the shelf is also very funny. He's just splatted out, and his arms are like one way to another. It's very interesting. But the 7 corpses is very cool. Think it's cool that they included that.
Yep. They found another one makes me feel like him in universe, says Absol.
Oh yeah, did you hear they found another corpse at MCM? Everyday activities in the FNaF universe. Yeah, another kid went missing.
Oh man. Someone keeps asking what we think of the idea of Funtime Foxy mimicking Circus Baby on night 4.
I've heard this before. I disagree. It would be cool, but we've never seen Funtime Foxy mimic a voice any other time. I think it would be very good. I keep saying this, and I keep glazing this idea of an Ennard game set between either Sister Location in FNAF 3 or FNAF 3 and FNAF 6 that would have a more casual approach to Sit and Survive, where you could move around through your house and you have like this half Ennard, half Molten Freddy amalgam chasing after you, and that it would be able to take on features from different characters, like Funtime Freddy. It would be able to God, what does Funtime Freddy do? What's his like special feature?
He grabs you and puts you in his tummy, and he's
Well,
bon
yeah,
bon.
yeah. You have like the claw, you have like the call outs, and like a bonbon little thing, like a little hand puppet trash heap thing. Funtime Foxy would mimic your voice and like anchor and spot like in his place to try and get you. Ballora would like echolocation your area where you are or whatever. Like this is a very cool concept, and I'd love for the
Mhm.
blueprints to be explored more in a game like this. This will never happen,
Bon
and
Bon,
it'll probably have to
release.
be a fan game. But yeah, Bonbon release.
Have you seen, I think it must have been Dawko or possibly Markiplier. Um, I saw, it was someone who played it. It was a FNAF style game based on Chipper and Son. Do you know?
Tyke and Sons, I think it's
Yeah.
called.
It's like you do like Chipper stuff during the day, and then at night you're like running around the house and you have to defend it from monsters or animatronics or whatever.
Yeah,
So I
it's cool. I started watching Aya's video on it, but I haven't finished it yet.
that might be no, I think I saw a Let's Play, so I don't know if it would have been oh yeah. Um, but yeah, something like that where it's either Ennard or he can somehow split himself back into the Ballora, the Foxy, the baby, etc. I think that would be super cool.
Yeah. People are glazing my Ennard game concept. I have good concepts. Unfortunately, I have no talent in actually putting anything to life except for writing. That's like the one thing I'm moderately good at. So if anyone's interested in helping make Ennard, I always come back FNAF 7.5 and bring it to life. Let me know.
Just make a video laying out your idea, and get it on GT Live, and then a bunch of people in the comments will volunteer to help you make the game. Just do that. Why don't you just do that? Unwithered Truth did that. Why
Yeah,
can't you
no,
just
no
do
one.
that?
I was about to say no one's done that before. I'm kidding. Unwithered Truth video has 1.6 million views.
Let's go.
I'm hyped for Heyday. There were a few things that I'm working on for Heyday. I don't know if he's gonna use them or not, but it's gonna be pretty cool anyway. It'll be good to see when it releases in like I think it's a few months from now. I think
Yep.
he's been laying it out. Okay.
Nightmare Own is
Where
death.
were we? This is a theory.
Yes, it's a theory.
Roughly.
It's a theory that Nightmare Own literally is a stand-in for like the in-universe Grim Reaper, or like it is the concept of death, and it appears to these characters as Nightmare Own because that would be like their William's karmic apparition of the character of death would be an evil version of the puppet, etc. I also think there's a line. One of the voice lines kind of hints at it being death.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
it's the
prepared to. I think it's prepared to face death again and again and again.
again and
Also, he's the
again and
icon of
again.
UCN.
Yes, and I was gonna say he's the icon of UCN, which is death, afterlife. Chica's Party World. Everyone go watch Schedule Theory because it's in there. It's important. It was a restaurant with Chica. We learned more about it in Secret of the Mimic, but we first heard about it in a teaser for Sister Location, which could possibly be where the character Chica came from, and then we learned more about it in Secret of the Mimic. And we also learned that Fiona designed Chica, and in one of my videos, I said that the way that Foxy represents, I said the way that Freddy represents Henry and Bonnie represents William, Chica represents Fiona because she literally designed the character. And I got at least 12 comments saying, why would Chica represent Fiona? And other people are like, yeah, like he said that, but I don't understand why he said that. Because she designed her. Because if we have
Yeah,
characters who are represented by Freddy's characters, Fiona would be Chica. Not only because like she's the only girl, but because she literally made her, and that's mentioned 3 times in the game. Gonna be honest,
someone said
yeah.
someone said that they thought me and Unwithered were the same person
Yeah.
for like 4 months. This is very funny, and I won't leak any of our personal info, but not only are our channel names extremely similar, his real name is 2 letters off from mine, and it is practically identical in pronunciation. Like a person with like little experience with English will look at both of those and pronounce them exactly the same, and I find that very funny.
That is very true.
It's great. I think it's very funny to have both our channel names and our real names be so similar.
Yeah, by 2 letters, yeah.
By 2 letters, both by 2 letters. uh, okay. Last thing of tier 5, I believe. 4. We're on tier 4.
Yes.
You know this. Like a video came out today that details this. I don't think we even need to elaborate.
The Chica Party World, the one we just did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chica's Party World.
Yes.
Oh,
Everyone,
yeah.
go watch Schedule Theory when this is over.
Yeah. Go watch Schedule Theory. Tier 5. This is where I start putting file names. This is where I start putting audio files, Easter eggs, and so on. So, first one. Yeah. No spoilers.
Sorry. I'll scroll up a little more. They're watching. Oh Lord. Okay. That is what the file for Mangle in Save Them is called in the files.
Incorrect. It's
no.
He's Here.
That's called He's Here?
Yeah.
Darn it.
They're watching refers to 2 things. First off, in Help Wanted, the animatronics in almost all the segments will frequently make eye contact with you. And the fact that the Ultimate Guide calls this, like, if you read the Ultimate Guide and go to the section where it talks about the eye contact the animatronics make with you, it says, they're watching. There's like a section called They're Watching, detailing like every instance that happens. And in Help Wanted 2, the monitors, when you swap them in the Android night, say they're always watching, or we're still watching. So it's like this word watching being repeated constantly ever since Help Wanted.
Yep, and as someone in the comments points out, Angie, he's here and always watching, the one you shouldn't have killed. Yep.
Yeah, he was here is Mangle's file name. He was here, not
Darn
he's
it.
here. And the googly eyes are watching, which is something that Eclipse says in Ruin.
Okay, now wouldn't it be really crazy if your social security numbers were close to each other? What's yours, Withered? Joke's on you, Solid Silver, but they aren't American.
Yeah. I don't even know mine by heart. Like I don't know. I could guess. I could make an approximation of what it is, but I don't know.
My gosh.
Stage
Stage 01.
That would be funny.
Pretty easy. That's just one of the arcade machines in FNaF 3 that you need for Happiest Day. You are Fredbear on stage, but your hat's a different color, and you're standing there next to Spring Bonnie, and you're dancing, and there's 3 kids, and you're supposed to glitch off the stage and go and find one of the crying children, but during one of the screen transitions, now there's only 2 kids watching the show. Did William kill one of them? Is it symbolic of Charlie? I don't know. And you go and you find them, and you give them cake, and then that's a Happiest Day minigame.
Yep, Stage 01.
Probably at Fredbear's Family Diner.
Definitely, in my opinion.
GGY high scores in Security Breach. If you go to the arcade cabinets, GGY will have the high scores, and GGY is probably Gregory. And that's it.
And Into the Pit also has a GGY high
That's
score, which
right.
continues to pain me to this day.
It's just an Easter egg, guys. Please, just like the FNaF movie plane being in there. Into the Pit is not. It does not take place after Security Breach. It's not like, what if Gregory time travel to Into the Pit, and Into the Pit the game is games can't. No. It's an Easter egg.
No,
Please.
no.
You don't need to do that. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy.
Okay. This is probably the first one that I've absolutely no idea. 1587.
Oh, you don't know this one?
I really don't know this one.
I've talked about this with T-Dreads and with Raven already. 1587 is in sister location in specific areas, usually tied to baby.
Oh,
You'll hear
yes,
this
yes.
voice saying those random numbers. So 1587, my theory is that if you unscramble them, it does either 1785, or 7185, which, since we're using American system,
The
infinitely
best way,
worse.
yes.
It would be worst way. Genuinely makes no sense.
Makes the most sense,
It
yes.
would be January 7th or July 1st.
Yes, or
no,
like,
not yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly. So
Right.
these, as you said, these numbers come in random orders, and so you can unscramble them in a bunch of different ways. I always thought it was probably Elizabeth's birthday, which could be like May 1st, 1978, or January 5th, I guess.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it could be her birthday, her
I
death day, basically anything.
1578 also appears around Haywire Circus Baby, Haywire 8-bit Circus Baby in FNAF AR. So like when she glitches,
Hmm.
578 starts appearing around her, which to me implies that it's more about her death and not about baby's birthday. Fazbear says it could be 1587, like, because everyone in the fandom just says, "Oh yeah, the 1587." Like, this is an order that for some reason is just the canonical order that everyone says. That's a good point. I don't think that baby kidnaps Elizabeth that late in the timeline, but it's possible. It could be. It could totally be.
Yeah, I also think, I think that the order it should go in would be 1578, just because that's numerically, we don't know what order it's supposed to be in, so going from lowest to highest makes the most sense to me. That does not mean it
Yeah,
is
but people say
1578, but
1587 for some reason,
they're wrong, that's why.
which is weird because 8 and 7 are swapped. But yeah.
Maybe it's when sister location takes place. Maybe it's taking place of May 1st, 1987. I'm only saying that because that's when I want it to take place.
You're wrong, by the way.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm completely, absolutely, factually correct that sister location takes place just before FNAF 2, but that's fine.
yeah, about that.
Moving on.
Moving on.
A dead body was found in that vent once is from when Hand Unit is being an angsty teen and you're calling through the vent. Oh my god.
May 1st. No. Check if May 1st, 1987 is a Wednesday. Check if May 1st, 1987 was a Wednesday.
Okay, bye.
Oh yeah.
Bye, dear.
Wait. What day of week was May 1st?
T-Drit's coming
First
in here.
day.
Thursday?
No, not May 1st. 1987. Let me guarantee. Friday. Would have been good.
Okay. Try other ones. Try other ones. Wait, no, never mind. It has to be. No. May 1st. So do January 5th.
I already did this for January 5th, 1985. No, 1987 is what day of week? Was Monday. January 5th, 1987 was Monday.
So we solved it. It's not when the game takes place.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. If that was when the game takes place, I would be good. Schedule theory.
Bro talking.
Schedule theory is real.
Bro's talking through like a Wendy's drive-through.
Don't lie, it was a good idea. Don't lie, it was a good idea.
Good idea.
It was a good idea. It was a good idea. I'll give you that.
All right, bye, chat. Watch Schedule Theory or I'll kill you. Bye.
Oh my.
Everyone cameo.
Everyone put David getting hit by a car in the chat for T-Dreads.
There is a car. Unfortunately,
There
I don't
is
have
a
a membership. I
car.
should get one.
That's fine.
1.99 a month. I'll get it next time. So I can begin the stream by spamming Edwin.
Oh yeah, Edwin's in chat too. Whatever you want for
Oh, hi,
teachers.
Edwin.
No, it literally sounded like he was talking through one of those like fast food restaurant boards. It was just I'm
Yeah.
sure he's driving. That was just a terrible signal. So in case people aren't
Airport speakers.
Yeah, in case people aren't caught up with the new lore, T-Dreads has figured out in his schedule theory that Sister Location begins on it's a Wednesday to a Saturday or something? Tuesday to Saturday?
Wednesday to Saturday, I think.
Wednesday to Saturday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays. No, Wednesday to Sunday, technically.
Yeah, so schedule theory on his channel. It's his most recent video. Again, this is T-Dreads. Basically, in the source code to Scott's website before Sister Location came out, where he revealed the character names Baby Ballora, Funtime F, and Funtime F for Foxy and Freddy. There were schedules about like when they were being rented out to parties and when they were undergoing maintenance. And T-Dreads found that if you applied that to the game, you can tell that Night 1 takes place on a Wednesday, because that's when it would correspond with their schedules.
Exactly. Chat, we might watch Schedule Theory, rewatch Schedule Theory again later, but I suggest you do it for yourself after the stream to boost T-Dreads viewership. Where were we again?
We're doing Dead Body Was Found in that vent once.
Yep. Go for it.
Some people are like, oh, that's the person from 1:35 a.m. the book. Or that's the person from the Tales book where Ballora like kills you in a tube or whatever.
No, it's not. You know what it is,
not.
right?
Some people think it's Rory, which I think is very clearly not correct. I don't know what else it would be.
I mean, it's just a technician. It's just a technician.
Okay, yes, that's sort of what the game's implying. It's like, yeah, you're a technician. What if you guys died here earlier? The same thing in FNaF 1. It's the same, like, oh, someone doing your job before you died. Ooh. Hang and Mangle.
You know this one, right?
Yeah, one of the teases for FNaF World. It showed Mangle being hanged. But then if you brighten the image, Mangle's actually holding like a paddle ball and the ball's in his mouth. And so she's not actually being hanged. It's just
it took Scott to clarify. It doesn't show if you brighten the image. It's a black screen. When you brighten the image, you see Mangle hanging from the ceiling on a rope. The implication was clear until Scott said, oh no, it's just a paddle ball.
Yep, and there was some controversy over it, which I think is stupid.
Yeah, it was more about his depression at the time. I think people were more concerned than anything.
Sure. I think Scott was fine.
Yeah, I think he was.
Dave Miller. Dave Miller is the pseudonym that William uses in the Silver Eyes novels, the way that he uses Steve Raglan in the movies. And it's really weird because there's a lot of Daves. There's a Dave in the week before. There's a David Afton. There's a David Murray. And that's it.
That's it. Okay. This bottom left one you should know.
The fifth shadow cupcake follows you. Is this FNaF 3 or FNaF World?
FNaF 3.
Okay, so to get one of the Happiest Day minigames, you have to click around the cameras and find 5 shadow cupcakes. Is this just that there's one in your office?
No, it's the fact that if you go into the Chica's Party minigame after clicking all those cupcakes, then glitch out of bounds in the bottom area, you'll find a room with 5 cupcakes. So 4 in one in another. The 4 of them will stay still, and one of them will actively follow you until you leave the room.
Huh.
It will just stalk you the whole time. Very few people have this, and footage of it is extremely rare on YouTube. There are like 5 YouTube videos of this.
What a weird...
Did you know that or not?
I did not, but I also don't know what it could possibly mean.
Alright, second thing to mark off on the board of things GiBi didn't know. Let's go.
The fifth shadow cupcake follows you. Like,
yeah, I'll find some footage of this and send it.
Is it like the Mario Sun? Or like the masks in Mario 2? Like that kind of follows you? Or it just kind of...
It just slides on the floor. I'll find some...
Yeah, if you find a video, I can put it on stream. That's so odd.
Yeah, I'll find a video. The only video I managed to find is extremely low quality.
We gotta capture one
And
ourselves.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm actually on night 3 of FNaF 3, so I'm going to
Ooh.
record. I'm going to record it for myself.
Does anyone else get the investment ads that
Okay, I
break
found
the
it, I found it.
stream? I don't know what that means. Is it a YouTube link? Because then I can play it.
Yeah, I have a YouTube link. I'll send this in the general chat. So bear in mind, it's being recorded by a dude on a TV, so it's not the greatest quality, which is why I'm telling you, it is extremely rare footage. Not many people know what this is. I found another one, which has a watermark at the bottom corner, in case you want a slightly cleaner version. But these are 2 of the 4 videos that I managed to find of this phenomenon being captured. No one talks about this. It's real though. It's in the files.
Oh yeah,
People
I'm
have
sure
to-
it's real. It's
Yeah.
just.
It's
Oh my
real.
god.
It's
Okay, hold on. This is so. This is so like scuffed. This is so funny.
There's two videos. One is
Yeah.
slightly less scuffed. The one at the bottom is better, so use that one.
It's like actual found footage. It's so funny. Oh my god.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it's actual found footage. I think that increases the vibe exponentially.
It does.
Oh, is he gonna have to? He's gonna like play through the whole minigame.
I can. It's only a minute long.
You know what? Let's bear. Let's
on.
bear with it. Let's watch it.
Yeah.
Show chat the full phenomenon so they know what I mean.
Yeah. What?
It's not a rare chance. I think it's 100%.
Chica's Party with Dead Cupcakes is the name of this video by Logan Murphy. Creepypasta
Yeah, it's
video. Yeah, right?
This
He
this
doesn't even
reminds me of
have
that FNaF 3 dog creepypasta that happened a few months ago.
He doesn't even have a.
Yeah, so there's that one that consistently follows you.
Wow. He doesn't even have a
It
tripod.
gives you it gives you like an alternate exit door.
Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Yeah, and 4 of them stand still in the room, and 1 consistently follows you. So this is Cassidy, Vengeful Spirit. Right here. I think this is Scott laying out the groundwork for Cassidy being the Vengeful Spirit.
Or it's Susie.
It's possible it could be Susie. I just prefer to see it as Scott conceptualizing the Golden Freddy victim being important.
What a video. 120 views! What?
This is right. No one watches these.
120
views. Under 10K views.
Okay, so
no one watches these.
I can't be logged in for this. Everyone
this
right
thing.
now, Logan, here, post the... Everyone right now,
TD
go
knows
watch
about that.
Go type... leave a
I
comment
told
that says,
T-Reds
I
about
watched
this
this
a while
14
ago, so,
times. I watched this 14 times. Everyone go leave a comment. Say hi to Logan.
So if Logan's still out there, he'll know that we're watching.
How do people even find that? Yeah, right? That's crazy.
You have no idea how many walls people tried to clip into in FNaF 3.
Yeah. No, I think they mean how do people even find this video?
I was the one who brought it up. Very few people know this is real. I am one. I told T-Dreads, and this is how we found out. Yeah.
Huh.
All right.
I'm pulling up the other one just because for better quality.
Oh, you're pulling up the other one?
Yeah.
Or we want to... Well, let's go through it again. That's fine.
Hold on. No, I don't want YouTube Premium. They can't see it. There we go. Okay, so you clip through and it follows you. It's so weird. This blue color is like just not a palette you typically see in FNaF 3. Like I've never seen this room before.
Yep.
But
Toy Chica is William Afton. That's why
so
I say
good.
it's Cassidy. It's why I say it's Cassidy. Because Toy Chica is William Afton. So she follows William. It's the 5th MCI victim, following William. It's Scott like laying out the groundwork of Golden Freddy being this like stalking entity. I hate that I'm saying these words. Me like 4 months ago would go like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Andrew? But no.
Andrew is the vengeful spirit.
I have revoked my ways of sin. I am now Cassidy Toyshink. Still not David Toyshink, but
yep,
we'll get there maybe.
Wow.
See, some people in chat were saying, "Oh, this iceberg is so boring." See, I gave you something you didn't know about, and it's gonna get wilder. We haven't even gotten to the stuff I didn't know about yet.
Oh my gosh.
This is all stuff I already knew. There's stuff that I found out a few days ago on this.
Wow. Okay, Deskman is a character from the FNaF World Halloween update, although I think he might have appeared earlier, but he mostly has all his dialogue from there. And it is theorized to either be a in-universe reference to Scott himself, or possibly Henry or something like that, because he says he made baby, and then he dies at the end, possibly killing himself at his desk.
Yep.
What's your
it's
belief?
Not Henry, it's not William. I think it's Meta.
You think it's Meta
I
Scott?
think it's Scott saying that his like original kind of vision has changed. Yo, okay, GiBi, I have something to tell you. I cannot hear you right now because my headset just ran out of batteries. I'm gonna have to go put it charging for 5 minutes. So if you could go through like a few more things or just stall for a little bit. I'm using a Bluetooth headset.
Will do.
I have no idea what you're saying, and my PC does not have speakers.
Blah blah blah.
Give me 5 to 10 minutes. I'll let it charge, and then I will be back to the stream. And make them
Green
watch the Chica Cupcake minigame like 10 more times.
Green Afton is wrong. Okay, he's gone. T-Dread, I think this might be a good time for you to jump in. I'm just saying. Apparently, my Andrew song is the single most viewed Andrew exclusive FNaF video on YouTube. How would you even know such a thing? Okay, so, Anne Lay, I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce your name differently each time. What is Green Afton? So, in Midnight Motorist, you play as this orange guy who's driving his car through the town, and you can stop by a building that is labeled Juniors. And outside of Juniors is a green character who says, you can't come in here, man, and, turns you away. He's like a bouncer at the door. Most people think that the orange guy you play as is William Afton. I do not. I think you play as the father of an MCI child. Withered Circle used to think that the green bouncer at the bar was William Afton. That he, basically the same as my theory, where the orange guy is the father of an MCI victim, and green guy, William, just kidnapped his child and is now, keeping you out of the building. I think this theory usually goes hand in hand with orange guy being Henry, because, he was arrested because they think he did the MCI or something. So Green Afton is the theory that the green bouncer in Midnight Motorist is William. Withered Circle no longer believes this to be true, because he, like many people with weak wills and weak minds, thinks that the FNaF racing game, 5 Laps at Freddy's, is canon, and they think it confirms that Orange Guy is William, but they're all wrong. Is Foxy.exe just a joke, or is it deeper than that? I think it's just a joke. In what world could Skinny relish mounts?
What's up, YouTube?
What's up?
Yo, what is up, YouTube?
Your mic is much better now than it was.
I'm still on my phone, but it's okay, YouTube. Don't worry, YouTube. Yeah, what's up, YouTube? Chat, everyone say, what's up, YouTube?
What's up, YouTube? Okay, how did you...
Say it to me or I'll kill you.
How do you determine that your video is the most Andrew of all Andrew videos?
It's very simple. I looked up Andrew FNaF, and I didn't see any videos with Andrew FNaF in the title with more views than me.
Okay, but were you on, a fresh account in a incognito browser?
I was on Microsoft Edge.
Microsoft, what? Anyway, I'm back. Is my
Yeah,
quality okay?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. I have no idea how that happened. I thought they were charged, so I had to steal some other ones.
That's fine.
Gibby.
So
The question is, do any Andrew videos deserve to have more views than mine? And the answer is no.
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 Until I make my Why Andrew was the best character ever in all of fiction and Souls Goku video that is 2 hours and 32 minutes long. 2 hours, 32 minutes, 14 seconds. And we'll go over every single paragraph of Fazbear Frights that mentions Andrew, and we'll end in an
All
epic
7?
power scaling tier list.
5.
Yeah, all 5
Bye,
paragraphs
Jake,
where Andrew has
enjoy
a
the rest of the
personality.
epilogues without me.
Bye.
Bye. What?
Andrew Solo's
still
Goku
here.
is such an insane phrase. He's gone.
Dude, Andrew has generational baseball skills. He's like the Babe Ruth of Five Nights at Freddy's. Where were
Sure.
we on this tier list?
MCM is haunted. I think that's pretty clear. There's the tiger there, which I think is very obviously haunted, and I also think that the orange goo is agonized, and so I think a lot of ghostly stuff happens.
There's more. The storage room has a bunch of paranormal events, and I recorded this. I was playing late at night yesterday because my goal was to record footage of myself where I would actually get creeped out. When I recorded that footage, it was me basically idling in the storage room for about 15 minutes, just walking back and forth. Was probably the most scared I've ever been in a game
Bruh.
because you never know, because sometimes in the storage room the mimic appears and the lights will turn on. It'll make like banging noises. The cutouts will turn on by themselves. The boxes randomly start jumping up and down. It sometimes plays like part of the little mimic stinger, and these are intentional. They're coded in events. Like this, there's this elephant head that starts glowing if you look at it for more than 10 seconds. It's very good, and I wish they did this in more rooms. And MCM, I think, is haunted because of how how paranormal events like these can happen. It's very similar to Freddy's.
Yes, because it's very haunted.
Yep, very haunted.
Pizza Party. Is this a FNaF World move?
Help wanted. That's Pizza Wheel.
Help wanted. Oh, the ending where you're in the back room
The
because
ending.
you got killed.
Mhm.
Okay. You want to explain it
Yeah.
to them?
Yeah, Pizza Party is just the final level of Help Wanted, and it's basically recreating how Gabriel, the kid who got stuffed into Freddy, got kidnapped by William. How he was baited with a birthday cake into the back room, and is just stuffed. So I'm of the belief that because I believe that the faded text in the survival logbook is both Cassidy and Crying Child, that June 26th, which was when the missing children incident happened, was Cassidy's birthday. And so Cassidy and her friends, like some other kids from the pizza, like visiting the pizzeria, were celebrating her birthday. This is backed up by the movie where they say it was a birthday party. And so Afton just baited one of them, Gabriel, with birthday cake. He went into the back room and he just stuffed him into Freddy. So I just included this because not many people think about like the symbolism of Pizza Party, and not many people even remember this level existed. So I put this here. Just it's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. I would love to hold on. Okay, you're gonna be muted for a second. They're not gonna be able to hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Just because someone in chat brought it up. Hold on. Yes. Yes. Yes, someone brought up TR8R, the traitor stormtrooper from The Force Awakens. Because people were saying, "Attention, traitor!" This website... Yeah, this this website has been online since 2015, and I used to just have this on in the background. So, I have it muted because it used to play a song. Okay. Okay, you're back. I muted it because that website used to play a song when you clicked on it. But now we're all good. That was for you, random person in the comments.
Zoom back in. We don't want chat to look at the spoilers. Chat, go look at the
No, we're here.
bottom.
We're fine.
Okay.
Attention, traitors! Your admin privileges have been revoked.
And no, you can't get your stuff back. All your purses, coffee mugs, documents, social security numbers belong to me. You stole my mimic. And now all your personal information is mine.
The Untold Story.
Do you know this?
This was, oh gosh, the original title for the Silver Eyes?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
This was teased on scoutgames.com.
Yes, I remember the day it happened. I was there 11 years ago when Scott said there's going to be a FNaF book, and I was like, oh, so there's no point theorizing anymore because we're about to just have the story spelled out to us. And then it ended up being mid and wasn't even, like, the same story. I remember hating the Silver Eyes when it came out.
Hop off my goat, Silver Eyes. It gave us peak William characterization.
Worst line. People to this day still incorrectly believe that William didn't care about his kids because of the Silver Eyes trilogy. And that's a problem because Will cares canon. So.
Incorrectly. My 204,000 views back to Deborah
Jeez.
Gibson.
Jeez.
I say this as if misinformation can't be spread on YouTube to get millions of views. But this is information. This is information. This is the what's the opposite of misinformation?
Just
hit
truth?
information.
The truth.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I was probably overthinking it a little bit. Yeah, dual process theory. I don't know which one of you this is, but Will thought he cared, but he's stupid, so he didn't care.
Will stupid.
Will stupid. William is stupid. I tweeted this like yesterday, where it's like, why did William just go straight to FFPS when he knew it was a trap, stuck around, died, and was like, wait a minute, what's going on? Because if you died to him on his salvage, which was on night 2, he says one of the lines you can say is, "What a deceptive calling! I knew it was a lie the moment I heard it," and whatever.
Obviously, but it's intriguing nonetheless.
Nonetheless. Like, you knew. What are you doing here? You knew it was a lie. Why are you all... Very, very weird. But yeah, William is stupid.
Yeah, so Connie
He didn't know
brings
it was
up...
a trap. He's
yeah.
just trying to seem smarter than he is.
Yep.
I disagree.
I think
he
possible.
definitely knew. I disagree, mainly because he's always like, bittersweet but fitting. It's as if he's on like, it's as if he's doing a play. It's as if he knows like his time is running out, and he's like, being all dramatic and whatever and flexing on Henry and Michael. Scrap Baby is the one who's delusional because she thinks it's being orchestrated by William. She thinks he's the guy who hired you. She thinks he's in charge. And which is why she goes, you don't really know who your employer is, do you? And I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if she's just stupid or if she's gaslighting herself or what. But yeah.
When Baby says it feels like home, that line goes so hard.
Also, FFPS 2027 evidence from Scrap Baby. That theory's been out for a while now.
What?
You don't know. I came up with FFPS 2027 using a concept similar to schedule theory. Basically, if you take 1587 and use it as a basis for dates, you can gather that she died either January 7th or July 1st, as we talked about earlier. Both of those days in 1985... No, not 1985. Yeah. Okay. FFPS, Scrap Baby appears on the 3rd day, I think.
Sure.
Either Wednesday/Thursday. It's been a while, okay? It's been over half a year since I made it. But the point of the theory was that one of her lines is, it feels like my birthday. Did you have a gift for me? And the other is, it feels like home. So I'm like, what if she's remembering her birthday, which is the day Elizabeth died? It's the birth of Circus Baby. Or even, as you said earlier, it could just be straight up Elizabeth's birthday. So I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Let me look. And if you go through the years after 2015, this was my criteria. After 2015, the only year, as far as I remember, where both January 7th and July 1st are Wednesdays/Thursdays, it was one of those days. So they were the same day that Scrap Baby came into the pizzeria for the first time and was able to say those lines, is 2027. And I believe that FNaF 3 is 2022, right?
Well, you're wrong.
In the survival logbook, it's debatable, but I believe
I'm joking, guys. I'm joking.
But in the survival logbook, there's a question that asks Mike, where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? And he draws a gravestone. So 2022 plus 5 is 2027. That was part of my logic. There's a bit more to it, with some more lines, some more details, and so on. But that was my logic for Freddy's Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator potentially being 2027. If not 2027, it might be 5 years after FNaF 3. It gives Henry that time to prepare the pizzeria, gives time for them, the cryptids, to kind of walk around Hurricane and so on. So, yeah, that's the theory.
Because FNaF 6 just overtly tells us what day of the week it is, right?
Yeah, you start on Monday.
Yeah, which is the only game that like is that clear about it.
Yeah. So I used the weekdays to try and convert that into something related to sister location and Elizabeth. Is it overthinking the line a little bit? Yeah, but I think it's fun. A lot of people don't seem to realize that my approach to theorizing is kind of throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. I enjoy speculating about things that may or may not be true and debating kind of if we were wrong, if our point of view was wrong. I enjoy that much more than analyzing everything and going like, okay, unless this is like 100% likely, 100% canon, 100% confirmed, it's worthless and I shouldn't make a video about it. Like my most recent video on Secret of the Mimic being a time loop. I believe that video. Like it's grown on me and I found more evidence for it since that video. And I like it. I'll admit it's probably not the way Scott was going, and it might not even be true, but that's okay. I just want to have fun. That's what I'm here. That's what I'm doing.
Yep, that's what FNaF is. People take the lore
Yep.
too seriously.
Okay.
Right.
Where were we?
We're on.
I got carried away.
We're on T-Dread's espresso order. Is the next one?
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee
T-Dread's
from the
espresso
dreading
order.
hour. Yep, that's what it means. Not the desolate
Yep,
hope, the
coffee
dreading
for the
hour.
dreading hour.
All right. Yep. So all that means is that T-Dread's got some espresso. Okay. Next
Yep.
one.
Correct. Next. No, but actually, it's coffee from the desolate hope. For those who don't know, he appears in FNAF World, and some design aspects of his appear in sister location, kind of vaguely, like some of the lights and whatever, but that doesn't count. And he appears in Help Wanted and Secret of the Mimic, which is very cool.
And he's just a little coffee guy. The Desolate Hope being a game that Scott made before FNaF.
Yeah, it's one of the last games he made. If I recall correctly, the last game he made before FNAF was Chipper and Sons, but
Mhm.
like the before last game was Fart Hotel. I think. I'm not sure.
Classic.
Henry
Emily suicide. So in the books and also the games, Henry kills himself. In the books, he makes a Foxy Endo do it.
It's not a
Because
Foxy Endo. It's
is it
like a
not?
vague kind of.
Okay, it's just an Endo.
It's a vague suicide endo. It's what it's called.
Suicide Endo.
Just a fake endo that he makes hold a knife and just throws himself onto it, which is quite visceral. It's quite the visceral image, but still. I think it's very funny that instead of programming it to stab him, he just throws himself at it. I don't know why he even needs an endo. Why didn't he just...
He could have just duct
Not to
taped a
get too
knife to a
morbid.
table.
Yeah, not to get too morbid, not to get the stream demonetized or whatever, but there's a billion better ways that he could have done that. Not that he should have done it. He shouldn't have done that. But if you wanted to be a bit smarter, not use as many endo parts, and not traumatize Charlie, yeah.
Yep.
But I added this to the iceberg because not many people know that in both novels and games, he basically just kicks the bucket on purpose.
Yes. Because in the games,
So,
he sets the fire, and he's like, I will remain here as well. I am nearby. So he just wants everyone to burn and die, and for it all to be over, including himself.
Does he know?
What?
He doesn't know. No, Henry doesn't know that it's not over.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, Henry has no idea that there will be a breach in security. Haha.
Help will be wanted.
Help must be wanted. Mimics will be secreted. Okay.
We'll get a special delivery.
Fredbear's backroom secret corpse. Is this different than the hair sticking out of the animatronic, or is it that?
It's the hair sticking out of the
Okay.
animatronic.
There's an animatronic in the parts and services room in the FNAF 4 minigame when CC's hammering on the door and he's like, "Let me out, please, let me out," and then he falls over and collapses. People think it's hair. People think it's Kelsey. People think it's a projection. I think
Kelsey's a
it's
projection.
wires coming out of the animatronic, and that's it.
Valid. This again, I don't know if it's a corpse. I just put this here because it's a theory,
Yep. Will Movie Henry be a DILF? Asks Mrs. Trapp. Well, he's being played by that Scream guy, so you can already tell. Yeah.
You can consider it, yes, very much so, depending on how you look at it. I don't even know, how old is he?
Oh, probably the same age as
Yeah, he's 55.
what's his name?
Skeeto is Matthew Lillard.
Yeah. It's happening.
You know this one?
I know the meme, like the Ron Paul meme. I don't know what it means,
No.
and I don't know what it means. It's
In
happening.
FNAF, in the FNAF AR trailer, there's voice lines from William Afton, and one of them is "It's real, it's happening," and you can hear like very faintly in the background. He says a lot of things in the trailer, and there's a lot of Afton imagery. Like his sprite will briefly flash on screen in a glitch in a little corner of the trailer. The trailer is very weird, and that is one of the secret voice lines that appears in the trailer.
Interesting. So yeah, I didn't know that. That can be my third didn't know.
Or didn't know.
And people still don't think that Glitch Trap is literally William? Shake my head.
Yeah, because he's not, and you're wrong.
It's obviously both. Glitch both.
Yeah, the only possibility is for it to be both. There is no universe in which Glitch Trap does not have the mimic in him.
Well, yeah.
Like, that is literally impossible.
That would be silly.
I personally think that the only way for Afton to be in there is for some of his agony to be on there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, and I frankly don't really care. They scan the circuit boards, but what circuit boards do they scan? Do they scan the Mimic circuit boards? Do they scan the data diver with the Mimic schematics? What do they do? That's the question.
Circuit boards.
Yeah,
circuit
just
boards.
Circuit boards. Mystery Afton Black Goo circuit boards.
Yep. FNaF AR emails. This is the FNaF AR game, which is stupid. There's emails that you can read that are basically telling the story of what Vanessa did after Help Wanted and before Security Breach. She's trying to fight off the Vanny persona. She's getting flirted with by this IT guy. She's learning how to make her own like little Vanny mask thing. It totally confirms the timeline that FNaF 3 takes place in 2015 because Vanessa was born in 1997 and she's currently 22 years old, which means that it's 2019 when FNaF AR happens, which totally 100% absolutely deconfirms that FNaF 3 can possibly take place in 2022 because FNaF VR takes place in 2019.
Incorrect.
Is that it?
But okay.
There's also some unreleased Faz facts, but I don't think that's what this is saying.
We talked about the Fast Facts on the Dreading Hour podcast, which you should go watch after this. We talked about cut content. And speaking of my English, there will be a cut content on the last tier, but we'll get there.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay.
This one, if you go to the right, you won't know, and no one will know because I didn't know until 1 hour ago.
You got me. This is going to be number 4. Interrupt.jpg, not a clue.
This is an image that appeared on the Scott Games website for a very short time to tease the Twisted Ones. It is a blank static screen with no indication of anything. No Twisted Ones, no text, no hidden brightening image, nothing. It's just a static screen called interrupt.jpg that means nothing and was removed shortly after. I had no idea this was real until today.
When was it up? And how did you find it?
I was looking through an archive of all the FNAF teasers. This is where I got some of the ones that I added. So a lot of these JPEGs you will probably not know because by their name, but I will give hints. But I did not give a hint for this one because there is no way anyone knows about this.
I can't believe no one knows the name of the file that denotes absolutely nothing. The blank one.
Being interrupt, but it's weird because interrupt it's interrupting a signal, and the Twisted Ones is all about audio signal illusion discs. That static page is in the book. I think it might be the static texture that they used for Tales and Frights.
Huh.
That's true.
Still
I'll have to look into that. I don't know if I want to dock a point for that one just yet, but I'll dock half a point. I'll dock half a point. I think that's fair.
That's fine. Yendo is Golden Freddy. Very popular theory. I guess I default to believing it, even if it doesn't fully make sense. The idea is that there's a secret character in sister location called Yendo, which many people think means yellow endo, and since Golden Freddy was called a yellow bear in FNAF 1, they're like, oh, maybe this is Golden Freddy's endoskeleton. It's obviously not because it's a Funtime endoskeleton, but maybe...
It's shapeshifting.
Or maybe because Golden Freddy is a projection, maybe it projects itself to look like a Funtime.
he like canonically shapeshifts to look like the cast that he's surrounded by.
Yeah.
Because there is no world in
Disagree.
which
I know
the
what you're gonna
Fazbear
say. I
crew-
disagree. There's no way that they fixed him up from withered
Yeah.
in FNAF 2 into unwithered in FNAF 1. Disagree. They fixed
I
him.
was
He's
more
there.
gonna say there is no way that they changed his design between Fredbear's and FNAF 2. That FNAF 2 and FNAF 1 as well, but he looks nothing like Fredbear, like at all.
It's just a
At
hat
all.
color. Just a different hat.
He just shapeshifts to look like the cast he's surrounded by. He does this in FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, theoretically FNAF 4, sister location, and possibly FNAF 6. I have a crack theory that this is old as well. I have a crack theory that Ned Bear is Golden Freddy. This is old. This is old. This one's old. I won't get into it. I might after stream. I might make a post on it on my Twitter or something. I only remember just now that I did that.
He almost like some sort of projection, says T-Dreads. We already made the joke. We already made the joke,
Kelsey's a
T-Dreads.
projection.
Kelsey is a projection.
Kelsey's a projection. I cannot stop saying that. That is like the top one favorite thing that I like to quote on here. Shizu is effortlessly funny when he says stuff like that so
It's a
confidently.
projection. You know what's so bad?
Alright.
So if any of you guys have seen my most recent video, which is me going over the stupid like clickbait channel, I spent 8 minutes and 3 seconds making fun of them because they made a stupid 8-minute and 2-second long clickbait video. Okay, before I finish the story, I'm going to read this from Pickle Pepper. There's no way Gold Freddy's actual giant head kills you, so clearly he is a projection. He can change his form to whatever he wants, lol. Yeah, when his giant head flies down the hallway in FNAF 2 and kills you, obviously. And obviously he blinks in and out of reality. Like, he's a ghost. There is ghostness to him.
So, yeah.
Yes, I agree. I don't know if he shapeshifts to match the band that he's with or whatever. Like, I'm not totally sold on that, but I have no counterpoint.
Anyway, tell us your story about possibly the funniest video you've ever made, because
So-
I really, really like that one.
It's so painful. I put like, not that I didn't put any effort into it, but it's not like it's not like one of my it's not a canon GiBi video that everyone has to watch. But I was making fun of these guys, and so I went above and beyond, and I found every single FNAF 2 trailer analysis and reaction video on YouTube, and I wanted to calculate how many of them noticed the puppet's creepy hands in the background during the trailer, because the clickbait video I found said 99% didn't notice. Like, didn't notice that the puppet hands were there. And I'm like, okay, I want to calculate the actual amount of people who didn't notice. And I could only find 20 videos the day the trailer went live. And this also includes live streams. 20 videos or live streams where people reacted to the trailer. And I'm like, okay, well, so I already know that they're like BSing us. They just came up with that 99% number out of nowhere. So I waited a few days and I found 66 videos. And I had to find some that were in like Spanish because I wanted to get to 66 because it's easily divisible by 100. And so I made this video, and I'm like, here's all these people who noticed the puppet hands, and I actually calculated that 60% of people did see the puppet hand in the trailer. Therefore, their stupid clickbait thing is wrong. And in the video, I use a clip of She's Always Nervous reacting to the hands, and she's like, look at the hands! Look at the little hands! And I've now started saying that in my daily life, and that's kind of a problem, because I'm like, what am I referencing? I'm referencing a 2-second clip of someone else's stream that was in one of my videos.
Yeah, there's things that I've picked up over
Look
the
at the
course of these streams.
hands.
Like, there was a time where I would just constantly say "Holy peak" in like T-Dreads' inflection.
Sigma.
I could not stop. Every single time I saw something moderately amusing or funny, I'd say "Holy peak."
Yeah, and like if someone asks me like, what are you referencing? I'd be like, sigh. Like nothing. Like I guarantee, like She's Always Nervous hasn't even commented on that video, so I don't know if she even knows it exists. So like me just quoting her in my daily life is so, it's so weird. It's so absurd. Where are we? Oh, Autobiography of a Yogi. Yes. Yes, this was, I'm going to say popularized as an important part of FNAF theorizing by Not Real Name, Not At All, because she talks about it a lot. And so when I was making my 9-hour video, I'm like, I need to be the first FNAF theorist who actually reads this, who actually reads this book and sees what it has to do with the lore. And so in my video, I actually break down the quoted passage. So, what is it? Golden Freddy's, or the phone call on night 5 is a jumbled sound effect from the audiobook for Autobiography of a Yogi. So I read it to find the actual passage, and the community has since agreed that it's just a coincidence that that passage has something to do with like metal being alive, because the sound that Scott used just comes from a sound library. It's not like he picked it, but it is a very strange coincidence.
Actually, funny story. I went on when I was gone for like a week or two earlier, like about a month ago. I was kind of taking a break from FNAF because I had other things to deal with, and so I walk into the house that we were staying in, and I look at the bookshelf. I look at the bottom, like, hey, that book looks familiar. I open it, and it's Autobiography of a Yogi. It follows me everywhere. I try to let me go.
Yeah, it's a very popular book.
It is, but I'd never seen it in like anywhere until now, which is very funny.
Yeah, so I think it's possible that after the community discovered it, that Scott, I think it's possible that Scott based a Remnant off of that passage after the fact, but it was clearly not chosen on purpose, even though it does resemble Remnant in a way.
We finished tier 6. Let's go.
Yay.
So only
Alright.
4 more left to go. These ones are a bit shorter though.
Animatronics kill animals. Is this from the week before?
This is from FNaF AR. Do you know what it is?
The one I didn't play. No.
One of the scrapped emails complains about how either Easter Bonnie or regular Bonnie ate a rabbit. Just ate. Well, it was either a rabbit or a cat. Yeah, it was the cat. He picked up and just stuffed a cat into his jaw for no reason. I probably should have named this animatronics eat animals, but the fact that the animatronics in like at least even in the modern era have the instinct to just kill everything that moves is weird.
Mm-hmm.
This is Bonnie ate a cat theory.
Bonnie
Some
ate
people
cat
are some people in chat are knowers, so that's good. That's good to see.
Yeah, they know more
This
than
is
me,
a popular.
apparently.
This is a popular inside joke on Twitter. So would you count that as a point?
Yes, I absolutely did not know that. FNAF AR is definitely my biggest area of non-knowledge.
All right. So you now have 4.5.
No. Chipper's Revenge? Is this Oh, this is the FNAF World boss being Chipper, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's called Chipper's Revenge.
Okay, yes.
It's his name. So that's pretty much it. It's just also this ties into God Chipper, which me, Nervous, Draz, and I think Flipside was there, made on my latest stream, which is basically that God Chipper. I know it's a stupid name, but it's more about Scott consistently sneaking in Chipper imagery in like a bunch of his like games. So Secret of the Mimic also has Chipper imagery because Big Top's theme has Chipper's main motif in it.
That's interesting. Do you think that, I mean, God Chipper, do you think that that's like a legitimate competing theory to God David, or just that, oh, Chipper's
No.
around, okay, sad?
Yeah, it's I think it's more Chipper is around and Scott has done things with this character. There's a concept that he's like making or has already made surrounding Chipper. And he himself said in Docko's interview, like, people talk about ghosts and so on, but the real ghost, the ghost haunting this franchise, is Chipper.
Yep.
It's like an inside joke for him. It's like he really likes like a stupid beaver that like a game that he like really poured his heart and soul into developing, and it failed, but it managed to live on through FNAF.
Yep. I've been teasing this for a while. I don't know when it's going to come out or what form it will come out in. But Nervous is working on a Old Man Consequences video that will touch on stuff like that.
I need to make a God Chipper cameo.
God Chipper.
Just a God Chipper and leave.
I am still here. .jpg. There were
This is.
two.
Remember how I said?
Mhm.
Oh, he knows this. He knows this.
Yeah,
Never
there's.
mind.
I'm still here and I remain. Were two of the FNaF 3 teaser images.
Oh, no.
No, I talked about them
This
in
is
my
different.
video. I'm still here. I remain.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah.
not FNaF 3?
Unless the database got some. Okay, I'm gonna check in the database, but this is referring to something else.
Darn it.
Before I freak chat out. No, I know there is a thing where Springtrap says I'm still here,
Yes.
but I want to but I want to make sure that this is actually true, because when I found this, when I was looking for stuff for the iceberg, I kind of freaked out. I don't think that. Yeah, there's the I am still here. Yeah, okay. I think that while you are right, about it's not the file name, but you are correct about that being a thing. I'll give you another guess before I say what it actually is.
Oh, well, I mean, that is what it is, so I disagree. Is it
Is
related?
it actually called I am still here.jpg? Because I looked and I didn't find that.
I mentioned it in my video, so it must be true.
Which one of them?
I don't remember. I was talking about the teasers, and I said, I'm still here, I remain. I remember
Yeah.
delivering that line.
Okay. That's weird, because when I found this, I looked at the source and it said that it was attributed to a different image.
Okay. Is it a sister location one? Is it like the Biddy Babs? Or something?
Close.
It's a teaser image for that era of the games.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
FNAF 6, there's
FNAF
this image
6.
of Scrap Baby with her eyes closed, and the file name is I am still here.jpg. And I am still here is one of Psychic Friend Fredbear's line. It's the last thing he
Yes.
says. One of the last things he says to Crying Child. I am still here. We are still your friends. Do you believe that? I will put you back together.
Oh,
And-
no. Seeker of Compiness,
Oh,
cover
no.
your ears.
Secret Pumpkiness. Eliza plush.
Eliza plus.
Please. Eliza plush alert. So when I saw this, I got really worried because I was like, oh no, Eliza plush evidence. But now that you say that it was the name of a FNAF 3 teaser, I have hope that maybe someone on the database got it wrong.
I'll have to watch my own video. I don't remember. This was 2 years ago. Seeker popping off. Yeah, I am still here with baby's eyes glowing in the darkness, relating back to the last time we saw the Fredbear plush. Oh god.
And you know what the teaser right before that one was?
No.
You know what it was? It was a Freddy. It was like a Freddy. It was either right before or right after. Let me have a look now. Yeah. The teaser right before this one is an image of Freddy from Take Cake to the Children, specifically the one from Take Cake to the Children. And a little while before that teaser, about 3 teasers back, there was an image of a Freddy plush. Eliza plush confirmed.
Oh, no.
Why is chat celebrating? Eliza plush is like the worst thing ever. What are you talking
They're
about?
celebrating that Seeker was right.
Oh
my gosh. Hold on. Control F. I remain. FNaF 3 was to be the end of a trilogy. On Scott's website, he often uploads teaser images of upcoming games. As the first thing we get to look at the new animatronics. An image of this character bathed in shadow with the text, I am still here. The source code of the website included the text, I remain. Okay, so I am still here was said by Springtrap in FNaF 3.
But it wasn't the file name.
Okay, so that's what I was thinking of. Interesting.
Okay.
Okay, so I am still here is something that Springtrap literally said, not... Okay, you know what I mean. Associated with Springtrap.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because Will Plush.
Will Plush, my goat. It was
Plush
a plush
both?
Speaker, I know you're celebrating. Plush alter duo alter C.
Plush duo alter
Shatter
C.
Plush duo. Yeah, Shatter Plush duo alter C.
Why are you guys talking about the Rey as a robot Alan Dean Foster Star Wars script? That's so funny.
if you look at the similarities between Rey and Padme, you can see that's right. Rey is
Rey's-
Padme Amidala.
Listen, Rey has
Yeah,
3 buns in
same
her hair.
hair color.
Padme had 1. Leia had 2. It makes sense. Rey's a Skywalker. It's confirmed. Parallels.
Ah, yes, Buns theory.
Buns
Truly-
theory,
truly
yes.
the pinnacle of Star Wars.
Bro was like 3 when The Force Awakens came out. Don't even. You weren't there for Buns theory.
I was not free.
This was 11 years ago.
I'm not- The math doesn't check out. No, I
I
wasn't
don't
free.
know. Either way, thank you, Pickle Pepper, for becoming a night guard. Star Wars stream now. Maybe one day. God, Padme.
Star Wars. God, Padme. No, you don't understand. This is secretly Darth Kreia, and she's been a part of the franchise ever since the beginning. She's been watching over everyone. She's influencing the.
That's who Fiona
Like,
is. Yes, exactly. I keep trying to
Yeah,
tell
Darth
people.
Kreia.
Kreia is
Darth
Fiona.
Kreia Fiona theory. My elite ball knowledge. This is why Darth Nihilist is my favorite.
Absol says 8-hour stream of me explaining the High Republic to GiBi. Joke's on you. I read the two of those books.
I
And
read the
watched
first one.
and watched the Acolyte, yeah.
I didn't watch the Acolyte. I was already out of the franchise by then.
That's sad. I love the Acolyte. Where are we? Foxy's missing corpse.
Yeah, this is more a theory / train of thought.
So is it the
Like,
fact
I'll
that
let you have a look.
there's holes in Foxy and so there can't possibly be a body inside of him?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
Okay.
thing. That's
Yeah.
what led people to believe that the corpses were extracted at some point.
Yep.
So that's correct.
Strangevoice.wav, is that just one of the FNaF 1 ones, like the autobiography of a Yogi or the Alien Scream? Like, it's just the name of one of the
this is from
files?
Sister Location. This is a file name from Sister Location.
Is it the one that T-Dredge talked about in his video? No.
No, he talked
Is
about
it-
guts.
Is it the 1587?
No, Strange Voice is one that I looked into a little while ago because I believed it had Phone Guy's FNaF 1 Night 3 phone call like encrypted into it. Some of the cadences sounded similar. Some people on Reddit had talked about this a while ago. So I looked into it. I asked Phil O'Brave, who is literally Scott Cough in real life. So we looked into it. We found the original stock sound, and no, it's not true. But the reason I find it weird is because the original stock sound is like metal pipe grating on floor.
Hmm.
And for some reason, Scott went and called this file strangevoice.wav. .wav.
Huh. Yeah, that is odd.
Yeah.
And when
These
does it
bottom
play in
ones
game?
are things that like barely. It plays in It plays on night 5, like next to Guts. It's like when Ennard appears. It plays that. It also plays in. I think it plays on the fake ending when Ennard appears, like very very quietly. It's been a while. I don't remember that well.
Odd. Chat asking, am I saying that I like the Acolyte ironically? No, I like the Acolyte unironically. I think it's probably...
That's a bold take.
Listen. Andor is the best television show of all time. So ignoring Andor, I think that Acolyte's the best Star Wars show.
Okay. I clearly need to watch the rest of Andor. I only watched like the first 6 episodes. Like
You
when
didn't
they
finish
first-
Andor? Bro.
I didn't finish Andor. I was dropping out of my Star Wars phase. I watched the first episode in like what 22 or something. Like at the end of the year when it came out. I forgot when it was. Then I went to Celebration London, and then after that I just completely lost interest in the franchise for some reason. But Celebration London was really cool.
That's so sad. My God, Celebration Tokyo was amazing, and I got to see Pedro Pascal's skinny little legs, and I got to see Ryan Gosling. It was awesome.
T-Dreads, we'll get to schedule theory. We haven't even finished the Iceberg yet, and it's already been almost 2 hours.
I told you it was gonna be a while.
Yeah, we should wrap up the Iceberg, talk about schedule theory,
Oh my God.
and then glaze God Chipper for the remaining 5 hours the stream has because the last one was 7 hours.
Yep. Yes, this one will not be 7 hours. Okay. Let's blah 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 blah. Whoop. Edwin invented recycling and QR codes. The game Secret of the Mimic just directly states that Edwin invented recycling and going green. If the game takes place in 79, then that's before those concepts really existed. I'm guessing that there's QR codes on the labels in the warehouse, which also would be anachronistic. Is that what that means?
Yeah. Those QR codes are actually reused assets from Security Breach.
Yeah.
Um,
So
but
Edwin,
Edwin invented QR codes. Yes.
he was here. We already talked about this. It was the name of Mangle's
Yeah.
file in the Save Them minigame. I knew that.
Correct.
Okay. Your own. Good God. Okay, this is when I'm going to know like one thing on this whole page. Your own? That's so vague. You're doing this on purpose.
Yeah. But even if I tell you what it is, I doubt you will know.
Okay, tell me.
Your own is the file name of the entire backdrop used for Old Man Consequences scene, specifically in Ultimate Custom Night.
Ooh, like your own personal torment? Because that's what it
Your
is.
own happiest
Ooh.
day.
Oh no, I was going the other way.
I think it's your own happiest day.
Okay, interesting. Beacon Bonnie. Is this like a skin?
Sure.
Does he glow?
Surely, no, it's not FNaF AR. Surely you know
Um,
this one.
Beacon Bonnie. When I think Beacon, I think Lighthouse. Beacon Bonnie. I don't know.
Okay. In Help Wanted, in the Dark Room sister location level, if you perform a very specific sequence of actions and walk in like a weird direction, a glitched, like texture swapped, weird ass Bonnie that is transparent with like metal gears and servos in him will jump scare you. And internally, I don't think he's called anything internally. I think it's just like a bunch of random letters. But the community decided to call him Beacon Bonnie because his eyes glow.
So, like Rick Faska, he's just random letters, and no one talks about
Yeah.
this. What?
I don't know if I think he's just like marked as like I don't know if he has the name. I don't know if it's like capital letters. What I think is just marked as like Bonnie Sprite or something, and just no one questions it. And it's like a character that no one knows anything about, that doesn't appear anywhere, is never acknowledged anywhere, and it's really weird.
That is weird. That's rife for theorizing. We could probably do a stream about that. Absol
Hello.
says industrial recycling and the term were invented in the 1910s. Commercial recycling in the 60s. E-waste recycling in the 90s. Okay, so when the game says Edwin invented recycling, it was just wrong, or like Dolly was lying or something. Okay.
No, that so he just invented recycling 10 years late.
Yep. Okay, so he actually, in this universe, recycling didn't exist until the 70s.
Sure. Okay. Next.
Belora room binary, this is the blue screen?
The
Or
blue
is it
screen.
something else? Okay, yeah. If you
Yeah,
hold
this is the blue
down
screen.
a key for 87 frames in Belora's room, then it pulls up a screen of random numbers, and no one knows what it is, and the code never calls on it, so we don't know what it is.
It's actually 83 seconds, and it
Whatever.
lasts forever until you close your game. Which is very bizarre, and no one knows what it means.
Garrett's plane in Into the Pit game. Yeah, the red plane from the movie is in the office at the end of the thing. We talked about it. No hidden lore. No hidden lore. Is this 5 Laps at Freddy's?
It is. It is
Okay.
5 Laps of Freddy's under the mound.
Under the mound. Yeah, if you clip through the map under the mound in Midnight Motorist, it says no hidden lore. Which makes sense. It's funny.
Yeah, it's Scott saying, "Don't add anything here, please."
Some people were like, does this mean that the mound in the original FNaF 6 is meaningless? And I don't think that's what it means.
No, that's silly.
Yes, I agree. Where are we? Tina / Arnold Endo. So the name of the endoskeleton from the movie, the people making it named it Tina, but Scott nicknamed it Arnold.
Correct. I'm surprised you knew that one. Good job.
What do you mean?
Not everyone knows that it's called Arnold by Scott. I only found this out like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. No, I remember that from back when the movie was coming out.
Yeah, I only knew Tina. I didn't know about Arnold.
Mike Skull, is it the last one? No, there's one more. Mike Skull.png is a weird, it kind of looks like Sans skull thing that's left in the files. It's called Mike Skull. I don't know what that is.
Okay, let me send you an image of Frogget from Undertale, and let me send you an image of Mike Skull. Because you cannot convince me that they are not literally the same.
Okay. I know nothing about Undertale besides Sans.
Mike's skull is just dead Frogget with agony leaking out of his eyes.
Okay, yes, I see it. Either way, it's a similar style, and so that's what people compare it to.
Someone in chat said that I'm a bit quiet. Where's my volume?
Yeah, I just
a
did.
few
I turned you
decibels.
up. I turned you up.
Great.
Tell anyone about this, and I cut your throat. Oh god, I have absolutely no idea.
In FNaF 6, in the Lemonade and Fruit Punch Clown minigames, after you complete the minigame, there is a very rare chance that one of them will say, "Tell anyone about this and I cut your throat." It's just a very weird hidden dialogue line that barely anyone ever gets. It's like a 5% chance.
That's crazy. Huh.
Yep. And I was talking with a friend about, like, oh, what if it's a recording of William Afton and he's actually secretly German?
And he's Russian, you're German, yeah.
Yeah.
I did always wonder why is Candy Cadet British? Why is the Lemonade Clown German? Why, Scott? Why?
All right, we're almost done. Only 3 things left.
4th Springtrap rare screen. So obviously there's the 3 everyone knows on with his skull poking out of the costume. I don't know of a 4th one. Is it unused?
Actually, there's a hint. This tier, the image for this tier, because if you notice, I've made very
Ooh.
cool edited images. This tier's image is actually the 4th Secret Springtrap rare screen. This was exclusive to the first edition of FNaF Remobile.
No.
It appeared rarely when opening the game, and it's just Springtrap's head rotting away in the back room.
Interesting.
And
Didn't know that.
It got removed one day, and barely anyone knows it exists. It's just like weird semi-lost media that barely anyone ever talks about.
Yeah, I think I had those on my phone a long time ago. I don't know. Dark.jpeg2. You're killing me.
Okay, so one hint. Remember how we talked about Hanging Mangle?
Yes.
This is related to Hanging Mangle.
Okay. I know there were other teases. Is it... Was Hanging Mangle called, like, Y JPEG or something?
It was called Dark.jpg.
Dark.jpg. Okay, this is like a bloody balloon boy or something, but, like, black.
Correct. It's like a weird corrupted balloon boy with the text "Madness takes many forms."
Yeah. It's like, no, did I know that was Dark.jpg too? No, but I knew what it was.
Yeah. And now, the final, creepiest, most terrifying thing on my creepy FNaF Iceberg.
In FNaF world, Spring Bonnie has long eyelashes, and I think a loading screen says something like, is it a boy or a girl? Who cares? It's a rabbit. Right?
Yeah. Spring Bonnie is canonically non-binary. So, that is this is the creepiest, most obscure FNaF knowledge of all time. So that's my FNaF lore iceberg.
What about these last 4? Ooh.
Oh, I forgot. We're missing a tier. Yeah.
Yes. Oh no.
Completely forgot
that there's more. There's extra. Absol says non-binary. Genius.
All right. Never mind. I'm stupid. I completely forgot about the last tier. I was like, wait a minute. Didn't I add this? No. Yeah. You're right. There's another tier. Let's do it then.
Okay. The flip side.
I put this at the bottom because it's thematically cool, not because it's particularly hidden.
Okay, I was gonna say. So the flip side is what FNaF World is called in game. Phone Guy also says, "See you on the flip side" in FNaF 1, which is a very common phrase. My theory and part of arcade theory is that the flip side is like heaven, but also a computer game. It's basically like it's just FNaF World. FNaF World is the flip side.
Yeah, and FNaF World also has its own flip side, with the layers, the 4 layers.
Yeah. Just like different levels of reality. I'm gonna go to Old Man Consequences trophy, which is that the whole in UCN, if you go to Old Man Consequences and jump through the lake, then you get the Old Man Consequences trophy in FNaF World?
It's the other way around, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a programming error. I don't think it's lore.
How could it be a programming error? He
Very
had to
easily.
have specific. Yeah, but I think it's very unlikely for 2 such radically different games. He had to have programmed like something to be similar. I forget. Yeah, no, you're right. It was UCN gives a thing in FNaF World, and if you do it in FNaF World, it is having happened in UCN, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, basically.
I don't think it's a mistake.
I think it's clearly a mistake. But yeah, there's a lot of different like trophy things in FNaF World, like the Crying Child one. I remember a lot of people were like, "The Crying Child trophy," but FNaF 4, and Withered's on a bus,
Withered bus theory.
Bus theory.
Yeah, by the time you get home from your bus, we'll be done with the iceberg. We'll probably be about schedule theory, but I'm personally willing to wait until Unwithered can jump in.
Yeah, I got time. And
I've got time too. I don't mind.
We got 2 really long ones to talk about, and they're going to be really long because I don't know what the second one is. I know what IATR missing episode is. That's Immortal and the Restless missing episode, because in One Night in Sister Location, you get jump scared by Funtime Foxy. You sleep through the entire day and wake up the next night inside the Springlock suit, meaning that we never see that night's episode of The Immortal and the Restless.
Yep. And I have taken this to mean that there is a part of the Afton family story that we don't know about. There is a piece missing.
So
and now,
yep.
Lastly, this last one,
I don't have a clue.
This is something that I've only seen people on Twitter talk about and know about. I'm convinced that no one on YouTube knows what this is, because no one on YouTube ever talked about this.
Origin?
In the files, Origin. In the files of Help Wanted, there's a large series of images of old-fashioned animatronics from the 70s. Some of these are from Showbiz. One of these, I think, was used for a Beatles album or concert they did or something. It's there's a bunch of weird. There's 20 images of animatronics, and all of them are called Origin. And there's one in particular. Let me send it to you. One, yeah, it's actually called 0RGN. But there's one in particular.
This is Help Wanted.
Put this on stream. This is Help Wanted. Put this on stream because it'll allow chat to know what I'm talking about. There's one in particular that looks a lot like the Mimic, and it's very interesting. All of these are old frame model endoskeletons with these metal ridges and these very basic rounded shapes, all from the 70s, 80s era. And they're all called Origin, if I remember correctly. Some of them might have different names, and all of these look vaguely like the Mimic. And people are saying, rightfully so, that this means that even back in Help Wanted, Steelwool and Scott had a vague idea that they wanted the Mimic to be an endoskeleton originally.
100%.
So obviously by Help Wanted, they already had the Mimic planned because Glitchtrap has the Mimic in him. Back in Help Wanted, they definitely had the Mimic. Glitchtrap mimics a tape girl's voice. It couldn't be more clear.
There was
even if Afton's in there's a Mimic there somewhere.
There used to be discourse that the plan was Burn Trap, and then people reacted negatively to it, so Scott pivoted and retconned in the Mimic. I think that's obviously nonsense.
It's the other way around.
And I think that
it's the other way around.
Yeah, I think the Dawko interview really shows that Steelwool invented Burn Trap out of nothing, and that I think Scott had the plan for everything we're seeing now, including Secret of the Mimic and then probably Security Breach 2, back before Help Wanted came out. I think that Edwin and David Murray have been a thing for 7 years at this point.
Someone said that this wasn't intended to be the Mimic. These were taken by the creator of Showbiz as reference for Steelwool. These were like reference images that Steelwool used. I am
Oh,
convinced
really?
that this has something. Yeah, someone in chat pointed this out, and I do remember they were like talking to Steelwool about this, and they sent some images. I'm convinced that Steelwool used this as reference for the Glamrock Endos, the Mimic, some of the endoskeletons for Help Wanted itself. I think it's very likely that this was, if not used for the Mimic endoskeleton right away, an inspiration for the Mimic endoskeleton.
Why's it got like
This is
Game Boy camera artifacting all over it?
it's edited.
Why
The
though?
original image has color. It was taken on a phone, I think.
But this
Judging by
is
the
what's in
aspect
the
ratio, at least.
this is what's in the
This is
game.
what's in the files.
Huh.
Yeah. The image was taken by the guy who made Showbiz on his phone or his camera. Steel either cropped it or just straight up took it and added layers and made it saturation 0. So, yeah, made it black and white for some reason.
I'd love to see the original photo. Lost Media people, get on that. Hack them.
Yeah. So yeah. It's interesting. I don't really know.
Never heard about
I
that.
really, yeah, I don't really know why so few people know about it. I think it's very cool. The Help Wanted, Help Wanted itself has a lot of very interesting cut content. And yeah, that's the end. That's the iceberg. That's all of it.
Yay.
Still, do you like it?
Yes, it was certainly the best iceberg I've completed in a live stream on this channel.
Yeah, well, that's not saying much.
Fazbear Ent says, I hate 0RGN. Like, you hate the image, or you hate that it's, like, people talk about it?
He hates it because it's glitch mimic.
I mean, it's glitch both. I don't see how it's anything.
I think it's more like confirmation that Glitch Trap and the Mimic Endoskeleton were planned around the same time in development.
Yeah.
Which is very strong indication of Mimic even back then. That's right, boys. Mimic isn't a retcon. It never was and never will be.
Nope. What was my score? I was missing like 7 or 8. By
yeah,
Godspeed,
you missed
Spider-Man.
7 or 8.
Okay, so you outsmarted me.
I did. I win.
The button at the bottom of the exotic butter basket that triggered the origin images is still in the game. Wait, could you see these in game, or they were in the files?
No, they were in the files, but there was I didn't notice, but apparently there's a button to trigger them, but they're not used.
Huh. That's so weird. And when they say that like Showtime Pizza, they mean like someone who's currently working for Chuck E. Cheese took these photos and sent them to Steelwool?
No, it's the creator of Showbiz.
Yeah, which is Chuck E. Cheese.
Merged with Chuck E. Cheese. 2 different things.
Oh, no.
But yeah.
Yes.
It was the guy who originally made Showbiz before the merger with Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, interesting. That's so weird. I bet Steelwool or Scott could just like hire that guy on as like a full-time consultant.
They consulted him for the animatronics, so it's saying something.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Do you want to here Unwithered, if you're still in chat, do you want to come and watch Schedule Theory with us?
Yeah, we can wait a little bit. I don't mind like just chatting with you, GiBi, until Unwithered gets off his bus.
But I also don't want to wait if he's going to be like, no, I don't actually want to do it. Because, like, what? It would probably be the same time for him as it is for you. It's, like, late.
That's true.
Yep. Good old John Showbiz.
John Showbiz, yeah.
John Showbiz.
And don't forget about Charles Cheese.
Yes, Charles Entertainment Cheese. I won't be home for like 30 minutes and don't want to make you guys wait. That's fair.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus,
all good.
It's 11 p.m. for you guys. Jeez.
True. Look, I once stayed up. I have chronic stay up at night syndrome, but I once stayed up until 5:30 a.m. for the stream on your birthday. So really, I'm used to it. Yeah, all 3 of us have seen Schedule Theory. So do we want to do anything else before we call it a day?
Like just watch Schedule Theory or not even watch Schedule Theory?
Do you want to? I don't mind.
Yeah, we can. We can. I will.
Okay, let's do it.
I will criticize T-Dreads. I will make sure he knows how much I despise him.
Upgrade to the.
I'm joking, guys.
Yeah,
I left
we
a
all
comment.
love T-Dress.
I left even the video. I left a comment on it. I'll show it on screen in a second once I get to it. Scott Cawthon is the greatest writer on earth, and I'm gonna have to stream to you. Share your screen.
Schedule theory is better than God David because it is like
Who-
literally undeniable, unlike God David.
Schedule theory
Schedule
is just
theory
true.
is schedule theory. It's not just because we joke about God David being undeniable. Schedule theory is just fact after fact after fact. There is no like theory aspect to it.
Yep.
It is literally just a bunch of facts pieced together into one coherent story, and I really like it. It's very good.
Yeah, I left a comment. I said, I hate that you solved it. I hate that this is canon. I hate this theory. Good job. And someone said, I think you just hate that your arch nemesis T-Dreads proved you wrong about something.
Saw that one, yeah.
What are you talking about? Proved me wrong about what?
I don't know why you're so against schedule theory. I think it makes perfect sense for the fun times to have killed a bunch of kids before sister location.
I think it makes the story much worse. It's obviously true, and we have to take it as true, but I think it makes the story much worse.
I think it makes the story so much better because it shows that the fun times are still suffering and forced to do things that they don't want to do.
But now there's just a whole bunch of other, like, oh my god, we got like 50 dead kids in one town, and no one ever goes,
Yeah, it's
I
agony.
think it's that Freddy's.
It's not necessarily one town. It's the entire state because these are being ships, remember?
So we're working on dairy it logic. It's like a bunch of people die, but
Yeah,
no one
yeah,
notices
yeah,
because
yeah.
agony.
Yeah,
Boo.
exactly.
Boo.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Unwithered. Says, I really dislike the idea they were killing the kids willy-nilly. I agree. William Afton should not be willy-nilly.
To be honest, there probably weren't that many dead kids. They probably only kidnapped kids whenever there were those PRT or PRV private parties that are shown on the schedule.
Yeah, but if, like, 4 kids get kidnapped the week that you're working there, it's implied that a lot of kids have gone missing the entire time. Yep. Pickle Pepper says it downplays the tragedy of the dead kids. I agree.
Honestly, yeah, it does downplay the tragedy, but I think it makes sense. I think it adds a lot more to the fun times.
And now there's just like a bunch of random people in Molten Freddy. All right, everyone, post Edwin's.
Molten Freddy is the ultimate agony conglomeration.
Yep, Edwin's in the chat for T-Dreads.
Cool.
I think everything in Schedule Theory is great and true,
T-Dreads?
except the assumption that them being in maintenance has to mean they've been killing kids. That is probably the loosest part, but I don't know why else they would be in
Correct,
maintenance.
yeah.
I think night 1 of Sister Location is Wednesday, is like undeniable. Right? Like the schedule part of Schedule Theory is just clearly what was intended. But I do think that when you combine that with like, well, why do they need to be shocked? Probably because they were killing kids. Why does baby say something happened, it always happens? Something bad happened, it always happens. Probably because she snatched a kid. The idea that, like, oh, the fun times were in operation for years and they're meant to steal kids, but they just never did, is just a cope that we've had for 10 years. And it sucks, because that would be better. But yeah.
Although, yeah, like, it kind of makes sense for them to have kidnapped kids, considering, you know, they were around for, what? I believe that it's, like, in the 90s to 2000s even. I prefer 90s, and you believe it's in the 80s. So at least 2 years, basically, that they were just left and kept getting rented out anyway. So why not? Why not kidnap kids?
Yeah. All right, we're gonna watch it. You guys are gonna have to tell me
Let's
if it's too loud or not too loud or whatever.
May 30th.
So this is TD.
2025.
Can you still hear me over him? Is it good loudness? Can you hear him?
One began to blow
What do you guys think?
up on Twitter. The post showcased a piece of audio hidden in the files of Sister Location that is played only twice on night 5 and at a very quiet level. It plays specifically when you reveal the small keypad tucked inside Circus Baby's head. Take a listen.
A little quiet. Gross cracking bone sounds.
From what we can gather from the game files, this sound is simply titled Guts, and upon hearing it, Cry-Night and I became most afraid, as given the point in the game at which this plays, we thought it was supposed to be Elizabeth's bones and blood crunching and sloshing around inside of baby's stomach, which threw me off because if sister location takes place when we think it does, that body should have already been removed.
Yeah, no
Refusing
matter
to
what it
accept
should
that
have
sister
been.
location takes place like a few days after Elizabeth's death, I began thinking of some other possibilities to explain this sound. Using everything I could to brainstorm, I eventually found my way to the animatronic schedule hidden in the Scott game source code before the game's release. A detail that had been covered when it first appeared, but that faded into obscurity soon after.
Yeah, so to make a comment that Unwithered Truth just said, you know, whether or not Elizabeth's body is in Baby or any other kid's body is in Baby, that sound shouldn't play realistically when you open the faceplate. And as Unwithered says, nothing about the faceplate opening should make the sound happen, so it could just be spooky ghost, non-canon, creepy game ambience. And I agree. But that's sort of not what... That's not, for me, the thing that proves or shows that there are bodies in the Fun Times. That's just like TD telling the story of how he got here. Also, is this a reference I don't get? What is this little bathtub thing?
What?
Is this like an examination table?
Let me have a look. Hold up.
Like, what's he have on screen? Is this like an autopsy table?
I don't know. This just instantly reminds me of Dexter for some reason.
Yeah.
But no, I don't recognize this. But to clarify on what I agree. I think that the faceplate's opening and that sound creating like that sound just appearing could be like, oh, you open the faceplates, you're closer to the corpse. You know, the sound waves are traveling now because everything's exposed and open. Like, I'm sure that there's air in between the stomach hatch and the mouth. So
this is from Matt Pat's video, a mortician's table. Which Matt Pat video? The schedule? He went over the teaser and this image was in it. That's so weird.
Oh, I guess it is a mortician's table.
Brian and
Yeah.
I spent hours.
It's got the freezers in the back.
Same old phone?
Boo!
Nah. Upgrade to the new
Galaxy Z Fold
Boo.
7. Boo.
Boo! Make a phone that doesn't break after you fold it.
If you use fold phones, you're an NPC.
I know a lot of people who have them, but whenever I see, and like, I would love one, but they always get a weird crease in them over time, and I'm like, the technology just isn't there yet. I want it, but it's not worth it. Anyway.
Yeah, if you use the current ones, that's kind of lame, but I think it's a very good concept.
And we found something worth talking about. See, there are patterns in that schedule, subtle ones. Specific status conditions for the animatronics that line up with the game's
confused.
events
He's poisoned.
in curious ways. Ways that suggest that Sister Location is less about a single tragedy and more about an ongoing project. Let's examine this schedule together. It's a week-long schedule that lists 5 animatronics: Baby, Ballora, 2 Funtime Fs, and an out-of-service animatronic. For each day of the week, they're assigned specific status conditions: available, booked, private, or maintenance. Now, after the game came out, most people dismissed this. The general assumption was, oh, cool, this was just a way to hint toward the fact that Sister Location takes place in a rental facility. And while that's true, that's not all this schedule is saying. In fact, it tells us something much more important. And to explain what, we need to fast forward to night 1 of Sister Location. The game opens with Hand Unit explicitly telling us that we're working at a rental service.
Allow me to fill this somewhat frightening silence with some lighthearted.
Should have had subtitles on
Due to the
stream here,
massive
T-Dreads.
success, and even more so the unfortunate closing of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
T-Dreads should step out of his car, pull over, and explain to us the intricacies of schedule theory.
Unlike most entertainment venues, our robotic entertainers are rented out for private parties during the day.
So, if the schedule was only meant to hint at that, it feels bizarre that the game would give away that information almost immediately.
There is a car.
Then there's our job.
I'm
Each
running
night
out
in
on
Sister
the road.
Location, Hand Unit provides a predetermined set of tasks for Michael to complete, different from typical FNaF gameplay. On night 1, we're told to shock Ballora, shock Funtime Foxy, shock Baby, and then go home. That's it. Funtime Freddy is noticeably absent from night 1. We're not asked
so
to
funny.
do anything involving him. Now, on night 2, The tasks change just slightly. Shock Ballora, shock Funtime Foxy, shock Baby. But this time, we do have a run-in with Funtime Freddy. Specifically, we're sent to the breaker room because Freddy's been tampering with the power, causing the controlled shock buttons to stop working. Then we spend the rest of our shift trying to fix the breaker. And at the start of our next shift, Hand Unit notes that he's upset with our performance and that we didn't meet the expectations for that shift. Here, take a listen.
Now that your elevator experience has been customized to your needs and you're thoroughly relaxed, it's worth mentioning that due to your lackluster performance yesterday, your pay has been decreased by a
Quotations
substantial
facing the
amount.
wrong
Compared to
direction,
night
TD.
1, we're sent to shock 3 animatronics, just like on night 2, but this time there's no complaint from the Hand Unit the following morning. That stuck out to me, so I pulled the chart back up and began looking through everything on it.
Same old phone?
Oh my god.
Upgrade to the new
Guys,
Galaxy
you can't
Z
even
Fold
blame
7.
me for this. T-Dreads is like, what if they have to watch an ad, my third ad in 5 minutes? What if these guys have to watch an ad every 2 minutes?
He's money maxing. He puts
Money-
ad slots on every minute.
My god.
And it clicked. The structure of
He says
night
that's
1
what you get. That's
and
what I get for
2,
what?
who we're tasked
For
with
having that same
visiting
old phone.
and who we're not lines up perfectly with Wednesday and Thursday night on the source code schedule. Let me explain in order. Out of the 4 animatronics on Wednesday, 3 are booked. These are Baby, Ballora, and Funtime Foxy. Hand Unit even describes Baby as having a
Busy day today. Let's check the light and make sure she's in proper working order.
and this is because she was booked for a party that morning, like it says on the schedule. The only animatronic that wasn't booked was one of the Funtime Fs. And what did we already establish? There's no instructions to shock Funtime Freddy that night, making him the bottom Funtime F on this schedule. We don't need to do anything to him because he didn't go out that day. Then, on night 2, our tasks are to shock Ballora, Funtime Foxy, and Circus Baby before our night gets disrupted and we need to reset the breaker. Upon taking all night to do this, Hand Unit becomes upset with our performance. This is because night 2 is Thursday. All of the animatronics were booked that morning. When we get to the bunker at night, Hand Unit expects us to shock all of them, but we don't have time, so he's upset with our performance and docks our pay. Looking at this pattern, we can say animatronics marked as available, the ones who were not rented out to parties that morning, don't need to be shocked at night, while animatronics marked booked, the ones that did go out to parties that morning, need to be shocked. We never really questioned why we shocked the animatronics. We just kind of do it because we're told to, but when you sit down and think about it, and more importantly, when you think about when we shock each of them, it lines up perfectly with Michael's work week, starting on this Wednesday and ending on this Sunday. Let's continue. On night 3, we don't shock Baby, only Ballora and Foxy. In fact, Hand Unit specifically tells us that
There is no need to check on Baby tonight. Please refrain from entering unauthorized areas.
Now, why would he emphasize that there's no need to check on Circus Baby on this particular night of the game? Well, let's look at our trusty schedule. Night 3, Friday, tells us that Circus Baby was available that morning.
I do want to say, TD, I know you didn't fully edit this yourself, but if I were you, I would have pointed out that this chart thing we're looking at is fan-made, and I would have shown the original source code from Scott's website that was then used to make this chart. Not that I think it's super important, but I do think that that would be good for the community to know, because I don't want people citing this video 10 years from now being like, this little Excel document was actually found within sister location. Unwithered says, do we think it could be that William is intentionally torturing the animatronics to generate agony within the MCI souls rather than harvest new ones?
That's what I used to think, up until Cryo and T-Dreads went on stream at 1 a.m. I watched it and I was like, whoa, what the hell?
So in...
I used to think that the controlled shock was about generating agony.
Well, in FNaF 6, we shock them to calm them down.
Yeah, to pacify them and like loosen their
Yes.
joints or whatever. I don't
Yes. So TD's theory is that we have to calm them down because they have a new influx of new remnant from being lent out and killing someone. I think that's where the theory goes.
know. Yeah.
She wasn't rented out. The remnant inside her hasn't been disturbed by
Here we go.
interacting with
Literally
new
this.
children, so she doesn't need to be shocked. Funtime Foxy and Ballora are both booked on Friday, and we shocked them, so that lines up with Friday being night 3 as well. On night 4, Saturday, both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy are scheduled for maintenance, while Baby and Ballora are reserved for something private. And in the gameplay of night 4, exclusively Baby and Ballora are together.
Same old phone?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god!
Galaxy
The
Z
first
folds out.
Same
time
old
it's the
phone,
same ad.
same old phone. Same old ad, same old
Give me-
ad.
GiBi, I think they're trying to tell you something.
I think I
I
need a
think the
new
little
phone.
FBI people behind your computer are trying to tell you something.
The agony in my computer is like, I can't believe your phone is 2 years out of date.
He is
And
here
Baby
and always
literally
watching the
starts
phone you
shit-talking
shouldn't have
Ballora
bought.
about how she never learns.
Ballora never learns.
She's complaining about something that happened at the private show earlier. Today, night 4, is also the first time maintenance technicians other than Michael appear
Incredible.
in the bunker. And
Incredible,
guess
by the
what?
way. Incredible moment.
Saturday, night 4, is the first of 2 maintenance days.
But T-Dreads, you're wrong.
Who
Who
is
the
that
hell
a
is this?
person? Yes.
Who the hell is this?
I thought you could have used a picture of me, but yeah, I don't know who this is. Also, I'm gonna shoot I'm gonna call my shot right now. I think 11 minutes into the video, we're gonna get our next same old phone ad. One of Cryo's friends. This is a real person Cryo knows. I love their sweater. That's so funny.
Insane hairline. Like,
Yeah.
This is just not doing them justice. It's not the fact that their forehead is large. It's the fact that the hair, like, it's cropped out in such a way that makes it look like they just have a huge random wave for no reason. It's likely they just have a big bob on the top of their head, but this just makes them look silly.
Incredible.
Why pick a friend of Cryo's? Why not pick like GiBi or
Yeah.
like hell, I don't know, Valerie
Matt
or
Pat,
something?
yeah.
I don't know why. Well, actually, pick John FNaF. Actually, I need more proof.
Forehead victim. Oh my god.
It's a private
Poor
party day for
victim.
Ballora, not a maintenance day. So why is Ballora in the scooping room? Theory debunked.
And to that I say, you need to pay less attention to the fact that it's a maintenance man talking, and more to what the maintenance man is saying.
Okay, bring her over.
Where's the
Forward.
subtitles?
One.
I'm deaf, TD.
Okay, stop. Set it down.
You couldn't even make it
Watch
mono
this.
channeled. Shake my head.
What happened to it this time?
Yeah, the fact that
Just
it's
seems like these things
on
can't go a
mono
day
was
without breaking down.
pissing me off.
Who knows? It's always the same, man. Some kind of hardware malfunction. Well, hey, I have to be somewhere in 15 minutes, and this place gives me the creeps. Can we just get this over with?
What happened to it? I have to be somewhere? These technicians have been called in to work. They need to scoop Ballora because she broke down at the private party her and Baby were rented out to that day, which is why only her and Baby are here and why Baby is mad. Ballora breaks down at this private party, and now the technicians have to go out of their way to prep her for tomorrow's maintenance, when their night's work should have been completed by now. They ask what happened because they've been called in on short notice and don't know what's going on. If night 1 takes place on Wednesday, then this schedule literally lines up perfectly with the game. After days that animatronics are scheduled, you shock them until they start acting normal again. That's why you shock Ballora and Funtime Foxy almost every time you check on them, and why you specifically don't have to shock Baby on night 3. For the 3 of them, this schedule explains everything that happens in this game if night 1 is on Wednesday. And look, just thinking about this source code schedule, it makes no sense for Scott to ever give us this unless we could figure it out. Look specifically at the fact that there are 2 Funtime Fs.
True.
Scott doesn't specify which Funtime F is
Pause.
Foxy
I want to say
and
something.
which is...
I brought this up to T-Dreads, but being T-Dreads, he doesn't respond to the DMs where I talk about the lore, and only responds to DMs how fun the Roblox game was yesterday, or sending him a random meme, or talking about how peak God David is. But this schedule, like the way they aligned it, is in alphabetical order. I don't know if it's the same case in the source code. I don't know. I know that both Funtime Fs are the same. But if the bottom Funtime F in the website is attributed to the same sequence, then they're in alphabetical order. Baby, Ballora, Funtime, Fox. I think that gives a lot more credence to the theory. If
Yeah,
that's the
so
case.
this should be Freddy if they're alphabetical, which it is,
Freddy
right?
on
Yeah,
this chart.
exactly. Which it is. It is Freddy.
Yeah, no, that does give it better. That's good. Good stuff. More stuff. Good stuff.
And that's because
We're overdue
we can
for an
use
ad.
the game to solve this chart and
Yeah.
figure out which
Same
is
old phone.
which. Because of the events of the game, we know the top one is Foxy and the bottom one is Freddy. To recap the important stuff so far, this is the schedule the game gives us. On nights 1 and 2, you shock Baby because she was booked. You don't shock her on night 3 because she was available all day. She goes to a private show on night 4 and is scheduled for maintenance on night 5. Ballora and Funtime Foxy are shocked on nights 1, 2, and 3 when they're booked the whole way through. You never shock Funtime Freddy, and because you didn't shock him on night 2 when you were supposed to, Hand Unit tells you on that day, and that day alone, that you did a bad job. The only time you ever work on an animatronic that doesn't line up with this schedule is Funtime Freddy on night 3. But again, this can be explained by the circumstances of the game. After Hand Unit tells us that we did a bad job, he tells us why we have to work on Funtime Freddy on night 3. Listen carefully to the language he uses.
Due to unforeseen malfunctions from today's shows, your nightly duties will require you to perform maintenance that you may or may not be skilled enough to perform. It became necessary for technicians to attempt to disconnect Funtime Freddy's power module. However, they were unsuccessful. You will need to reach the parts and service room on the other side of Funtime Auditorium to perform the procedure yourself.
Hand Unit tells us that following a show, Freddy began to malfunction. Not a booked out party like the others, a scheduled in-house performance. And, unlike the others, Freddy wasn't shocked on night 2 like he was supposed to be. So what happened? Well, he lashed out. He had too much energy because we didn't reset him. And, according to Hand Unit, he physically harmed 2 technicians, bad enough that they had to be sent away for several weeks to recover.
So in the section where we have to reset the breakers, what's the in-game reason for that? It's like,
I'm pretty sure it's just I know what happens. It's all right, do your controlled shocks. You try to control shock. Oh no, it doesn't work. Go over there and make sure that everything okay. You do baby desk thing. I'm pretty sure that's night 2. You go back, and then you're like, oh, go to the breaker room because there appear to be power malfunctions. You toddle over there. You fix the breakers. Turns out Funtime Freddy and Bon were
yeah, but
fixed them. Then you go back.
do we think that he unplugged the power for some reason, or do we think that his presence was drawing power?
No, I think he was just like breaking the breakers. I think it was just like flipping the levers and stuff. Like Bon was just fiddling with them. I don't know. I never thought about that.
Yeah, it's very odd that it happened. T-Dread says, Freddy's just messing with the power by eating it all. Hand Unit has no idea how to diagnose the issue. Yeah, so he's just gobbling up electricity like he's the animatronics from the week before. Huh.
That's fair.
It's weird.
Although, canonically, in the FNaF universe, you can fix power outages, issues, and breaks in wires by pulling a lever. So,
yep.
Yeah. In Secrets of the Mimic, the elevator crashes, everything burns, and sparks fly everywhere, and you just go backstage and pull 2 levers, and it's fixed.
Yep.
Michael, to take over tasks that were not qualified to handle. Hand Unit even specifies that these malfunctions were unforeseen. It's defined that way because the schedule doesn't account for this. The other technicians were called in to do this task when they otherwise shouldn't have been.
Same old phone? Nah, Upgrade to the new Galaxy
Same
Z
old
Fold.
phone.
No way.
Same old
No
phone.
way.
Same old phone. Yes, let's go. Everyone
old
got
phone.
my same old phone. Same old
Same
phone.
old phone. Same old phone. Wait,
my
GiBi,
gosh.
is this like a frequent occurrence? You just
No, no. I have YouTube Premium. I don't get ads. When I have to stream not logged in.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep. No, I don't have ads, so I have no idea. I've never seen that ad before.
And then if you're not signed in, that means they're not personalized.
Correct.
Which means that it's just randomly giving you the same ad like 5 times in a row.
Yes, and then a King of the Hill ad.
Then King of the Hills. Fine, it compensates, okay? It evens out.
It has been 5 minutes since the last ad, not 2 minutes. So maybe we can expect the next one in like 18 minutes. The next same old phone will be around here.
Same old phone. Can
Same
we make
old
a
phone.
same old phone?
Same old phone. Oh, it's muted. Yeah, that's our next piece of merch.
That's our next piece of merch is the same old phone t-shirt.
Yep. Or T-Dreads, make your next song same old phone. But it's like it's about some phone guy.
It is the same old phone.
Same old phone guy in the window. Let's go.
Other technicians were called in to do this task when they otherwise shouldn't have been. We've explained 4 nights of the schedule so far, and now we can circle back to the original point. The squelchy noises coming from Circus Baby on night 5. The entire reason I looked back in the sister location was because of this sound, because I thought it might be Elizabeth in there, and because that would screw up the entire timeline. But with the revelation of this schedule, we finally have an answer that doesn't mess up the entire timeline. Well, at least not quite as badly. On night 5, Baby gives us a hint that we all overlooked because none of us ever took her too seriously.
Something bad happened yesterday. Something bad always happens. I don't want it to happen again.
She could be
2
lying,
things
but that's
here.
a cope.
This is the only time in the entire game that anyone refers to a malfunction or event involving the animatronics as something that happened yesterday. Now, this changes everything because Night 5 takes place on a Sunday, which means yesterday, in this case, would have been Saturday. So what was the bad thing that happened on Saturday? Well, let's go back to the schedule. According to the chart, Circus Baby and Ballora were assigned exclusively to a private event that day.
There is something bad inside of me.
Something bad inside of me, huh? Think back to everything we
Entered.
see from Circus Baby.
Sorry, got entered
in this
inside
game.
of me. Someone said, oh my god, where is it? I would be a bit agitated at night too if I had to sing these same old phones.
The animatronics, the animatronics do get a bit quirky at night, but do I blame them? No. If I had to listen to those same old phones for 20 years and I never got a skip ad button, I'd be a little irritable at night too. I know this line because of 20 years retcon.
Genius.
Only reason I know that
Exactly
call
what
by heart.
happens whenever she's alone with somebody. A giant claw comes out of her stomach, and she grabs them, dragging them into her stomach hatch, and boom. There's something bad inside of her.
Got entered
Something bad
inside of
happened
me.
yesterday. Something bad always happens.
I've
It
got entered
happened
inside of me.
again. At a private party on Saturday, Circus Baby was likely left alone with another child. And just like years ago, she did what she was designed to do, luring the child in and kidnapping them, bringing them back down here to the underground testing bunker. Only this time, we don't see it happen in a minigame. We just hear the aftermath. That awful sound playing from inside Baby on night 5 is not Elizabeth. It's somebody else. Someone who disappeared the day before. A child's corpse still trapped inside of her.
Inside
and given the way
of me.
she speaks on this night, these exact events have likely been happening with tons of kids over the years. The only problem with this particular connection is that the sound persists when we send Circus Baby to the scooping room and when only Ennard is following us. But then in the private room, the sound doesn't play at all when Ennard is around. There is an audio coding error immediately after this vent section at the scooping part.
What
So maybe
audio
Scott
coding
was just
error is
having a
this?
rough day.
Yeah, I don't know what
Like,
this is in reference to.
Like T-Dreads, please pray do tell. I know a lot about the audio of Night 5 because I looked into Strange Voice, but I don't know of an audio bug unless I forgot something. So let us know.
Someone in chat, Guts is supposed
Guts
to play in
supposed to
Scoop
play-
Room.
Really?
You know that from the code?
Or Guts is not supposed. Why would it play in the scooping room?
Or I guess I would just ask where that information comes from. And like, if it doesn't
how
play,
do
how
you-
do we know that it's... If it doesn't play, how do we know it is supposed to? I think not that many kids went missing. They just keep scooping them so the maintenance protocols don't change if someone has gone missing. I don't know. Would this also imply that when Ballora gets scooped, there's a no, there's only kids and Baby and Freddy. I don't know. So the way the code works, Guts equals innards equals Ennard. Sorry, who's running the rental kidnapping during the game? Isn't Afton already springed up? No, that doesn't happen for a few more weeks, duh. Baby kidnaps whenever she's alone, but that's a rare occurrence. I don't think GiBi knows what Instagram is. What?
Why wouldn't you? You know, it's the
That's millennial
it's the app
coded.
with the old. It's the old camera icon, you know, the brown one. Yeah, that's totally what it looks like now. The brown one. With
Yeah, the brown Polaroid
yeah.
camera.
Yeah, exactly.
On my
the
iPod
Polaroid.
Touch in 2009.
Yeah, exactly. Back in my iPhone 6.
Is that...
What year was iPhone 6? I don't
know.
remember.
I have a good phone.
I used to have one.
Same old phone.
Same old phone. iPhone 6 was 2014.
Jeez.
Yeah,
no.
that's accurate, I think.
I had an iPod
updated
Touch
it.
Gen 2, which would have been like 2009 or something. Scott had certain audios that are rated like a priority that cuts off all other sounds. The sound file is when you walk into the scooping room, but Baby's monologue cuts off the code. So it is supposed to play Guts while you're in there. Okay, that's
Almost
weird.
as if Ennard is almost as if Guts is more tied to Ennard than Baby. You know why? Strange voice on MP3. Yeah,
Yep.
let's go.
Don't worry, Gremlin. I saw all your weird comments about getting Ballora pregnant and voring Ballora. I saw those. Don't worry, I saw them.
What?
Gremlin's like me walking out of sister location with a suspiciously Ballora-shaped in my tummy or something.
William Afton's like, where did my wife go? And
No.
Gremlin is like with his suspiciously Ballora-shaped stomach.
And then there was something else earlier about like Baby is jealous because I got Ballora pregnant, something like that.
Unwithered finally got off the bus.
Chat.
Unwithered
Yes.
house theory.
Unbust theory.
Unwithered house theory. Unbust. No, wait. How are we all doing?
I'm good. It's like midnight for both of you guys, right?
Yes, yeah.
Jeez.
I've been watching all the way home.
What do you you've been commenting your thoughts on schedule theory, so I'll let you have your
Yes.
bit now and then we'll finish it up. What's your not criticisms?
Well,
but...
I mean, do we want to get the end and then we can
Sure.
we can
Then
kind
we
of
can yap
discuss it
about
as a
it.
whole, maybe.
Yep. Teacher says, I'm happy with the video, but I had Mamakato edit, and there was not a lot of communication because I've been in the hospital all week. That's why there's help wanted models mixed with sister locations mottos. I think she did great, though. Yes, I also think she did great. Besides the one quotation mark facing the wrong direction. What are you doing, Mamakato? Also, chat.
I think the video's great.
Out of her
think
way
it's pretty
to
well
flip,
done.
To flip
it's
it.
very well done. Yeah,
Yep.
It's a very well done video. Also, chat, wish TD to get well. The God Victim and God David was too powerful, and his eyes are up. So
The God David video, it's like looking into the Ark in Indiana Jones. It melted his eyeballs.
Oh damn! I did not know.
Yeah, everyone.
I did
Edwin's in
not
the
know
chat.
he's in hospital. I hope he's doing okay.
Yeah, everyone wish him a speedy recovery.
Edwin's in chat, boys. All right, we're gonna finish this vid.
That day,
Yep,
in
let's
terms of
finish it.
coding,
And get
but there's no
another
way to figure
same
out
old
if he
phone out.
meant to turn this sound off when you leave parts and service. I'd say, given that the sound plays when working on Baby, and doesn't play the other times we see Ennard, I'd still say it's more likely associated with Baby than Ennard, because it plays 100% of the time we physically see her on screen. But we don't even really need this sound to link the schedule and Baby's dialogue to the idea of new kids being captured. That idea in and of itself is solid just with the evidence. So at this point in the night, the three of us had gathered so much information from the source code that we went back to look at other parts of the source code to see if we could find something else. Wait, what's this? Secret text. It says, like the video or you're stupid. Oh, Scott, you shouldn't have. The first thing we wanted to touch on was the out-of-service animatronic, so we could try and figure out who that was. With knowledge from the week before, after all the theories about Foxy being out of order because he did the bite of 87, we can conclude that this animatronic is probably out of service because it was associated with a dangerous event.
The
This
spring
brings us back
locking.
to night 4, where we're put into a spring lock suit that was, and I quote,
I don't hate
not
schedule theory.
used the way it was meant to.
I don't hate it. I think it's
and
great.
that Baby
You just think it might be going a little too far in one of its aspects?
I think there's certain things that like they absolutely work, but I think there are other explanations which work equally as well.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about them.
Yeah, geez, guys. 228 viewers and only 115 likes. What are you doing? Do you hate
That's
us?
what I've been saying. This is crazy. I can't believe you guys all hate me.
Unwithered and Withered and myself and Tidra, do you hate all of us? This
And
is crazy.
yeah, you hate schedule
I made this
theory. I'm not the
iceberg.
one
I
that
made
hates
this
schedule
iceberg
theory.
for you, and you don't like the stream.
You're making him cry.
on.
You're making
50, only
Withered Circle
50% of people
kindergartner.
like.
you're making,
The
you're making the
lowest
kindergartner
iceberg
cry.
should be-
Withered meltdown theory.
You.
Yay.
Oh my god.
Hello.
He's finally not in the drive-thru anymore.
UG.
What? You don't know the color. I don't hate it, T-Dreads. I don't want to come off.
Well, I
that way.
hate you.
No.
No, this is the end of the FNaF theorist friend group.
I'm selling you to
everyone
Pixar.
gets mad.
Oh my god, this is the division.
The Beatles is breaking up.
Yep.
No.
Okay, I'll stay for the end of this.
Okay, I'm gonna hit play.
Yeah.
I have one major thing to criticize for you in a minute, T-Dreads.
He specifically
I'm
describes
gonna give you a
as
whooping.
being too dangerous. I think that the suit we're in on night 4 is the out-of-service animatronic that's listed on this schedule. Oh, by the way, this suit is also probably on the other side of the glass on night 5, right by Ennard. Because Ennard presses the button for the scooper over there, like the technicians had to do on night 4.
Cryonite and I were
And the
wrong.
technicians' voices on that night
Thank
are
you,
crystal
thank you,
clear,
Wither.
not muffled as if we're hearing them through a window.
I
Which means
appreciate
that
Wait,
your
I-
scrungleness.
We're wrong.
Yeah, I scrungled. I thought it would only be fitting.
Oh, no.
The same old phone. You escaped it. You escaped the same old
You
phone.
escaped the same
No.
old fragrance.
What we really looked into were the 3 client directories that Afton Robotics is linked to. These directories are Chica's Party World, Private B-Day Booking, and CRMN_INST. Now, at first glance, we should interpret these abbreviated words as being exactly what they appear to be. Stuff like children_ent and crim_int were easily interpreted as children entertainment and criminal institution / crewman it. That's how we're interpreting it from off to the community. And nobody thought twice about it. But consider the modern day
accessorizing.
Consider the fact that these were made by William Afton, a man who notoriously hides in plain sight, creating fictitious scenarios where he's front and center with the kids, as well as blending in as just another mascot during the MCI. With this in mind, I think what we see in the source code is also an act of William hiding his wickedness in plain sight. Look at the very first client directory, the one for Chica's Party World. Very few things are abbreviated.
It's so weird they
here,
brought this back in
and
Secret of the Mimic.
nothing
So
is
weird.
I'm glad.
suspiciously capitalized.
I like it. I like it,
Everything is
honestly.
as it
I'm
seems.
happy with that.
It's
I think
so...
it's really fun.
Because David is
It's
the
fun.
vengeful spirit, guys.
Because it's listed as client directory 001, are we supposed to assume that he bought this out a long time ago, so they had the rights to Chica as a character?
Well, if he's a client, he
Yeah.
doesn't own it, right? If they're a client of his, that means
Well,
that he
he,
works.
surely he owns
so
it though. Because in
Afton,
all the restaurant.
Afton
Well,
Robotics.
He doesn't own Fazbear.
Yeah, Afton Robotics and Fazbear are different companies. So Fazbear can be a client of Afton, even if he owns both. They're still different companies.
But he doesn't own Fazbear. He works for Fazbear.
I said even if he were to own both, they'd still be different.
Neither Henry or William owned Fazbear by 1985. Like, we already know that in at least like in 1987 there is a different person in charge, because at the end of the game there's like a CEO that says, "Oh yeah, this is really sad. We'll bring them back," which is something that Henry would never do, and William is out of the picture for now. So there is a different CEO. There's just co-founders, but they eventually get swapped out probably around 83 after Fred Bears. They get some bad PR and someone else comes in, helps them out.
Henry probably buys it out by the end of FNaF 1, because he has the license by the time of FFPS. So I assume he's just like sitting on the brand.
Yeah,
but then
FNaF
what?
1,
He lets
fails and he buys it out.
He lets frights happen. He lets Fazbear's fright happen.
Yeah, I mean he has no control. He has no control over that. That's someone else's thing.
He's in no position when he can sue them, right? Like he doesn't he doesn't have money first off. Like he's probably broke as hell. And he is in no position where he wants to reveal himself to the public because he wants to start the Pizzeria Simulator undercover. So he just lets FNAF 3 happen. That's how he finds Springtrap, and he starts building FNAF 6.
Possibly. Anyway, we have to get...
from his point of view, he probably thinks they're all... Oh, yeah, sorry. We're good.
No, we'd have to get to the part where I canceled T-Dreads.
I think that
because I mentioned the banana boner?
No, because you don't attribute
that's crazy.
Child remnant installation to me. That was my theory, and you don't even mention me.
I was watching it.
How could you?
Just the whole time I was watching it.
Okay, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't think you're where I first heard about that, so that's probably why.
I've never heard anyone else say it.
Okay, I definitely, because I remember watching your video way after, like I already knew it said that. So I don't know if I saw it on like Discord or Reddit or something. I mean, I could put it in the description,
no,
but like,
I genuinely don't care.
I promise you, I wasn't trying to be like, yes, I'm gonna steal GiBi's.
I can't believe you'd betray me like this. You didn't even thank Mama Kato for editing the video. What are you doing?
It's in the description.
The Beatles are breaking up, guys.
Yeah, this audio was recorded in May, so
yeah, that's crazy.
I didn't know she was gonna be editing it.
This video's been in the works for a while.
Yeah, I didn't know she was going to be editing.
Yeah, I was wondering why there was no mention of Secret of the Mimic Party World, but I get that now because it was made in May. That makes sense.
Legitimate business, something that William runs on the side that's completely clean and has nothing criminal going on.
People in chat are like, out of service is definitely Funtime Chica, but like you just said it was the Springlock. It was definitely the Springlock.
I think it's the Springlock.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, one thing I want to
Chica's Party World, I reckon.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where Funtime Chica was made by William. Like Henry was like, "Hey, can you make this?" So he just made Funtime Chica, sent her to Chica's Party World one day, and then after that, Circus Baby's Pizza World and Entertainment and Rentals both shut down at one point. Henry just kept the animatronic, just put it in the back room or something, and left it for.
You can make an argument that Secret of the Mimic is explaining that because they show that Chica's Party World hires other companies to make their suits and stuff. So they are hiring Afton Robotics to make Chica's animatronic version for Party World.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So, do we think that Chica's Party World just used a guy in a costume and then they just only swapped to animatronics like in 85? Like, is that what we're going with?
Yeah, I'd say it was even maybe later. Like they maybe didn't upgrade for a while until Afton.
The Chica costume in Sodom. The Chica costume in Sodom has like padding on the inside.
No,
love it.
And Gamora.
Yeah. Every time he calls.
I'm not going to say
Secret. I hate it.
I'm not going to say Secret of the Mimic every time.
Secret of the Mimic.
I haven't. I usually call it SOTM. I just sometimes call it Sodom, but it has padding, so I think it's.
We say Sotum. We could say Sotum.
Yes, that's better.
Sodom is even worse. I don't know what you.
No, Sodom is worse. What? I guarantee. Every time T-Dreads just like Sodom.
Guys, the Beatles have to stop arguing. Okay.
Okay.
Like,
we're upsetting the fans.
The Beatles. Yeah, you're my arch nemesis, GiBi. Fuck you!
Oh my god, someone called me Rinko earlier. If I knew anything about the Beatles, I'd be highly offended.
yeah. GiBi and T-Dreads are arch nemesis, and I am Unwithered Truth's Wario. He's Mario. And Wario.
Yes. Perfect.
Wow.
Is Candy Bunny like the Beatles and D'Artagnan? Is that like is that what we're going with?
She's the fifth Ninja
Candy
Turtle
Bunny
who's only
is-
there sometimes.
Yes, the girl one from the movies.
The one with the blue
cyan
headband.
turtle.
That
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. Cyan. It's different. It's not blue. Leonardo's blue.
Yeah, it's cyan.
Very
Sure,
distinct.
whatever. Close enough.
Very distinct.
I'm
At least it
hitting-
wasn't like pink.
Why couldn't they have made it like I don't know? Yeah. But
They've got all of them pretty much.
I'm hitting play so we
what,
can get another
what are the
phone
colors
ad.
again?
Yeah. Could have been yellow.
Yeah, you deserve it.
Now,
You
as you go
deserve it,
further
Jimmy.
into the client directories,
You need that
things get
flip. You need the
progressively
screen to crease
more
down the
cryptic.
middle.
Here's a
Mobile phone.
theory you may have heard before. CRMN
like
underscore
3D
INST
screen
being the term
effects.
for
See, all right, so GiBi, the reason I say like
institutions-
Haven't
you may
heard
have
before?
No,
Haven't
I said
heard
may
before?
have heard. I said may have heard. Are you
I know.
deaf?
Yes, I am deaf.
Okay.
Beatles,
You
stop
are.
arguing,
That's
please.
true. I forgot. No, the reason I said it's a theory you may have heard before is because I genuinely thought it was like super popular, and like everyone knew about it. So
No, it's like it's one of the the things I've learned about my long video is that because it's so long and like I have these little things buried inside of it, a lot of people like just don't
know that
the
you
small,
originated some of the stuff.
Yeah, like the small theories didn't make as big of an impact as I would have hoped.
Yeah,
'Cause,
yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, yeah,
child remnant installation, I think, is a big mystery that I think the entire community should just adopt as the answer, which is why I made it its own separate video. But until I made that one, no one cared. Yeah.
Until you said that that's what it was, or sorry, until you said you made it, I had no idea you came up with it.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
No sense. Both other directories relate to endeavors that Afton is
I
directly
came up
involved
with children
in.
and so
Chica's Party World, which has animatronics.
Which is good. You're
going
going
to
to talk about it later. It's great.
And Private Birthday
I'm
Booking,
it.
which is Circus Baby's entertainment and rental. That's what this place is said to do on night one.
Oh, I never
Afton
talked
doesn't
about
own a prison
5
as far
online,
as
or
we're
whatever
aware
it
of.
was 5 on location.
He doesn't own a criminal institution, but he does own a CRMN INST, a child.
You know what I'm gonna do,
remnant
GiBi? I'm gonna link your channel right
installer.
when I say that. I'm gonna go in the cards. I'm gonna link your
This
video.
directory
Sexy.
is the shortest, with only 2 file paths and no additional information on
I'm gonna
what's
link
going
your
on.
criminal inst video.
Chica's Party World has other branches like birthday props and novelties that give you more context to the business. This directory doesn't. If anyone were to look at this directory, they'd be able to glean no context as to what the directory is actually for. It's deliberately left ambiguous by Afton because it's fucking illegal. Speaking of that, and a detail I have not seen mentioned anywhere elsewhere. I have searched, but I haven't seen this, so correct me if I'm wrong. The only other phrase formatted like CRMN underscore INST, which I expect to be something illegal, with one set of capital letters and an underscore in between the words, rather than the words being mushed together, is...
Step into Hojo.
No! Is.
No.
The one with
That's
the
so
big
fire.
Score.
I'm so sorry. I don't know much about the Ninja
wait,
Turtles.
Okay.
Well, it's the
GiBi,
one we said you were
looking
anyway,
at,
so it's fine.
I'm looking at my thing right now.
Mhm.
There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 6 possible places you can get ads on this video. How are you getting so many?
I signed up for extra ad bonus. No.
You're not signed in, so it probably plays more ads to people who aren't signed in.
Yeah,
I was gonna say because there's only 6 possible ad slots, and you've gotten like at least 8.
Because as far as YouTube is concerned, you've never watched an ad, so they're like, well,
he doesn't know what ads are.
You gotta make up.
Yeah,
for lost
have to pump it out. He's like a little guy living in his like little village, and it's like YouTube's okay. Show him ads. Show him ads.
He must
wants a flip
buy.
phone.
Same old phone.
Same old phone.
Yeah, wait, which Ninja Turtle has the staff? Is that Michelangelo? Is he the purple one?
That's Donatello.
Donatello. Is
That's
he the purple one?
He's the smart one. That's the one we said
Okay.
you were anyway. So that's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I play the.
Pedro's is Michelangelo. Withered is Raph. You're Donatello, and I'm Leonardo.
I was too young
Honestly,
for the 90s Ninja Turtle show, and then I was too old for the next one in the mid 2000s. But I played that NES game a lot. I played the NES game a lot.
I'm fine being Raph, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
Withered Circle's the green Ninja Turtle. Aren't they all green?
Okay, GiBi, I have
Actually,
put your
wait,
I've put your
Withered.
video to pop up when I say the words criminal institution with GiBi found this. There you go.
Dope.
Withered.
Yeah.
You are Raph because you dress in a trench coat and a little hat. So you are Raph. That's literally what Raph
True.
does. Perfect. It's set. It's all right. We did it. Perfect. Keep going.
Okay. Mama Kato, she also forgot to edit out the like 2 frames of black at the end of my candle. So if you see a little bit of like black screen pop up every now and then, that's why.
How dare she?
Yeah, she's fine. She actually did a really good job.
Yeah, she did.
Considering like
Yeah,
she
I
has
really
no
like
idea
editing.
how I edit.
In the
Like most
same
people couldn't
way
even tell.
as
Like in the
CRM
comments, no one even noticed that I wasn't
INST,
editing it.
Unless they were both similarly
I thought you did.
sinister.
Until now.
So
See?
I don't
Punk.
think
That's
this
what you're doing.
stands for children entertainment.
This is peak
it
right here.
stands for the other thing.
Peak.
The fun times.
I'm
are designed
entrapping
to
it.
do.
Peak.
The 5 on location animatronics from the
You know what the funny
private
thing is, GiBi?
birthday booking.
This is the one thing
Mm-hmm.
in the comments so far, the thing people hate the most is saying these 2 things, that this stands for child remnant installer. So even
Why?
they hate your conclusions the most in my video, even though they don't know they're from you.
Because you didn't have 30 minutes of build up, even though it's obviously correct.
are known
I mean,
for
what else?
initiating
Okay, never
and
mind.
assisting
I just want to see this next part.
in
And
children
there's a project.
entrapment.
Let's go. So
Did
good.
she spell that wrong?
No, I think that's
Wait,
fine.
what? Where?
Okay, I
Entrapment.
thought it was
Wait, let me see.
entrapment. I might be wrong though.
No, entrapment. That's correct. As
Okay, that's
the
huge.
unnecessarily good grammar guy. Except I still cannot spell silhouette, and I never will be able to.
Me neither.
Also on Withered, congrats on 200k views. Yay!
Matt
Thank
Pat
you
is
so much.
Splinter.
Thank you.
duh.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Ash will
Yeah.
react to this one, I believe.
I'm just thinking in the people we know. I guess Ritos to be would be the Splinter.
Right, Ritos. Yeah, either Ritos or Matt or Splinter. I think I think Cryo Shredder. I think that's just funny to have him be the.
But
Yeah,
but
the
if
antagonist.
someone pointed out that Mama Kato is April O'Neil because they have the same hair color, and then you could
Ryan
make
Toast,
Cryo
Ryan
Casey because the
Toast.
2 of them. Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah. So who's Shredder?
I'm shredded.
Scott.
I was gonna say funny guy. That's really bad.
No.
No. No.
That's really bad.
No.
No. What's the guy that steals theories? The guy that that like
Reddit
just puts up
Matt Pat?
terrible
Twisted
Reddit
animatronic.
slot.
Twisted
Yeah.
animatronic.
Twisted, yeah.
Twisted
Yeah,
Animatronic.
he's Shredder.
Matt
Yeah,
Pat?
Twisted
Money?
animatronic. No, but Shredder's cool. Shredder's like aura farming. Like, come on.
Who's who's a theorist we don't like, but is also really cool?
GiBi?
It's gonna be a hard question to answer. GiBi?
but GiBi,
Done.
no, but GiBi was Donnie. Come on.
Yeah.
You
Let
know
me-
the
let me have a look.
theorist I don't like.
Let me have a look for the sanctuary.
Shredder's and Tom.
Cyrus Squawks.
And Tom is crazy.
No, and
Cyrus
Tom,
Squawks.
and Tom being Shredder fits. I like that.
Cyrus Squawks is Baxter Stockman. Don't at me. Anyway, send tweet. Go.
What is happening right now?
This is the entire
We're
purpose
having
of
a
Fun
series,
Times. They were
Teenage
built for
Mutant
the
Ninja
sake
Turtles.
of
Wait.
entrapping children, and hidden in the source code, we can see even more evidence of that. But it's loosely veiled in case of prying eyes. Back to the note of the Remnant installer, we need to talk about what comes right after it. Project.
Enters a project.
This project is part of the Remnant installer. Note the slash between the words.
It's a
not
subfolder.
CRMN INST project, it's CRMN
That's what I meant.
INST, and then the project is a separate thing. And with the events of the game in mind,
a separate part, but you know,
I think we can figure out what this project is.
What
So
kind of
we know it's
goofy
a
ass
project
computer is
related.
William
Also,
using? What
oh,
kind of file
oh,
folders are these?
fun fact: every single sister location teaser is named project.
That's true.
Yeah.
Which one is client directory 2?
Children
That's
entrapment.
entertainment rental. That's entertainment rental. Yeah, private birthday booking with 5 online. So that's Seabear. Like
Oh.
private birthday booking.
See,
that's
okay.
literally what the company does.
So this is my only issue with Child Remnant installer is the other 2 are businesses, which are clients of presumably After Robotics or maybe Fazbear as a whole. So the third client is CRMN INST. So it should be a separate institution, or not an institution, but like a separate entity, which is working as a client
but then
of
also,
whatever company is writing
but
this.
then also Afton Robotics, Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental. That's Afton's, like, that's probably So you think that's Afton Robotics is his own? So they're all his own companies, then I would assume, then, right? Because he owns Afton Robotics too, and he also would probably repossess Chica's Party World at some point.
Yeah,
So
could
whatever,
be. Yeah, well,
whatever
I mean, if
whatever
he,
he's using to fund, because he probably doesn't want the magical death machine linked directly to the
Yeah.
name Afton. So he's probably doing it under.
Yeah, because
In fact,
so if
it's
we think
all
about it this
automated.
way,
He's barely involved. It's all automated.
if
He's
you think
barely
about it this
involved, and he
way,
probably wants it that
Circus
way.
Baby Pizza World is a restaurant working under Fazbear Entertainment, but Afton Robotics is the person who is the company designing the robots. So Circus Babies is a client of Aspen Robotics, even though he's running both. But they are technically, legally buying and purchasing animatronics from Afton in the same way that Chica's Party World does.
So you think it is criminal institution then? You think some jail?
Well, I don't know if it's
somewhere
criminal institution. I mean, that would be crazy if they're making if the implication is Afton
especially if
making,
it's never popped up
electric
again.
chairs or
and
whatever.
I think the fact that Project is the name of every teaser that surrounds the bunker, I think that means that Project has something to do with the bunker. So Ennard's part of the project, Biddy Babs are part of the project, Circus Baby's part of the project, Balora's part of the project, because they're all named Project.
You know what you
and
could
so
have? It could
by
be
proxy,
it could be
they
in
are
the
all
same
part
way
of
that
Sierra Dynasty.
in the same way that we have Circus Babies being owned by Afton, but still also being a client of him. You could have CRMN Institute being, Child Remnant installation as an entity which is working under the it's working in the same place. It's like a you could maybe rope in the experiments and stuff like that. Like maybe this is some sort of thing which is an entity working as a part of Afton Robotics, where again it's technically a separate entity, but they're all in the one building.
Well, it's interesting because you'd almost expect CRMN, INST, and Project to be under the private birthday booking as well. But I guess, and this wouldn't make much sense, but obviously it's called Circus Babies Entertainment Rental. It's not called private birthday booking. So it's possible those are related to certain aspects of the business, like Client Directory 3 is everything that's happening underground, and Client Directory 2 is everything that's happening on the ground level with financials. It's really weird. So, but the fact that its file path is so short.
This might be a stretch, but would instigation work?
Instigation?
Yeah, or instigate,
beginning the project,
to
instigate it,
in the action or process of creating an event or action.
Yeah.
To initiate something. So if they are making Child Remnant with the experiment bunkers, for example, that would be an instigating the Child Remnant.
If this is a scientific process that he's doing, right? What would be an action or a command that would instigate Child Remnant?
Being in a nightmare bunker.
Mega death. Super mega ultra death.
Being put through experiments where you're constantly in pain and tortured by scary robots and nightmare gas. That would do it.
Yeah.
What if this is the idea, right? So we know, this could be interesting. Afton's whole thing is, in this game anyway, we assume is he told Michael to go down here to put his sister back together, right? That's the goal. And that's what you talk about here as in the project, right?
Enters a project.
Yeah. But what if the idea of showing off the Nightmare Chambers in Sister Location, because one of the things I have an issue with Afton being the Fredbear plush, which I think he is, one of the issues I have is we never get a follow-up on what he actually did to put the Crying Crowd back together. Like, what was his goal, or how did he go about that? And I wonder if the idea is Child Remnant, institution, whatever, is like the Nightmare Experiments, and that was his way of putting him back together. He was running two things simultaneous. He was like, okay,
well, I have a whole
put him back together with the Nightmare Experiments.
I have a whole theory on how I think the point of Sister Location is so he can figure out how to put Bite Victim back together. I have a whole theory on that. I think everything that's going on down here is so he can figure out how to put Bite Victim back together. That's like the video I made, and we were talking about it, and you were glazing.
Is there something interesting to be said about how, if, say, the Nightmare Experiments is his way of putting Bite Victim back together, and his way of putting Elizabeth back together is by sending out, robots to scoop kids, that both of their ways of being put back together are specifically related to how they lived, like or like around the events of their death. Like it's recreating the fear that was in Crying Child, and it's recreating the event which occurred to kill Elizabeth. So the idea is like for William to put them back together, he has to use the same methods as they were killed, or else it won't work. Like that's what.
Yeah,
he's
it is
studying.
odd that the way to fix Elizabeth would be to add more souls into her. But
yeah, like to get more in the way she died.
Yeah, that'd be weird. I always assumed it was so he could study it and have like more examples. I don't know if actually having a bunch of because molten MCI is like that thing doesn't have a consciousness. That thing's just like a bunch of energy.
Well, you could go Shattered Elizabeth, and you could say like
I think that's true. I think that is yeah.
Shatterbeth is literally canon. Shatterbeth is more canon.
I think that's why I think that's why the
you have to put them all together
into
into one
together.
robot.
Yeah, that's why you have to put it together into Ennard, and then she gets her memories.
Exactly. Yeah. It's
but then she leaves.
Even though I believe
his project.
I believe.
And then she leaves. But I think the idea is at that
once
point
the pieces are all together,
inside of the other
and she gets
mold.
the remnants. Then she can take all of her because once all the pieces of her together, she can take those pieces because they're all together now. So she takes them and then she goes. She's not leaving anything behind. She's in a vessel where she can take everything.
That's what she says. Like I'll rebuild myself or whatever in files like complete. She could just rebuild herself.
I'll put myself back
the Elizabeths. She takes the Elizabeths.
By the way, you missed the insane Eliza plush evidence that we found earlier.
No.
So basically, to put it quickly, there was a teaser for FNaF 6, which was baby with her eyes closed, and the file name is I'm still here.jpg.
Well, in FNaF 3, one of the teasers, Afton says I'm still here as well.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Almost like they're all related and use the same voice lines.
Yeah, use the same language.
Crazy.
Play.
Michael Afton's the plush. He
So
says,
now,
"I'll put
tell
you
me,
back together."
What do we see the Scooper do in this game? Specifically at the climax of the game, right before the credits. The last canon thing we're meant to see. Well,
okay, pause this. Hold on. I gotta comment here. Do we think we're allowed to use? Okay.
What?
This is what pisses me off about like, people say like, oh, the endings that aren't canon, you can't use them. But like, because people have been saying this, especially after Secret of the Mimic, because they don't want to say like there's a robot kid in the closet. They're like, wham, wham. So they're like, oh, we can't use anything from the other endings. Wouldn't that mean that we can't use anything from the private room? So like,
yeah, we can't. Fun fact: William never did Nightmare Experiment.
That is accurate, but continue.
GiBi, no, GiBi, we're on a train of thought here. Okay, don't derail the train, please.
Because I've heard a lot of people be like, oh, you can't use anything from the ending of like, what? You really think that Tiger Rock plushie manifested in the building on a second part, and then you can take that, but you couldn't have put that. But then you got to take it a step, yeah. Then you got to take it a step further and be like, okay, maybe the private room doesn't exist because you can't, if you can't use that in
FNaF logic, Fritz Smith does not exist. Like he's not a real person. Never was.
Yeah, there never was a Night 6/7.
There never was a Fritz Smith. The bad ending of like we can't use either ending of FNaF 3 apparently because we don't know which one's the true one. Even though I think it's the bad ending.
I literally have a video about this. I literally have a video about this where we unlock the canonical epilogue to Sister Location, which is Mike walking down the street, by playing the non-canon Custom Night update. And the quote that plays as he's getting Ennard outside of him, dog, is from the non-canon Ennard Night, where she says, "You won't die, but you wish you would." So we have a non-canon quote that we unlock in a cutscene that is canon by beating a non-canon mode. So it's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. I was going to say something, I completely lost it. Secret Confidence wanted to point out that Elizabeth also says I'm still here in the Ennard Night.
I'm still here. There's my impersonation.
So like that's twice that she's getting associated, but only once that Afton is.
Yeah, I can impersonate another one of the FNaF kids really well. Want to hear it?
Please don't say it. Please don't. Why does it look like that?
Look like that. It's scary.
I hate it so much.
Oh god.
Oh, it's an endoskeleton. It won't always look like this, you little bitch.
Whoa.
Attention, teachers.
I hate my son.
Access has been revoked.
Project that's been
Voice
in the
channel
works
access
at the
has
very
been
start
revoked.
of the game.
You mimicked
The
my son.
plan that Mike reflects on in his closing words in Custom Night. The game ends with us putting Elizabeth back together.
Oh, yes.
And the way that's done is by assembling all the fun time endos into Ennard.
It's a project.
That's
Shutterbirth.
right. This project in the source code is referring to putting Elizabeth back together. The project is Ennard.
Yes.
Why did
Look,
Mike
am I
never
grasping
dodge
at
the
straws?
scooper?
Maybe a little, but
Why
what
he
other explanation do we have?
No, I agree.
keep
Yeah.
going back?
Like, what
despite
else
the
could it
obvious
possibly
danger
be?
that was present?
Putting Crying
Because
Child back
everything
together.
that happened to him was planned.
I think
for
that's
the
really.
start.
I think it's the same
he
operation.
knew what he
pretty
was
much.
getting into, and judging by his final words, the only thing
Like,
that
okay, pause it
actually
real quick,
surprised him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, whether we got to take a zoom. We got to zoom out here and say,
Yeah.
why would he be experimenting with Remnant in the first place? Clearly, there's
Crying
something
Child.
that he is like, I need Remnant to do.
Yeah.
So take a zoom
Yeah.
out and say, okay, why even build a giant multi-bajillion-dollar Remnant experiment chamber? Probably because you need Remnant for something you're planning to do,
I will put
which
you back
would be
together.
the bite victim. Yeah.
Well,
I
he'd
agree with
he'd
you.
be achieving. I'm looking at it more like he's trying to get Remnant. He knows Remnant is the answer, but he's experimenting with a few different ways to get it. So he's got two different experiments going on simultaneously. Both of them are in pursuit of the same goal, which is to put one
Yeah,
of the kids back together.
Yes.
But it's not even necessarily like, oh well, I have to put my son and my it's just like I want to figure out how to put people back together after they die, because then I can do that for myself or something. You know,
But I think the
whatever reason
motivation
he
of it.
has
I
to
think the
figure that out.
motivation of it comes from the bite victim dying, and that's why you have.
Yeah,
the
I think that's
private
the
night,
first
is
thing.
for that
I think that's what
exclusive
he starts
purpose.
with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the private night, the private room, is to show you, hey, this is the motivation for this whole thing.
But what if the experiment chambers didn't work,
What
and
if there
that's
were
why
no
he
experiment chambers?
started Circus Baby?
What if they
No,
were
I
actually
mean-
David Chambers?
David.
Yeah, they
Well,
were
maybe they
actually
aren't
David
infinite.
Chambers,
Is
buddy.
the fact that he survived.
Notice how only the
But getting
male
s-
children have nightmares in the security breach email.
Ooh.
Send
Scoop.
tweet.
And forming Ennard and putting Elizabeth back together, that was always the project. Sister Location is a giant death trap by design. For Michael, and for a bunch more kids than just the MCI. And with the use of the source code, we can finally prove that, once and for all. This doesn't exactly shatter the lore in any ginormous
What's
way.
the lore?
But it
Shatter?
does mean we have to start
Shatter?
rethinking some things. If a bunch more kids got captured that we don't know about, that for one could mean that Molten Freddy is not
Gimme.
just Molten MCI.
How do you like that? With the most collective remnant in its structure. Blibbidi, blibbidi, blibbidi.
I really think Mike is being manipulated into help make Ennard. I don't think he's willingly risking his life at this point in the timeline. Yeah, I don't think Mike
agree.
knows what he's. Well, he says, it was right where
No,
you
it was
said
right
it.
where you
would be.
said it.
They
would
all
be.
were.
They were all there.
And I put it back
His-
together
his-
just like you
his-
asked
yeah.
me to.
Yeah, his, just like you asked me to. He specifically specifies, I did exactly what I was told. Just like you
Yes.
asked me to. Yeah, he doesn't go, Father, what the fuck is this shit? This fucking sentient robot. What's my sister do? What the fuck?
He also
And now I got
he also
Ennard inside
says
of me?
that they were all there, like he knows who the MCI are, and that he knows that the kids.
So I think he 100%
and then
knew.
Some of my evidence for
William
why
had like a
location.
TED talk. Do you think William had like a TED talk to Michael and just explained everything to him, and he just went and willingly sacrificed himself?
Yes.
I think it's a bit.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, what? How do you interpret the? I should be dead. He doesn't sound very mad.
No,
Well, he's
I
also
disagree.
like a
He turns into a
depressed
cyborg at the
robot.
end. He's
No,
kind of pissed.
He went down there to take the little chip out of Baby. The rest of it was a trick. I do not think that the plan was for him to get scooped by Ennard. I don't think he intended.
Yeah, I don't think he was like,
to
I'll go down here.
I think he
and
was
kill
supposed
myself.
to like assemble it somehow.
Well, okay, so we have
But
a
then
couple
you
of
think
things,
Baby's
right?
being honest. You think the chip is Elizabeth. You think just taking the chip is putting her back together.
No, it's not.
That's
No,
I don't think the chip-
I think
because if that's what he was sent down there to do, that would be putting her back together.
I think the
That's
chip
what Williams would play.
is the chip is Baby, which is why when you take it out, it leaves Elizabeth behind. So now she can fully possess the animatronic.
But
I
here's
would
the
I would
thing,
be
right?
up
I
for the
disagree.
idea of him having to die in order to save her. And the reason I say that is because I think that there is something important about the fact that to get the Ennard Night, as in to get to the canon ending, you have to play the Circus Baby minigame, which one could argue is in the same way like a FNaF World or a Happiest Day. It's playing an 8-bit minigame and getting the correct ending, quote unquote. And that's necessary to see the canon part of the ending where he's like, I put her back together, just like you asked me to. So maybe there is an element of, if we go arcade theory or flip side kind of vibes, that maybe Michael had to die to access the kind of spirit side of things and play that minigame.
I just can't agree that the chip is Baby, because we know the consciousness is in Ennard as well, because the Ennard talks like Baby after that section when Ennard's following you and goes into the private room with you. Ennard speaks to you as like Baby narrating, unless you're saying that Baby just kills herself essentially. Like at the end of the game, Baby's like, you know what? Like, you're gonna get scooped. I'm fine with staying down here as a chip. I'm fine with just sitting as a chip on the floor forever, even though my entire motivation has been to get out. I'm fine. Actually, take Elizabeth. I'm gonna sit here on the floor.
When you take the chip out, Baby's endo is already in Ennard. Like, if you do nothing, it's the same outcome.
Yeah, so then why would the chip be Baby's AI if her AI can just be anywhere? Why does that matter?
I would say it's less of the chip being Baby's AI and more that the chip is like a restraining bolt preventing Elizabeth from taking control.
And you believe we'll care. Here, daughter, have this anti-brain chip. I love you. I'm giving you this anti-brain chip because I love you.
Yes.
Okay, well, my personal opinion,
he was doing
this
it for
entire
the
game
right
is
reason.
chapped. This entire game is chapped.
Agree. Gameplay and lore-wise.
Listen, it doesn't matter because we all know the chip is actually David Murray because it's in Helpy's brain. Thank you, send tweet.
Yep.
FNaF was right. The baby mimic virus is coming for all of us.
Okay,
so the fourth Charlie bot.
So I was thinking about it earlier. The whole the schedule part, perfect. Absolutely, I have nothing to say about it. It's just absolutely correct. I think you're 100% spot on with sister location being indicated of that weekly schedule. My issue with the conclusions, and again, it's not anything to do with like the evidence or how it's argued or anything. It's like they actually all work perfectly well. But I just have an issue with it as a story thing, and so you can say I'm addicted to copium if you would like to. It's totally fair. I just find the storytelling choice of being like, oh yeah, and these 5 kids are really important, but actually there's also like 50 other kids you don't see. And the way Scott seems to have focused the story by this point, it feels strange that he'd just sort of throw that out there. Like every time a kid is important, or every time a kid is a character, they become important, usually to the story.
Unwithered.
Wait, but can I?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, so like the idea that they go out every day, and the reason we bring them back and shock them is because they have remnant inside them, and so that we're like tampering down their remnant. But I would argue that a huge aspect of this game's story, and like almost the theme, is escape. It's about these characters who have been trapped in these bodies for what I think is like near 30 years at this point.
Yep.
And they have been in these for so long, and they are so impatient, and they are so wanting to escape and just live their own lives because they've been forced to do this for so long. I think the idea is, if Afton is still somehow in control of this or has influenced it to operate in this way, that the reason they are being brought out is to make money and observe, but also as kind of like this sick torture for the kids that like, oh yeah, they keep going out, they keep performing, they keep doing the thing they don't want to do. Or it could just be Fazbear's running it and doesn't understand that there's kids in there. But either way, the kids come back, but the kids are freaking out. And when they're at the parties, they're breaking down because they're trying to fight their programming so much. So then when they come back to the bunker and they have a little bit more freedom at night, like we have in the original games, they are freaking out and they're hurting people, and so our job is to go in and just shut them down basically every night. And when they do something really bad and they nearly escape, they get scooped. And that's why Ballora gets scooped, because if it's just that they have kids inside them, you wouldn't need to scoop Ballora because she presumably can't carry any kids. So they have to scoop them as like a hard reset, but we're going in as like a soft reset every time.
Yeah, I agree. I agree it's to reset the remnant or whatever. My thing would be, I think everything you just said actually helps the theory, because I feel like it would absolutely be torture for the kids to go out and have to kill more kids. And I don't know why they'd be so disturbed if they just went out and didn't do anything. In fact, Baby literally points out the same thing always happens. I keep doing this. I keep doing this bad thing. which
Yes,
implies that she
and I
is doing
know
it.
this could be again complete cope.
Otherwise, it'd be, I almost did this.
That whole final night, right? That whole night 5 is about it's the follow up to what she says in 4, where Ballora can't play pretend, which is what I would argue is what happened. Is that Ballora freaked out and tried to escape, and Baby is like, I'm the only one that's patient enough. I can take my time, and I know what's going to happen. I know we're going to become entered because we got out once before and they caught us. But I've thought about it, and they all need to calm down. They're not sane. They're not cogent. So they need to calm down and be patient. That's what she means by Ballora doesn't know how to pretend, but I do. And then the next night is her executing on that plan, that promise, is by saying, I'm pretending. Remember how I said I could pretend? And then she immediately goes into this whole thing of like, there's something bad inside of me. And all the other people are here. You need to take me to the scooping room. And she's tricking Michael to go to the scooping room because there's nothing bad inside of her. She's lying. She's like, oh, Michael, you need to send me. But we already know she's out of it. There's nothing in that suit anymore. She's already in Ennard at that point.
Then you have to ask how much of that speech is honest and how much of it is a lie.
And also how much
parts of it that are honest.
How much of that speech is Ennard and how much of that speech is Baby?
Well, I think Baby, the idea is she's the one in control, because then in the logs where she leaves Ennard, they say we don't have to listen to you anymore. So they used to listen to her. So in Sister Location, they're following her commands. Yeah. But then once they kind of get used to Ennard, they go, we don't need her. Get her out of here. So like, I think her personality is the one guiding the ship as Ennard. And you could argue that's why it's like a kid with a birthday hat, because she died, at Circus Baby. Maybe that was her birthday party, But this idea that she is like the only one patient enough to actually execute this plan, and that's why they need her, is when they're going out, they're freaking out and just trying to be immediate, and they're breaking down because they're built not to be able to move away. So like, I'd argue that's what happens in the week before.
My
is
thing
we see the early stages of that, and they're not very good at escape.
I think that the spirits aren't like the puppet where they're very cognizant. The spirits in the fun, the AI is very advanced, but the spirits themselves are very confused. So I almost don't think it would have the awareness. Yeah, I almost don't think that children would have the awareness to recognize when danger is happening. I feel like the fact that they are breaking down and freaking out is because there is an extra stimuli coming in that is making them behave that way. So I think if other kids were being put in danger, I think that would cause them to freak out the way they are. And I think even, I can't, off the top of my head I can't, but even in some of the books, whenever a child is specifically put in danger, that's when the animatronics start freaking out.
Yeah, but I'd argue that in the first night we meet Funtime Freddy, we see him acting up. He's gone to mess with the breakers. Like he's just roaming.
Yeah, that's to get out.
And
that's to get out of the bunker. That's because they want to get out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like, they are able to act out on their own. Like they don't need the external. They want to. The whole thing is about them wanting to escape. So you can imagine if they're being sent off some other side of the country, they're going to want to try and leave as soon as they can. So they freak out or they hurt people or they're trying to do that and then they break down. And the fact that they've been out as Ennard before means that they've been able to do this already, and now they might even be getting extra punished because they got to leave as Ennard once and then they caught them. And so they're going, these robots are always trying to run away. We got to keep shocking them every night, and we need like an employee to do that. Like that's their job. Because these things keep trying to leave. And that could be Afton, or that could just be the company running as it's supposed to.
My question then would be, why do you not need to shock them on the days they don't go out? Why are they suddenly like, okay, now they're chill today. Today Baby doesn't need to be worked on. She's fine.
Because what I'm saying is when they're outside, they're trying to escape. So when they're not, they're in the bunker, so they're contained, so they can't do anything. So they only break down when they go outside and they're trying to escape. You don't think they would be misbehaving at all or plotting to escape during the days that they're in the bunker? Oh yeah, no, they would be, but like it's not going to be the same frequency as when they're being
secretly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so you
like,
think the fun times? You think the fun times for years go outside and break down literally every single time without fail, and the business is still running properly?
Well, if that's what you're arguing is going to happen anyway, if all the kids get scooped
don't
and
work.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is
Well, I
like if
don't.
that's what's with the kids getting
I
scooped, like, that would
find
be
it
the same thing.
okay. So you think it's because they try to run away? That is why they are.
They try to run away, or
shocked.
they start acting out. Like that's why they're being shocked. Is as a way of like punishing them, basically.
But
Like-
baby's too smart to do that. Baby's too smart to try to run away. So if that's what's happening, I don't see the point in shocking her to begin with, because she
Well-
wouldn't be part of that plan to begin with.
That's a very fair point, because you do shock her when she goes out, but she's
Yes.
arguing about how Ballora shouldn't try to run away.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a very good point. I'll concede that is a very good
Let's
point.
go, chat type 14. All right.
Oh my god. 14
Debate's
Edmund's in
over.
the chat.
You won.
Edmund's in the chat.
Gibby wants Molten MCI to be, or not Gibby, but Unwither wants Molten MCI to be true so bad. No.
Molten
I
MCI
do.
is
Molten MCI is
cleaner.
true.
What can I say?
Molten MCI is
I know it is.
undeniably-
I'm just saying it would be extra. I'm just saying it would be extra under what I'm saying.
It's just a few extra people. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's a
Schedule
few extra
fees
people,
isn't
but then
very
all those
cool.
extra people become completely redundant when the game ends with a shot of all the kids' like graves on the hill. Like it's like if the camera would pan to the
The
left
six-
a little bit, there'd just be rows
No.
and rows of children's
Trust
graves.
me.
Yeah, but then,
Trust
but
me,
then there's
the
like
sixth
eight, there's
grave
more
is the
graves and
communal
help
grave of
wanted,
the
and
kids.
Elizabeth never gets one, and
Imagine those
That's
graves
true.
aren't the graves of the missing kids, and those are just the names of the kids that got kidnapped by the fun times.
yeah, the number
Like
of
in the- in
graves
86.
alters. So
Yeah,
That is
it's
true,
6
but that's because
graves,
Andrew is
so-
in the game.
and it does.
Only Andrew's
that's
in the
so
games.
facts.
7 Andrews.
Andrew is the vengeful spirit. Yeah.
No, yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
But,
That they're trying to run away every time they go to the surface.
Or they're just like acting up. Like they don't necessarily have to be like bolting for the door, but you know, because I imagine in the same way that in like the week before, the characters can sometimes act up during the day, and they go, "Oh, somebody bit him," or whatever. You know, there's a couple of different endings where Ralph doesn't do something, and then they leave, or they bite somebody, or whatever. I think the idea is during the day they are constrained by their programming, say 90%. And there's 10% of them in there that just wants to not do what they're doing, but it's very difficult.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
and
I'm
so
sure it's
stuff
torture for
like
them,
stuff like the bite or whatever is, you know, a result of their programming being overridden by the immense agony. So they kind of either they break down or they act out. And so that's the kind of thing that we're seeing with the fun times is like when they go out, because it's been so long, because I think part of the game as well is like telling you they've been down here for a while. That whole idea ties in with like they've been out already, they know what it's like, and now they're being forced to do this over and over again for years. And like at this point it's the breaking point now, you know. And she even says like if we get out and you don't let us take your skin, we're going to be destroyed. Like they're just going to give up on us, which to me is like this is the last straw. Like they're really at their
we won't be able to try again. Yeah,
because they're just like they won't put up with a third escape. You know, they're not going to let us do that. So right now we're at the very peak of trying to keep these things contained, which is electrocuting them on nights after they've acted up in public. Or even it could be an argument of like they're just shocking them in case, you know, as like a okay, reset, like go out again. You know, when they go out, they get a little bit agitated, so we just reset them every night.
So I'm almost wondering if it's the children that want that, or if it's just that the AI is so incredibly advanced that it knows it's
I think
being
the children
forced
want
into-
that.
It's the children
I think,
for sure.
Interesting.
I think
the
as
AI
much as I don't like the
Because
Okay, I
this,
just
this is
wanna
what I'm
say-
this is what I'm saying though. They shouldn't be able to form cognitive functions, should they? No, I guess Molten MCI in the all the kids are in there in the novels.
children have
yeah.
a will,
and they
the children
talk
have a will.
in the
Yeah.
as much as I don't like the idea of like the kids like in the movie being mech suits, like they're just wearing, you know, as Gibby says, like just the ghosts wearing mech suits as they walk around and talk. I don't like that for most of the kids, but there is an undeniable element of Molten MCI having conscious thought in it, like actual things talking in words to other things with words.
Henry sucks, bro. Henry's the world's most unreliable narrator.
Yeah.
A wound first inflicted on me.
What does that mean? He burned down
what else was
Falcon.
there? Oh yeah. Are they still aware? I hope not.
Well, like, because Charlie says they're like animals, but then we also see that they can coordinate and talk to each other. So I think maybe what it is behind in like the deepest layers, they are conscious. They are like literal consciousnesses being trapped. But as you go up and up in layers in like reality, when you get to the surface, they're not able to reach that kind of surface, so they act out violently, and it's just kind of their emotions that drive things. But there is still a conscious spirit somewhere on the flip side, you know. But it's just that Charlie and Elizabeth have a closer tie to the current world that they can still communicate in that world or think, you know, logically.
I think Molten Freddy and the Fun Times, etc., are their personality is their artificial intelligence, and they're animated by the Remnant. I don't think any of them are being. I don't think there's a dozen kids in there arguing about who gets to pilot it like it's Inside Out. I think Molten Freddy does what Molten Freddy wants to do. I do think Ennard has 5 voices inside of him. I think that Freddy, Foxy, Ballora, Baby, and Bon Bon are in there fighting, but that's based on the personality of the AI.
Oh, you think it's the AI is the thing talking to to Elizabeth in the Molten MCI
I
teaser?
think yes, I think say goodbye to our friend. I think that's Foxy, Freddy, and Ballora saying goodbye to Scrap Baby.
Yeah, you know, and you could actually say that Funtime Freddy being the voice of Molten Freddy is an argument to be made that it's like no, the AI came with them. Like they're not just the souls that have been taken out because they're obviously made up of physical parts. So they are the combination of those robots, and the kids come with that, but they're not.
Yep.
It's not like the kids are now only in Molten Freddy. It's like they're inside of the Fun Times that are inside of Molten Freddy.
And then you want the biggest cope of all time?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how in FNaF 3, you lure Springtrap around with Balloon Boy's voice box because he's in animatronic mode, and so he has to follow the sound of kids' voices. So that's not... If William was in control, he could just walk up to Mike, but he's not. He has to follow the lures of the child's voice because he's bound by the programming of Spring Bonnie. I think the reason...
Free words.
No,
Dead by Daylight.
I think Dead by Daylight's not canon. I think the reason...
It's irrelevant.
I think the reason that William, Scraptrap, Springtrap is so stupid, theatrical, cheesy, dumb, annoying, not the way that I want him to act, is because Spring Bonnie is a performer. And so that's Spring Bonnie's personality mixed with William, and not William's personality. I will not take any notes. The books.
This isn't
books
cope.
And,
this is copium. This is like
books and movies aren't canon.
This is like a shot of cope straight to the heart. I'm dying of cope. This is too much.
Coca-Cola.
Because in the movies you got the how's it going, Mike? I'm Dave in the novels.
I know. I love.
I killed your brother, and now I'm going to kill you.
I love Afton being an idiot. Makes his character so much better because if he's just a generic silent stalker, that's cool. But him being this like weird, cheesy, lame loser while also being insanely overpowered and scary is very cool. I think it's
overpowered. Bro lost to a cupcake skull emoji.
the guy can look. Bro walks up to you, looks at you, and you die. I think that's a bit overpowered. He has the stare of death in FNaF 3. He's a bit OP.
Cupcake solos, Dragon Ball Z.
I miss when Springtrap had like ghost powers. I miss when he like messed with technology and was able to.
What do you mean? Burntrap does that, guys? Come on.
He does it in DVD. He does it in DVD.
Burntrap.
I just mean like Scraptrap might as well just be William Afton in the Spring Bonnie suit because he doesn't do anything that indicates he's any way, phantasmical. That's not a word, but
I know what you mean. He's kind of nerfed.
I'm amused by the idea that like they get to the birthday party and Ballora just starts rapidly spinning toward the highway to get away.
I'm running out on the road.
It's funny. I wonder because the thing that gets them in really big trouble is what happens at the private party. So I'm interested about that specifically.
So the thing that Baby says on night 4, which is like the one where you get scooped, is presumably after the event she talks about the next day, which is why I think we have to look at those two speeches in contrast to figure out what actually happened, because one of them, in the Springlock suit one, she's being truthful, and in the night 5 one, she's being deceitful. And in the night 4 one, she talks all about pretending and being quiet and blah 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 blah. And let me see. I'm trying to find this exact line. Yep. So okay. There's something very important that I've learned how to do over time. Do you know what that is? How to pretend. Do you ever play make-believe? Pretend to be one way when you are really the other? It's very important. But Laura never learns, but I do. And then she says, they think there is something wrong on the inside. The only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend. So she's saying,
yeah, I don't think they mean literally inside. They mean programming.
Yeah, they mean
then
there's
in the
something
next
wrong
night she
with her
uses the
code.
same wording about herself.
So you think
she's
that would
lying.
mean there's something bad in my programming?
No, it doesn't matter what it means. What I'm saying is on night 5 she's lying. She doesn't think that, they think that.
See, I can't go with the she's entirely lying on night 5 though, because then
why would you use
the fuck is the chip?
language? The chip's just like, I don't know. No idea.
Exactly.
Maybe it was
You
one
must
of
know
his.
everything.
Maybe it was one of his mystery boxes. Maybe it was one of his
and then why?
it
What's
became
to
that.
say?
It became that with the mimic.
What's
Like,
to say
that's
she's
literally
not
what it is
lying
now.
on? Because she talks in a bit of more of an aggressive tone on night 4.
Yes.
She talks in the lovely sing-song voice on night 3 as well. So what's to say she's not lying there? She talks in the same voice as like the lovely
Well, because night 3 she's talking about what happened to herself in the Circus Babies, and then we see that happen in the minigame, so we can presume that is reliable information. And I'd also say we don't know when she realizes who Mike is, because he says at first they thought it was William, and then they realized who he was. So we don't know when Elizabeth makes that connection. So she could still think she's talking to William on night 3 or on night 2, or she might not know who he is, or she could pretending not to know who he is. But what I'm saying is the wording of they think there's something wrong inside of me, on the inside. And then she says the only thing that matters is knowing how to pretend. And on the next night she goes, there's something bad inside of me. You have to take it out. Like she's doing what she said she was going to do the night before. She's like being honest with us. She's telling us like, no, I absolutely am lying.
Okay, adding on to the scooping section, right? The scooping thing.
Yeah.
It would seem that that's been around for a while, in the bunker, and obviously we know because of the blueprints, it has a remnant reservoir. I'm not sure how much remnant it takes to power something, but I'd argue if you were using
he uses
it
like a
for the
syringe worth in Funtime Freddy and the books.
Yes, okay, that's true. I'm almost wondering if they'd eventually run out, though, because you have that whole "it's all automated, we don't have to be here for it," which I think is an interesting line. I almost think if the remnant is not being replenished, it wouldn't make sense for it to be an automated service.
Well, does it need to be like once you put remnant in something, do you need to like top it up, or does it just?
I would
work
assume so
forever?
because it's specifically noted that trace amounts of remnant need to be left on the scooper at all times. So I would assume that when you go in there and dig into it, you are putting some on the thing or in the thing you are scooping.
Yeah, the scooper.
I don't think.
Is like,
I don't think that there needs to be remnant on the tip. I think that's a side effect of how it works.
Yes, I think that's what they say.
You think it's taking remnant out?
No. I think that it's just sort of accidental that there's always some left on the tip. And that's just sort of Scott's explanation for why Mike survived. I don't think that the process is, okay, you got to make sure you always leave a little bit on the tip so it works. No, I think that when they inject it, there's always a little bit inside.
Why is there some? So the scooper is injecting more remnant every time. That's what I mean. What does it really do? What is it really for?
Well, okay, so let's look at the scalable creation of ulterior presence.
Yes.
Excavating arm, remnant injector, and then under remnant injector, it says notes leaves trace amount on interior overusage / overexposure, negates effect. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that would imply to me that the more you do it, you're running out of it, or it's not going to work as much. Then arm base and balance. So this
Yeah,
I think
I'm just
this
wondering
might be a
where they're
result of
getting
Scott
this,
having one idea in sister location
Yep.
and then being like, actually, I think 6, it might be better if it's an injector rather than a remover. Because,
Yep.
like, why would it be a scoop if the idea is just inject something with, like, why does it have
Yeah.
to tear out the insides?
I'm almost wondering where they would get
Oh, wait.
all of it.
Unless the idea isn't that the scooper is injecting as it goes into the robot, the idea is that it injects remnant into what it scooped out. That's
The
why it's a
endo,
scoop.
and then you think that it
Okay,
puts the
So
okay, that could
the
be, yeah.
scooper in Ruin, its function is to grab stuff. So what if that's just a more efficient version?
Yeah,
the scooper isn't
yeah,
injecting, it's
yeah, it
picking stuff
grabs
up
the
and
oh yeah,
injecting
yeah,
it later.
the scooper in
Yeah,
Ruin
and it has a big
grabs the
needle.
mimic's endoskeleton and
Yeah.
drags it out of the costume it's in.
Yeah, exactly.
And it has a big,
it would
it has a big needle on it, doesn't it?
Mhm.
So it would be the
Yeah, it
idea
does,
that it's
it
like
does. It
that'd
has
be
a big
the
needle.
scooper is picking stuff up with it. That's why it's got a bucket in it. Is because when it comes back
Yeah.
out of the robot, and that's why the robots have the faceplates and stuff, is so that they can be crunched into and not destroy the robot. So they scoop them out. They inject whatever they just took out with remnant, and then it's either collected or automatically put back into circulation to be put back into the suit. They're taking out the endoskeleton, injecting it in the scooper, and just by that process, there is some remnant left on it, which is why when it scoops Mike, it injects him.
Yeah, he gets possessed.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't inject him, but it's like there's just a little bit left on it. So he just gets that. He doesn't
Yeah,
get
but
literally
now
injected.
we're back
His
to
organs
my
would have been
fucking
injected.
stupid problem though, because if it's so you're saying it's like taking the metal and submerging it in the remnant goo, whatever.
Yeah.
Right, in the reservoir thing.
Yeah.
But that way you would go through way more than a syringe amount really fast. Have you ever like dropped cooking like fucking carrots in oil?
Well,
it soaks up a
so
tablespoon like no one's business.
Well, that's literally what it says. It says notes.
So where are they
leave
getting it all?
trace-
Because now we're using
trace
a
line
lot
amount
of
on
it.
interior. Well, okay, so I guess
For
the
a
question would be
7-foot
why
robot,
do
if
you
you
have to
put all
keep
the metal in there?
injecting? Well, what if the idea is they're getting? What if the idea is they're getting remnant? And GiBi, don't say anything. If they're getting remnant from the nightmare chambers and they're putting it into the robots, that's what the nightmare
fine with
chambers
that.
are for.
I'm fine with that too, but then they'd need to kidnap kids to get them there.
Yes, that's true. But that's what I'm saying is that could be the purpose. That could be why they have stomach hatches, and that could be the whole idea that Elizabeth wasn't supposed to be killed.
No.
That wasn't the idea. It was a mistake. So they were supposed to just kidnap kids to bring them to the experiment bunkers, and it went wrong with Elizabeth.
Which would make sense because remember those fun times do show up in some later iterations of the FNaF 4 house, which would imply
That's exactly what it is. That's 100% what the
specifically-
nightmare chambers are.
Specifically, only Baby and Freddy, which are the ones with stomach tanks.
Baby's in the FNaF
Yeah.
4 bedroom and help on it.
No, that's what I'm saying. So is Funtime Freddy. Funtime Freddy.
And so
has
is
a-
Funtime Freddy. They're the only ones that are in
Yes,
the FNaF 4
Funtime Foxy and Ballora aren't because they would never be
there.
depositing the kids there. Only the stomach tank animatronics show up in the FNaF 4 house.
Funtime Foxy is also
And that makes
meant-
so much
Funtime
sense because then you
Foxy
have a
and Ballora are
renewable
engineered
source.
only for luring. Funtime Foxy
this
has
makes more-
an anchoring feature. His whole like thing is to lure. Ballora's thing is to make them follow her basically because of her dance.
I'm saying though, like if Baby and Freddy, the ones that specifically have the stomach tanks, are the only ones we ever see in the FNaF 4 house, it would make sense that they have the kid go dump him out and leave.
Yeah. Yes.
I
Yeah.
like that.
So
I like
okay.
that.
So
I
that
like
and that
that.
makes sense because then you have
like
you have a renewable source of remnant.
Yes. Yep. I like
makes
that.
This is this is this is remnant farm theory. That's what I'm calling it. Remnant farm theory.
Remnant or agony?
Well,
I'm
it's
fine with
it's
that.
the
I'm
same
fine with
thing
that. This
in,
is
in
remnant.
sister location.
Sister location is the same
So
thing.
the idea is that the Baby or Freddy kidnaps a child. They return
Yeah.
underground. They drop them in the FNaF 4 room, which is underground.
Yeah.
They then Afton does nightmare experiments on them to harness their agony. The scoop is used because the exoskeleton plasticky bits are who cares about those? So the scooper destroys those, removes the interior endoskeleton, bathes it in remnant and agony to bring it to life more.
Yeah.
And this happens regularly.
It's all automated, brother. It's all automated.
And there's always some left on the Scoopy bit so that when Mike is scooped, it destroys his organs, but he is kept alive and then healed after Edna
His
leaves him.
corpse has the little bit of extra remnant left. Like, actually, what would actually happen is his organs
His
would be
organs.
scooped out, and then the organs would be bathed in the remnant.
Yeah,
So
it's
his organs, just by automation, were like dipped in remnant. Maybe we've
It's
got little
the-
organs running around.
yeah, it's the
Organ
Deadpool
clones.
problem. If you cut off Deadpool's head, does his head grow a
Yeah.
body or his body grow a head? It's like, well, it should be both, I
Yes.
guess. But
Yeah.
Honestly, it should be the body because the body is where his heart is. So I guess that would be kind of the origin of the. I don't know if there's a science to his
Souls.
mutation, but
That's true, actually.
if there
Alright,
is a science,
this
to
is
his
a
mutation-
really big stretch. This is a really big stretch. Wouldn't it be interesting if that's what like private was? If private were the days they collect, and that's why specifically that day she's like, "There's
Yeah.
something bad inside of me because today was the day I was gonna."
No, she's lying when she says that.
Blah 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 blah.
I think like
No,
the,
she's literally
the
saying the thing.
in-game intention of that line is to get you, the player, to be like, I am Elizabeth and I'm scared. There's something bad inside me that's baby's programming that wants to snatch kids. Get me, Elizabeth,
but hang on.
to freedom.
He just had to pair it with gooey, gross bone blood noises. Like he could have just left that out, and I'd be like,
Okay. So I was thinking about this earlier, right? You were saying that it was supposed to play in the scooping room.
Do you think that's the sound of Remnant then?
I think it might be the sound of Remnant or of Ennard. Because the idea, because you can think about it, you're Scott, right? You're making this big,
why does Ennard sound like
tricky
that?
monster.
Because it's
No, but okay, yeah, but
crunchy.
you're making this big, gooey, like slimy monster that's supposed to be made up of all the like remnant, right? Like that's the idea of Ennard. And you've got tendrils basically all over it. How do you indicate it's creepy in a dark room? It's you make it slimy sounding, and you're like, why would it be slimy? It's metal, ugh. And it makes it it's called innards. Like his name is innards. He should sound like organs.
Pickle Pepper
So, like-
says, William scheduled Afton. I'll kidnap 1,000 children before I let this company die. Also,
Oh,
forget
yeah.
the MCI. There's infinite missing kids. Yep.
But see,
I
I'm so
think-
unwithered. What I like your I like that particular version better because if they can reuse some of the kids, they would have to kidnap
they wouldn't
less
just die.
total. But they're still not on the grave. So ha 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 hee hee hoo.
That's true.
You know.
We don't know they died. They could be like what's his name in the book, and he lived
Rory?
to 25.
You think he's just letting them out?
Well, I don't know. Someone might find him. Henry could find him.
Oh,
Let
a
him
dead
in.
body was found in this vent one. Boom.
No,
He
we talked about this
escaped.
earlier on the
He
stream.
escaped. He escaped.
If there's
Oh,
lots of
that'd be
test
cool.
chamber kids, I don't think Rory is games canon, and there's no way the body in the vent was Rory, but it could have been another one.
No, but I'm saying, yeah, like any of them. I'm not saying literally Rory, but like that's showing us
Yes,
that
yes,
these
yes.
kids lasted a while.
Yep. I will say, like,
all
I
I'm saying
don't
is
think that nightmare test chambers are impossible. I just think that if we're, I am personally throwing out Tales, and so now I'm back to being neutral on test chambers. That's why I'm anti this
So
stuff.
my thing
Gibby,
is,
Gibby,
I think
we
that
see
Nightmare
test chambers
Chambers was
again.
already an idea before Didophobia. Like that was kind of the concept, right? Like with Observation 1 and 2 and like the kind of idea was like somehow the nightmare experiments were made by Afton. Like, and that was what the whole thing of like Mike went through them. We didn't have that after Didophobia. Like the whole thing was Mike is the quote unquote dreamer because he's going through these nightmare experiments. And we kept calling him like, the experiment victim, whatever. Like that was a theory before Didophobia. So we can still use the same evidence, but we can't say,
He
oh,
was
well,
the
Didophobia
remnant
confirms
man.
it.
Yes, I was just never a fan of it to begin with, and then when the books
Mhm.
confirmed it, I was like, well, okay. But now that they aren't confirming it, I'm like, well, back to where I was.
What I would say is, as much as the tales like didn't have the actual story of what happened in the games, what I will say is they didn't like say that the mimic was like a fucking computer that like was the internet before the internet or something. Like they didn't completely go off the beaten path in terms of what they were saying about the games version. It was just that the details, and like obviously it was a lot of broad strokes things as well, but in terms of what the mimic was, we kind of knew what it was from reading the books and from seeing it in Ruin, so we kind of were like, oh yeah, like the mimic. It didn't come up with something, and it didn't make a different character that's not aimed at Edwin, who didn't have a wife named Fiona. Like the kind of, some of the like, if you squint a little, they've got the similar elements. So I would say with Didophobia, while it's not confirmed, I wouldn't say, well, Didophobia is just a straight up lie that has like, it's just like making a theory apart for no reason. I would say this is probably showing us something around what Scott is thinking about those nightmare chambers, because I think it would be very strange for him to just put out something that was completely misleading away from the idea of those chambers.
Have you guys read The Breaking Wheel, like yourselves?
I have.
Yeah.
I watched you read it.
I think there's a lot to be said about whatever Scott was trying to tell us with Breaking Wheel, where he's like, okay, so there's a house, and inside the house is an identical model of the same house, and then the character bullies someone, and they get turned into a monstrosity, and they follow him home. What have you brought home? And then they jump out of the replica of the house that's inside the house, and then they get their revenge. I think that's so FNaF 4 coded. And I would almost rather read into the whatever symbolism or parallel Scott's going for there than to take didophobia literally.
Yes.
That's
okay. Unwithered, I want to walk through something with you real quick.
Yeah.
Just like just thought experiment. Okay. So Circus Baby's Pizza World is prior to Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Afton owns both of them at the start. I know Afton is gone during the game, but he is present and involved with both at some point.
Yeah.
Okay. Elizabeth gets kidnapped. Circus Baby's Pizza World shuts down. So now we have the fun times. At some point in time, we have the fun times with nothing in them except for Baby, who has Elizabeth. Now, after this happens, presumably after she gets possessed, the rental service begins operation.
Yeah.
Now, Funtime Freddy's Blueprint...
After Freddy's closes.
Yes. Funtime Freddy's Blueprint specifically has a child in the stomach, which is a very strange choice for Scott to make if that was never going to be used. To draw that in there, if that was never the point. My thing is, we eventually down the timeline get to the point where all of the kids are being scooped, right? And so I think we would need to create a gap of time where the business is running, like Circus Baby's Entertainment and Rental is running, but not really, like in the sense that the other three animatronics don't go out while only Baby is possessed. Because if they do, right, they would certainly kidnap a kid, because then they have nothing on the inside that's stopping them from doing that. So it would have to be that after they get retired, William starts scooping all of them immediately, because otherwise, if he's working on Elizabeth, who is the only one possessed right now, while the business is also running, the business would be going out and getting new kids, because there would be no programming or new kids to interfere, which would depend on when Molten MCI happened.
After
what if
as God intended?
Yes.
Yeah, but hang on. There's nothing to say that. Okay, well, because the idea, if you want a kidnapping service, right? The idea of sending them out to people makes more sense than having them all disappear from a central location, because like William has had that go wrong for him before. So if the idea is Pizza World shuts down and he's just got Elizabeth and he's like, and she didn't even kidnap her, like she's dead. You know, maybe puts Mike in the nightmare chambers to start. You know, he's like, well, I was supposed to have some other kids, so I'll put Mike. He throws in Mike, whatever. Mike goes through them or something. And then, actually, hang on. I've just got a great idea, but I'll go back to that. So, okay, he doesn't maybe throw Mike in. He just, he waits a little bit, and then the MCI happens, and then he opens up. Oh, yeah, so he shuts... So this was part of my, God, David Toyshink video, where basically I think William may have done the MCI intentionally to shut down Freddy's so that Circus Baby's rentals would be successful. So if you think about it this way, if he needs Remnant and he needs to get it fast, he's looking at Freddy's and he's going, well, they're drawing up all the business. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut them down and open up the kidnapping service where I send them out and get kids. And that's when the nightmare experiments properly start, is post MCI. But I just had an idea. If we need a reason for Mike to draw Nightmare Fredbear in the logbook, he's literally got the coated remnants of kids who had been through the Nightmare Chamber.
Oh yeah, GiBi thinks the same thing.
Yeah, like it was when
I remember him bringing that up.
He got the memories of whoever of a fight victim. I don't think Golden Freddy is in Molten MCI or in the Fun Times at all, so I don't think he could be getting those from bite victims' dreams or anything.
Yeah, it all depends for me because I refuse to believe that Molten MCI. Sorry, let me rephrase. I refuse to believe that Follow Me happens in 1985.
No. Follow Me happens after FNaF 1. But what happens is maybe he runs out of kids because at that point he's on the run. You know, this is post FNaF 2. He's like on the run. He's not got like a solid thing. He can't run his bunker the way he used to. He's not even part of the company anymore. So he's like, okay, either he's like, okay, I don't want ghosts to come and kill me, or he's like, well, I got a bunch of remnant sitting topside. I just have to go and get them and bring them down and throw them into the bunker.
So I was getting water. You were talking about how I think that Mike has the memories of the MCI kids in it.
I remember you saying that once. I remember you saying that
once.
Yes,
I absolutely believe that because that's how it works in the Silver Eyes.
True.
I think that explains a lot of things. I wish that the game sort of confirmed it more than just by saying, oh, well, that's what happens in the Silver Eyes. But I missed whether or not you made the connection that might mean that FNaF 4 is Mike remembering one of the MCI kids' memories.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Or no. Not one of the MCI kids. One of the kidnapped kids who's going through those experiments.
One of the kids that got turned into Remnant. Yeah, one of the Remnant kids,
Yes, so
he's
he could
getting
have,
like that.
By the era of the logbook, he could be having dreams about the memory of one of the kids who he was previously injected with, is what we're saying.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's very possible. I think it's possible that person is Crying Child, but it also could just not be.
Could be.
Or it could be David Murray, who knows?
If Crying Child went through... I was just saying this. I don't think Golden Freddy is in Molten MCI or the Fun Times. I don't think he is a part of that amalgamation.
Well,
so
Golden Cassidy or Dave or both?
Dave. At least Dave. I don't know about Cassidy. I don't even think she might be there. We'll see. It depends on who you think the Toy Shink is, and if you think it's Cassidy, then she's with William, or if it's Bite Victim, that he's with William, or if one of them doesn't exist, it's with the there's a lot of extra stuff you can put on top of it.
Fazent says toys possessed by the MCI scrapped, and then the Fun Times in 1987.
They're in everything, bro.
Toys MCI is just objectively not true.
Toys MCI is absolutely true.
Toys MCI is not true, and
Something
denying
borrowed.
MCI is denying the obvious. Send tweet.
Okay.
It's my point in bringing that up. Like, now we have Circus Babies Entertainment Rental in a state where currently only babies possessed and none of the others are. I feel like at some point, at least Funtime Freddy has to kidnap someone, because we eventually get to the point where they're all being scooped.
You know who he kidnapped? Crying Child, because Crying
Well, they're
Child
being
got
scooped
tricked
because
with
they
Nightmare
have the
Fredbear.
MCI kids in them.
So you think for the first however many years they were open, they were not being scooped or shocked?
Yeah, because maybe what he was doing was he was going, okay, so what I need is kids to be kidnapped, put into the nightmare bunkers. And then I'm going to use the remnant I get from that to work on Elizabeth. I'm going to try and put her back together first. And that's why she's the one that, like, back in the day when she was the only one that was possessed, she was probably the only one getting scooped.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you know, it's like, oh, I just take the one that has possessed stuff in it, and then I'm going to fill it with the robot stuff, the nightmare gas results. And then when the MCI kids are brought into it, when he multi-MCIs them, that's when the other ones start to get scooped because they start acting up and they need to be tested on more.
Yes. I think a kid has to get kidnapped though, because whatever way you slice it, because we know that Circus Babies Entertainment and Rental opened sometime around 1985 when he would not have the Molten MCI stuff yet. He wouldn't have that remnant currently in 1985. He gets it later, right? We think that? Like
Circus,
he does not get the Molten MCI. He doesn't do Follow Me in 1985. Follow Me is after 1985.
yes, but
Okay, so
are you saying Circus Baby's Pizza or Circus Baby Entertainment and Rental?
Entertainment and Rental opens after 1985.
Yeah,
right? Like
yes.
after the MCI, but not too
after the
far
MCI
after.
closes Freddy's.
Yes, but not too far after because that's listed as a motivation for an opening.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that at some point this business exists before he has the remnant from the MCI kids in the fun times.
Yes.
And we need to remember that this is William Afton. I guarantee you he is not just sending them up there for fun. So he is sending them up there before they are all possessed, which means the ones that are not possessed at the time during like 1986 would be operating according to the programming and getting new kids.
I disagree.
What if he got Michael?
Okay, how do you disagree? Why would they not be operating according to their programming?
No, they would. No,
what's interfering with those ones?
I'm saying that he could easily have the MCI's remnant even before Follow Me, because the MCI remnant is in the toys.
I wonder. Do you think that's why they're like withered? Then he's taking them like one by. I don't know. It's weird. If he's taking it piece by piece.
No, I think that's my rube.
Yeah, that's weird.
I think it's
that's the truth. That's the unwithered truth.
I think it's in the toys, and I think that he has access to them during FNaF 2.
I don't know. So he takes the toys.
I think
that's what he was doing at FNaF 2.
Oh, that's why he was at FNaF 2. That's why he was at FNaF 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. This is one of my less confident theories, but he could be taking the bodies out of them during what we call the DCI. Either way, he absolutely has access to the MCI remnant before Follow Me.
If he wants it.
If he wanted it, and I think he does.
I just think that at a given point in time, some of the animatronics that are programmed to kidnap children are sent to go do so without anything interfering with that objective. And then later, more is that. So at some point, they probably stop doing it as much, maybe. But I think at one point in the timeline, Funtime Freddy, Ballora, and Funtime Foxy are active and have nothing to stop them from, I am Ballora, hello kids, come here.
So what if we have this situation where... Let me see if I can keep my own train of thought. So William is... If we tie it into this idea that the kids dying or being kidnapped or whatever at parties is similar to how Elizabeth would have died, and if we maybe keep that idea of like making the deaths similar is important to putting them back together, maybe at some point William realizes, oh, Nightmare Chamber stuff isn't enough. I actually need Remnant, which is more similar to Elizabeth's. Like, I actually need Remnant that is from a similar source, the same kind of event. And that could be his motivation for... Yeah. No, just to do the MCI. Because he could go...
Oh, to do the MCI.
Oh, I need a bunch of kids killed at a birthday and then stuffed into their suits. That's what happened to Elizabeth. So then I can do that.
He wants to test... He's testing the water for Seabear. Because he knows that after Pizza World... So he knows that he wants to kidnap kids. His original intention is probably the nightmare experiments because he's imitating Crying Child. He realizes in the process of doing so that Elizabeth getting like sucked into the Circus Baby and dying there made Circus Baby act up. So he's testing the water. He's going, okay, this happened, but it only happened once. So I'm going to do it in a practical way, going to test it and figure out if this happens more. So he does it 5 times, scientific method. He kills the kids, and it works. And he's like, okay, this works. So Seabear is ready to go. He opens Seabear, and he starts getting the kids for both the nightmare
killing
experiments
kids at birthday party?
At birthday parties, yeah, for Seabear. You know who else he killed at birthday parties? The MCI. It says if he likes killing at birthday parties, because that's a thing he does. Because Elizabeth died on her birthday.
There's also Observation 2 and 3, so maybe he's got a couple of kids going at the same time. He's got like one kid in the FNaF 4 bedroom
hallway.
He's got one kid in the plush trap hallway, and he's got one kid playing out FNaF 4. I don't know.
If you think about
diversifying income streams.
The plush trap hallway isn't like a canon thing that Mike would have gone through, because I don't think he went through the experiments. But even if Crying Child was there, which I also don't think he was, Mike could have been. Like, Mike I'm more open to. Crying Child definitely didn't. Like, that plush trap hallway is a purely...
I actually heard the other day that the reason the Crying Child is crying all the time might be because he went through FNAF 4 during the gameplay or like right before it. And the reason it says like remember what you saw is because FNAF 4 gameplay already happened. The night gameplay comes
Remember
before
what you saw?
he dies.
Those giant robots.
Those giant robots in a random bedroom that isn't even
your
yours.
dreams.
No, that doesn't make sense
And you
because
dreamed the
because
future.
again, this
I'm
is
just,
like
I'm
if
just saying
people,
something I heard. Yeah.
This is
I
taking like
that.
the thing that people do where they take like just like if you wrote down what happened on a piece of paper and like tried to order them in certain ways. But if you look at the actual information in FNAF 4, the nightmares are a result of what happened to Crying Child. All of the characters are representative of the bullies, and they pick you up above their heads. And then nightmares like mouths on mouths.
And they eat you.
And the pills and stuff. Yep.
Yeah, so it's like to say that those were all coincidental elements before that ever happened to the Crying Child is to take it completely out of the context of that game. It's like at the end we kind of go, "Oh, I didn't realize it, but the nightmares are of what happened. You know, like this all took place after what I'm seeing. You know." And that's the kind of reveal of FNAF 4. So to just say like, nah, that happened beforehand because it could make sense. You know,
I'm just saying, at least one kid has to get snatched by Funtime Freddy.
Yeah,
or Michael goes in. It was right where you said it would be.
The snatching blueprints.
It was right where you said it would be.
Okay,
In my old bedroom.
I agree with you, TD. But to play devil's advocate, like the kid in the blueprint could just be okay. A kid fits in here. Like it's just indicative of a kid could fit in here.
There are certain design choices we were curious. Why would he make that? Just for like, look at this, guys.
No,
but hang on. To be
the
fair,
objective is to kidnap kids. The objective is to kidnap kids. It's just maybe it just didn't. I think it did.
It's a blueprint. That was him drawing where a kid would go. That's like that was what it was like a to scale thing. It was like, oh yeah, he's big enough to fit a kid of this size.
It's not like Funtime Freddy was like captured a kid and William sat down at his table and was like, oh yes, let me draw the child inside the. It's like, come on.
That's not what I was saying was happening. I'm saying it's designed to do that. Yeah, and I think the fact that
it is designed to do
that. But it's operating up its own accord before Molten MCI for a long time.
I know what you're saying. It should. It should have kidnapped someone.
Yeah.
Which is true, and that could be Rory.
Or Andrew. Yes, Andrew's finally.
Or he just. And that's like. It could just be, he makes Michael do it. Like we could just say that, and then we don't have to go. It's actually Michael remembering the memories of a kid that went through an experiment, which was based on the event that he caused to his. We just go no. He was the first nightmare subject.
Imagine it kidnaps Michael by accident too, and William's like, "Are you fucking serious? Both of them by
accident."
Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that be funny? Both of them,
Father,
both of his kids.
I love Funtime Freddy. Didn't you make him just for me?
Father, I love Funtime Foxy.
He can kidnap kids. Have you seen him kidnap kids? I don't know why
you're thinking gay.
Okay.
Honestly, I will say, jokes aside, Funtime Foxy and Lolbit are like the best designs in the entire game. I love them. I'm not making fun of this. They are my favorite designs in the game.
Oh, I forgot to show you guys. My girlfriend got me. We were at a fair recently, and they had one of those like big stands with knockoff Lego minifigures. They had FNAF figures, so I got Lolbit, I got Nightmare, I got Golden Freddy, I got Nightmare Freddy, and I got the Endo 02.
Is that like?
And they're like proper Lego figures.
Are these the official FNAF ones, or are they like totally custom made?
Like there is no official like FNAF Lego. There's the ones from like McFarlane, but these are Lego minifigures that are custom.
That's awesome.
Cool. That's really cool.
That's cool. Yeah.
I'll send it.
Right before I made my big FNAF video, I was at a it's this giant, I'm gonna call it a rummage sale thing, but it's like a charity thing where people donate and then you go and you get stuff for cheap. And they had every original, dozens and dozens of copies of every original FNAF knockoff Lego set. And they were like $1 each. I could have gotten every minifig, every whatever, but I'm like, I don't really care about FNAF. God, if I could do that now, I'd love having all those little guys.
Damn.
But yeah, send a picture.
And chat, just to clarify, I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. The whole like, oh my god, they're kidnapping new kids. That's just a way to interpret the fact that the animatronics are so restless. It could be they just want to get out, but I think it would be cool if part of the reason they're so desperate to get out is because they're being psychologically tortured as well, and they have to go out and hurt new children and all this stuff. I think it adds to the like emotional impact of it. But it could also be something entirely different. Yeah, like either they're kidnapping just for the experiments, or once they become sentient, they try to get away, because that's just what a human consciousness would naturally do. No one likes being in jail.
You know what I have to say to that?
Yeah, they're kids, especially.
Yeah. Oh, need a new phone?
No, I got an ad for my ad. No, I ruined the joke. Hold on.
How'd you find it? How'd you?
Same old phone?
So
There we go.
funny.
Nah. Upgrade to the
Ad
new
square.
Galaxy Z Fold 7.
I'm guarantee you get to use that
Same
shit
old
like
phone?
3 times before a
Nah.
giant pixelated crease forms down the middle and you can't see anything.
Exactly.
And you spent $1,000 and then you go back to T-Mobile and the manager says, "Oh, your warranty actually only lasted 30 days and it's been 31." So then you have to cry because you wasted your paycheck on a Samsung.
Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
I don't.
I used to work
Look at
at
the comments. I bet the comments are funny as
That
hell.
was
There's two
very
comments. I bet they're
Yeah.
funny as hell.
So this is not Samsung. So someone just decided to upload this ad on its own. This guy is so fine. I need to find who
definitely
this guy
manages
is.
a store. Definitely manages a store.
I sent the Lego.
They're simping over the ad. The guy. in the
Yes,
ad?
yes, the guy in the ad.
Same old phone? Nah.
It's just a
I mean,
dude.
he's
This
like,
guy.
he looks like
This
he
guy
looks
is
like a
so
manager at
fine.
Chili's.
I need to know who this guy's name is. This guy is so fine.
Looks like he works at Chili's. I mean, he's not ugly. He's alright. He got a nice little mustache.
He's not ugly, yeah.
Yeah. I'd kiss him.
I need more FNAF merch. I have like none at all.
I have like the book.
I love these.
I have almost every single book and 2 Funko figures, and that's it.
Yo, what's Nightmare Fent doing?
These are cool.
The bigger
Nightmare
question is
Fenty.
what's up with Enduo 2?
Why's he got a black sweater on?
Oh my
What's
gosh.
up with Golden
The
Freddy?
Endo.
Why is Golden Freddy like?
He's sitting and his
Just-
head is tilted. I love him. I love him.
That makes sense.
I was
'cause, you know, he's got
trying to make
well,
him look like FNAF 1.
Head tilted. 14.
14.
14.
Yeah, there was no spring trap, unfortunately.
Oh, that's a shame.
Alex
there
says,
was
I can
Ballora
confirm the
like a
spring is
million
so great.
times and gold and stuff. There was a Balloon
drop your
Boy.
phone.
There was Nightmare Chica, Nightmare Bonnie, regular Chica, I think. There's a lot, but I got these 5 because they were fucking expensive.
How much were they?
Sorry,
Sigma
excuse me.
14.
How much were they?
I think it was like one of the, because it was just this stall that was set up, so it was very much like, you know, oh, it'll be 5 for 15 or whatever. You know, it was just haggling. So I think I got the 5 for 15.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
That's actually pretty.
No,
good.
it was fine, but it was like
$3
that was
each,
only because I'd
yeah.
struck that particular deal, you know. But I was technically getting them cheaper than they should have been. But you know, it could have been a lot more if I cut all of them.
Yep.
So to end off our conversation, I just got a notification on my phone. So you're telling me baby kidnapped 14 babies?
Who said that?
Wait,
No, just like YouTube commenter.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, on the
Scott
video.
Coffin emailed you. Scott Coffin emailed you and was like, "Yep, that's right,
Yep.
baby. Kidnapped 14 babies. That's
14
my
yeah, that's
lore."
the 14th victim that we didn't. That's the one you shouldn't have killed. Was the Nightmare
that's right.
Experiment kid?
We need
I
to
love
come
my.
up
I
with,
love yeah.
we need to come up with the name of the 14th victim. Just someone like Glorbo Bleebus.
Glorbo
okay, we can-
Bleebus.
Oh,
Fritz.
Fritz.
Tiffany. It's all Tiffany.
His name is Fritz.
Again, Fritz too.
Fritz the goldfish.
Yeah, he's just another
I
Fritz.
love
There's
the-
multiple.
I love.
Well,
the
here's a
videos on
fun
the
thing because you said earlier we were joking earlier about like, oh, non-canon knights can't be used, and you said like, oh, well, like Fritz Smith isn't canon.
Oh no!
Genuinely, I think Fritz Smith in
No.
the second game was a joke character because his name is Mike Schmidt, but you reverse which word is in German,
No.
and it's a joke about the first
That's
game because
true.
Mike is like,
That's
I think
true.
Mike in German is Fritz, and then Schmidt is Smith.
Yes.
Oh,
So
I
it's
didn't
a
even know
joke
that.
about Mike Schmidt.
Wait. Let me confirm that.
I
You
didn't
guys
even
didn't
know
Yeah,
that.
know
I've
that?
heard people.
Okay. I looked up Mike in German and it said Mikrofon, so that's the wrong kind of mic.
Let's go.
No, okay, hang on. So it
microphone.
might not be that Michael is Fritz in German, but I think it's I can't remember.
Smith
Sorry,
and
it's
Schmidt.
Michael.
I can't remember it off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I think it's like maybe it's
it-
like Fritz is like a very common name or something like that. I don't
Yeah.
know.
It is. It is. Fritz is a very common name in German, and technically kind of a slur that they used to use for Germans during World War II,
Oh.
like a derogatory term.
You
Because
Mike.
they called them the Fritzes. They called them the Fritzes because that's what they were all called during World War II. It was a very popular name. So, like, British soldiers would call them Fritzes.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Maybe I'm just completely stupid then, because I remember
No,
this
it's funny.
Smith
a
and
while
Schmidt
back,
are
and
the
I was
same.
like, that's amazing.
Smith and Schmidt are definitely
Schmidt
the
and
same.
Schmidt
Yeah,
and
Schmidt and
Smith are the
Smith.
same.
Some
and
people are
Fritz being a
saying
German name
Fritz
is a bit
is
odd.
like Freddy, so it could be just like a double joke, I guess. But what I mean is like his name, I don't think was supposed to be some crazy lore thing. It was like it was kind of a, you know, it was a take
Both-
on, and that's like
both
the
custom
odor. It's
nights
like you're
are a
smelly.
joke.
Lol.
Yeah,
Was
like
a
you're a
take
silly
on
gamer. That's
me?
the joke.
Take me on.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't even make sense why they would hire a security guard after the place is closed down. Like why? Like
It makes sense. It's just not very like.
yeah, but as in like in
lore.
terms of the story, it's like okay, there's no like they're usually revolving around like an open Freddy's, you know, and it's just
Yeah,
like
that's true.
oh, the place is
But-
gonna close down,
Like-
and then immediately they just hire some guy.
Now that we know that
Schedule
Schmidt,
Theory has
now we know that Schmidt's a fake name.
28,000 views.
That's so
Nice.
dope. Now that we know that Schmidt's a fake name,
Great.
it makes it a lot easier to swallow that Fritz Smith is also an alias.
Chat, if you
Do
haven't
we
gone
think
to
Fritz is
Schedule
Mike?
Theory,
I
you
don't.
should
I don't
go.
think he's Mike.
Me and Withered talked about this because the iceberg, the phantoms
Yeah.
to me do help prove that he's Mike to me.
Yeah,
I feel
me
like
as well.
Yeah.
Genuinely,
Technically, it isn't
like,
canon that he's any of them.
I've
really,
changed a lot of
but-
beliefs. I've changed a lot of beliefs over time as I've been exposed to more ideas from different people. I've like juggled around ideas. The one that I will never understand is Hudson. Ever. I will ever. Even if
yeah.
it gets confirmed, I will not get it. It makes no sense.
Chat, like the video.
He is-
Anyways,
He is even
Continue.
if Frights Games was canon, there is no way for what we found canon, which is why Frights Games is impossible. But there is no way in the world where Hudson Foster being the FNAF free night guard any sort of sense whatsoever.
okay. Does
It's
anyone in
such
this
a
call
strange
think Andrew has a chance of being the vengeful spirit still?
No.
There's a slim chance, and I do not believe in it.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's just so weird because
But
now
here's the
like
thing.
now we're
Like,
even
there-
further back than we were because now like we don't have any information about him because it's all the books could do whatever they want.
But
So-
it's stupid because they're like, oh yeah, the books aren't canon, and then they continue with Secret of the Mimic having insane amount of mask and alligator imagery. Like you get Old Man Consequences, you get Monty being a part of the original band, like Monty's fishing game tying to Old Man Consequences. You get all those masks tying to Souls, which ties back to Andrew's Gator mask from the books. It's like all this foreshadowing, all these like little details, like sneaking of the sixth victim into the pit and like all the hype up of
Yeah, I
Andrew,
know.
and then they just
My-
kill off
my-
the book.
Yeah, my big complaint of the Andrew stuff was always like, okay, it's a character like so little about. Whereas at least with like the David, you shouldn't have killed stuff. He's related to other characters. If I'm right in any any of them, not even God David, but like let's say like they're similar in spirit, whatever somehow fate Fiona, yeah, that thing, whatever. I'll give that to
Absol
GiBi.
just said this to me.
So let's say like that. At least with that, even if David was the vengeful spirit, we have kind of gotten information on him before. But with Andrew, it's like I always hate how we knew nothing about him, and now we know even less than we did because the books are definitely almost certainly not a 1-to-1 with the games. Because look at what the mimic
That's
was.
the thing.
That,
It's
that was
like-
like
So Andrew is sort of coated in the paint of Ultimate Custom Night. Like he's a creepy spirit latched onto Afton after a fire, and he wears an alligator mask, which makes us think about Old Man Consequence. But I think those are more visual representations of Ultimate Custom Night than it is like, Andrew can only be linked. If you ever see an alligator in the game, it's because it's Andrew. It's like, no, it's
Andrew
relating
is
to
in
Old
the
Man
game.
Consequences.
Yeah.
And what Andrew is relating to is Old Man
Yeah.
Consequences. So people think it's like, oh, Andrew's the most important alligator, but really that in itself is a reference to UCN. So UCN is the origin point. So if we see an alligator, we should think Old Man Consequences, not the other way around.
Yes. Alligator
Old Man
equals
Consequences.
OMC.
There's a lot up with Old Man Consequences. I don't know if I accept him just being a deity. I think there's a bit more to him than just that. But I don't know. We'll see.
I don't know. Old Man. It seems very, very like it's very eldritchy of a guy whose name is Old Man Consequences, who lives in this like very non-literal world, and he is like the embodiment of consequence and
the embodiment of fate, Fiona.
No, he's Edwin.
Yeah.
He's Old Man
So
Edwin
like
Quinces.
I can see him being a more like eldritchy kind of character. I'm totally fine with that because it's not like important to what's going on. You know, it's not like Old Man Consequences is doing stuff to make anything happen. So it's okay for him to be kind of like this godly entity. Whereas it would be different if like if he was like punching William or whatever, he showed up to like bite us on the head, then it would be like, well, maybe we shouldn't introduce literal gods into the story. It's going to get confusing, you know. But he's so separate that it's okay for him to not be somebody we know.
Yeah, Old Man Consequences is something I could see like a somewhat like old guy calling God, like you sinned and now you're gonna have to meet Old Man Consequences upstairs.
Yes,
I feel like that's
Yeah, that is actually like a good point.
Yeah, it's the God would be Old Man Consequences, you know.
OMC.
Fazbear Entertainment
When
had
you
a
were
really
13, you
idea.
cheated on your math test. Eternal fire.
Fazbear Entertainment just had a really interesting idea in chat. I think OMC is literally the manifestation of consequences. That's why he helps Glitchtrap 2. He doesn't have morals. It's purely the idea of actions having consequences, which is a very like neutral gray.
When does he
area
help
to put
Glitchtrap?
him.
How is he doing? Because FNaF World, he's the consequence of going too deep, of going to the 4th layer. Yeah, okay, whatever. What about UCN? Relays consequences other than, oh yeah, you're tormenting William.
Cassidy
like, why
tormenting
is
all the other kids.
Yeah,
you know, rest your own soul.
Well,
but the other kids aren't there. But okay,
yes, they are.
They're not.
The puppet is.
What is this new prison?
The puppet is.
Is it you trapped or is it us both?
The puppet's in there.
No,
for show.
Jeremy's in there too.
Oh, Jeremy is not in there.
Everyone's in there.
You know why? Because he's
Jeremy is possessing both the Withered Bonnie and Classic Bonnie.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in both animatronics at the same time.
Yes,
that makes
just like
perfect
Elizabeth is in Baby and Scrap Baby.
He's simply mimicking.
No. Baby and Scrap Baby never exist at the same point in time. In UCN, both Bonnie and Withered Bonnie can be active.
But
you know what I mean? It's weird.
It's a purgatory thing.
Yeah,
So
it's non-linear. It can all happen at the same time.
It's sure it's non-linear, but then are all of them possessed?
Yes.
Why do some of them seem to have intentions?
Well,
is Music Man possessed?
So
Why
that's
does
the thing
Music
is
Man
that's
hate
my
noise?
issue with it. Is it's like do we just have some of the characters that we're fighting are possessed and some of them are just completely made up? Because that feels a little bit strange. It feels a little bit weird to kind of like not draw attention to the fact that some of them are actually the spirits. Like I know you do in the voice lines, I suppose, but like nothing about their actions in the game change, and nothing about the game would change whether there are or are not spirits there, I suppose.
I think Bonnie wouldn't say, what is this new prison? Is it us trapped or is it you? Perhaps it's both.
That's fair, but I mean, could you also believe that in this sort of like pocket dimension that the one you should not have killed is strong enough, if they're able to create this at all, to also create like sentient copies, that inhabit this world?
It's possible because it's all like magic nonsense. It's possible, but I don't think Scott would have written that line and also written the puppet going, the others are like animals, not were like animals. Either are like animals, but I'm very aware, if that wasn't his intention.
I have a question. Do we think that the offices in UCN are probably based off William's memories, right? Not the vengeful spirits?
Absolutely. The vengeful spirits would have no involvement with... Yeah, everything is personalized to him. Everything is customized to him.
Yeah, well, everyone's saying, like, this means that the vengeful spirit had to be inside the nightmare chambers. And, like, I don't know. It could just be William because he built them.
You have FNaF 1. You have FNaF 1. FNaF 1 is the loosest, but it's like a mix. It's a mix of everything. The first office is like a mix of a bit of Sister Location, a bit of FNaF 6, it's a bit of FNaF 2, it's a bit of everything. So it's like his general experience.
Fair, if you are Gold Freddy, and you have existed since the 80s, since the early 80s, whether you think it's Cassidy or Bite Victim, if just say it is bite victim for hypothetical. It can be Cassidy either. It doesn't matter. You've been around since the beginning. You would know all the stuff that's in the game. Like, there's nothing that Cassidy wouldn't be aware of that William would be. The only thing maybe is the Nightmare Chamber. But you could argue that they would have been around for that, either around Sister Location or around just like what FNAF 4 was. Or from talking to Michael in FNAF 3. Like, there's nothing about UCN that doesn't necessarily say, oh, this could only be made from William's memories.
I'm so bewildered by the security puppet being in the Sister Location office, because it has the faceplate and everything.
Because the security puppet is not the one we're playing in the minigame. Both are security puppets.
Yeah,
but the one that we buy comes from Afton Robotics.
You know what's funny?
Interesting.
It's almost as if it's almost as if there's more than one occurrence where Henry takes something that should have been at Circus Babies and takes it to FNAF 6. Funtime Chica.
I am the fearful reflection of the security puppet.
Egg Baby. Egg Baby is also
true. Egg Baby is also there.
Yeah.
And so is Candy Cadet.
So,
isn't Candy Cadet the Sister Location as well?
The Henry's speech goes on these things, though. I don't see Candy Cadet. I think Candy Cadet can be in like any of them.
Candy Cadet's in all of them, isn't he?
Yes, but I'm talking about Egg Baby is specifically in the Sister Location one.
Exclusive.
Yeah. But also Egg Baby is the one you get
it's literally
the
called
Sister
Egg
Location
Baby
blueprints from.
Yeah.
Wait, Egg Baby is where you get the Sister Location blueprints from.
Wait.
Yes, but it's also where you get
No.
Oh, that's where you got HRY223.
Henry's speech. Yeah. That's where you get
ending.
Henry's speech.
Yeah. Wait, have you realized that Egg Baby is literally just a model of
Egg
Circus
Baby
with a kid inside her?
I wouldn't call that Circus Baby. It looks a little
just
pale.
pretend.
It's like a Russian
It's
nesting
as if
like a metaphor.
William made. It's as if it's like a Russian nesting doll. It's as if William made a blueprint what that would look like and just hid the files in there. He hid like his William files in there instead.
So there's Baby, then there's the baby inside of Baby, but then there's something inside of the baby inside the baby.
Elizabeth has blueprints. She ate blueprints.
Elizabeth is a robot. I knew it. Elizabeth kidnapped kids.
Bot.
Yeah, that's interesting. That also the weird like disco pizzas were from Circus Babies too. There's little weird disco.
But that's what I mean. So we're literally buying everything from everywhere, and I think the security puppet was something that Afton made at some point for Afton Robotics, maybe back when the place opened or after, or who knows. And it just got shipped out in the same way that Funtime Chica is like running at Chica's Party
he didn't
World.
need it. He didn't need it anymore.
Security puppet could just be at another company.
These were probably at Pizza World originally then.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Night Force suit is security puppet.
I've seen someone say this unironically.
That's funny.
What? What did they say?
That's chopped. Night 4 is security puppet. The Night 4 suit.
The Springlock suit is security puppet.
Huh. That's a weird one.
The shape does line up, which is a bit scary.
Yeah, but Michael would have to have a literal 1-inch waist to fit in that.
No, they don't line up. The puppet has.
Leave Michael alone. Maybe he's just built different.
But the faces don't match up, by the way, for a security puppet. They have lines in the Springlock suit which go around the faceplate and over the eyes. This only has straight down the. And it obviously doesn't have anywhere for someone to get into it.
Well, I would almost argue that the FNAF 4, if the FNAF 4
1-inch waist.
If the FNAF 4, if the Vengeful Spirit didn't go through FNAF 4, I'd almost say like the FNAF 4 office specifically appearing in Afton's dreams might point to it being like a experiment, because it's like, oh, this is something bad you did. You know what I mean? He's like, this is something terrible because of you.
Yeah, I am remade, but not by you. By the one you should not have killed.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he literally made the
specifically Freddy.
This time there is more than an illusion to fear.
What does that mean, Scott?
I am mimicked, but not by you, by the David you shouldn't have killed.
Yeah. Oh, it goes like, what is it that Nightmare Fredbear says? It's like, I assure you, I am very real.
Very real. Yeah, a lot of them have lines. Yeah. A lot of them have lines about
which is so dumb because Nightmare Fredbear should be the one that didn't really exist. It should just be like fucking protection.
I wanted to share a really cool theory about Impulse F1 I heard yesterday. So you know how Didophobia has mannequins on wheels that go around as the nightmares?
Yeah, like dolly wheels.
He was saying because we have the house on the hill, which used to be Edwin's, right? And underneath that is Proto Freddy's, and Proto Fredbear has those spring-lock stomach teeth. So Impulse Evan's theory was the proto animatronics are the ones that the gas or discs are put on to make the nightmares. Because Proto Fredbear and only Proto Fredbear has that very wide stomach teeth mouth, and that would be the kid's eyes and the gas both playing to see those spring locks in the stomach as teeth. And that was Impulse Evan's
Wait.
I'm imagining
Didophobia, they're described as being gray. They're like gray metal, like conglomerates. You know, it's just it's literally, yeah. They just wait. That's so good. Impulse 7 is a location.
I'm now imagining because it's a spring lock. There's times when William went in and like manually did it. Like he's the one running around as Fredbear. He's like,
and that
I'm
was
coming down your hall. Oh no, I'm going down the other hall.
That was a really cool theory because I remember when GiBi and I on one of our first times talking about the game, I was like, "Don't those stomach teeth kind of look like Nightmare Fredbears?" And GiBi was like, "Yeah, weird, but what if they could because they are?"
That's crazy.
So,
Nightmare Chica is actually Bub.
all credit to Impulse 7 for that one.
If Foxy is Monty or something. It could also be that those are from the breaker room in sister location. We see that there's 4 animatronics in the plush trap hallway. It's like, what are those? Maybe it's the pro.
Wait. We'd have leftovers, right? Yeah, we'd have Monty, Bub,
Freddy, and Bonnie.
Nightmare. Well, there's a Nightmare Freddy. It'd be Monty, Bub, Proto Spring Bonnie.
Yeah.
And I'm lost.
So he would
and M2. Ah.
No, there's.
Okay, I like that idea with the teeth, but it's also like, yeah, but so would Bonnie have that? Because
Spring Bonnie, right? Not regular Bonnie.
Zuck but I mean, Daddy are we says saying... the box contents are 14 layers deeper in Egg Baby. So if you go 14 Egg Babies deep, you find the contents of the FNaF 4 box.
We need to
you
go
find
deeper.
young man.
You know, I'm not saying he was right. I just thought it was a very interesting connection.
Oh no, it is. It's a really good. It's a good.
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
He also thinks Andrew's to the vengeful spirits. Boo, boo, Impulse 7, boo. But I don't know. Impulse, his theories are really. He's been so useful. I've been watching a lot of his stuff lately. GiBi, this guy's actually cracked. Like he has like he came up to help wanted rooms. Yeah.
There's a reason that I gave him the #1 shout out in my 9-hour video because he just he had such a prolific amount of content for me to watch. Everyone else said like, here's a theory video, here's a whatever. He's just like, here's everything you could ever ask for. I'm putting it on. I don't always come to a good conclusion, but here you go.
And a lot of it is stuff I've never like even considered.
Yeah.
Like I was like, oh, that's interesting. He'll make like lore connections with like fucking Gumdrop Angel.
Yep.
Who's using Gumdrop Angel for?
That's like him and I think Cyrus Squawks is a bit like that as well, where you're just kind of like, whoa. I didn't even know that was in consideration. Like, that's what we're going.
My Fright Fiction's father.
Squawks uses external media a lot as like a basis for his ideas.
It's illegal.
Like
there's only one franchise.
I'm sure you're familiar with like Molten MCI Ultra-S.
Yes.
We were on the podcast talking about it, and he literally said that he got the name Ultra-S from Digimon. That's like where he took it from. He and that's like with his God, what is it? The theory about like God, I need to remember what they were called.
Shadow Stan theory.
God, Digimon.
No wait. Let me see what they're called.
Shadow Stan.
JoJo reference.
Tulpa theory.
Yeah.
Like Tulpa theory is directly drawn from a real like religious belief, right?
You wouldn't know anything about that.
He draws a lot from that, and I find that very interesting. It's cool to see. I usually disagree with like external media stuff, but it's very cool to see when people can find inspiration for that kind of thing from an outside perspective. Except GiBi when using Star Wars, because Star Wars is written in a very, very different way.
That's illegal. You're not allowed to use that.
But it's not about how it's written. It's about how it's like a piece of fiction.
No, man, it's off limits, man.
It's place and culture.
No, Star Wars specific. Like you can use Star Trek, but Star Wars no.
What?
Star Wars
Harry Potter.
Doofus is Tom Bombadil.
You can use Bubble Guppies. You can use Cyber Chase. You can use Super Y.
What are you talking about?
You
Doofus
can
is
use
Tom Bombadil will fight
Caillou.
you.
You can use
No, don't use Caillou.
SpongeBob.
Caillou is off limits. Caillou is off limits as well.
You can
Oh
use
my God.
Phineas
Caillou-
and Ferb.
Yes,
you
I
can
agree.
compare it
use-
to SpongeBob. You could find a way of comparing it to SpongeBob that
yeah.
might
You
actually
can
SpongeBob.
use
Tell
Sonic.
Confess a Bear. Second friend Fredbear is just Confess a Bear from SpongeBob.
You could use
Um,
Pokemon.
Sire Squawks convinced me. He was very anti Molten MCI, and so when I was writing my 9-hour script, I was completely anti Molten MCI. He had convinced me it wasn't real, and then one of the last things I did was actually read the Silver Ice trilogy, and I get to the fourth closet, and I'm like, oh, Molten MCI is actually like the most confirmed thing possible in this entire franchise. They just tell you point blank what it is. Whoops.
The graphic novel, I think, hurt that interpretation more than anything, because the graphic novel, it does not look like the way it's talked about. In the book, it's like written to look like Molten Freddy, basically. But
Yeah, they just mold them all
Not
together.
So what? Yeah, it's like a pale bear or whatever. Yeah.
Absol mentioning Assassin's Creed. Yeah, the Animus from Assassin's Creed is basically how all this like memory injecting remnant stuff would work.
Yeah.
Great
Also,
comparison.
Secret of the Mimic apparently is very similar to Bioshock, specifically Bioshock 2. I haven't played any of them, but a bunch of people have been talking about like the similarities between the two, not just the lava puzzle, but just in general.
Fredin was talking. I think it was him who did the whole Portal comparison video. Secret of the Mimic is like Portal video. Did you guys watch that? No.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was.
I think it was
I
Fredin.
didn't finish it. It was Fredin. I didn't finish it. I started watching it.
It is a great comparison, but I think the conscious decision the developers were making was Bioshock, because everything that he said that was like, this is like Portal, is either the same in Bioshock or more close to how it is in Bioshock.
Cool comparison, though.
And I can't believe I didn't fucking notice there was in fucking alphabetical order. I hate myself. I immediately went straight for where's the lore? Where's the lore? I didn't even think of like.
All it took was me pointing it out because I can't invent theories.
Why,
but
why even put the
point out
fucking question mark? I hate Scott Cawthon. Just do Funtime Fur and Funtime Fre or what? Funtime Foe and Funtime Frere.
Like
why
you said, it was a puzzle, but no one cared enough to try, or they didn't know it was a
question
marks there. Poor Scott Cawthon. No one wants you.
Because everyone in my comments is like, actually, it's not Larson in medical order. Motherfucker, where's the question mark in the alphabet?
It's way more important to go by the second letter, and people just go, actually. Yeah, GiBi, this is not an Iceberg video, and this is not like 1 hour. What the hell?
You said you could only be on for a little while, and I said when you go to bed, the stream will be over, and it won't be 7 hours.
I never. Wait, is your stream dead?
No,
GiBi,
better
is your
not
stream
be.
dead?
No, mine's
it
still
didn't
going.
pop up on my homepage. I don't know.
It's
back. Never mind.
Yeah.
No, it's like I was just saying we'd be done with the Iceberg bit and then we'd move on, but.
Yep.
GiBi, hurry up and hurry up! Oh my god, I think I might actually be having a stroke. GiBi, hurry up and upload the video where we find the Help Wanted 2 rooms and Help Wanted 1.
Yes, that'll go up tomorrow. And anyone who's still here, there's only 200 likes. Would you kindly hit the like button, please? Would you kindly hit the like button?
Lord, I can't believe it.
200 likes for 236. Oh, it's just 170. Okay, never
So
mind.
sad.
More views. More views, more likes.
They call me the drink.
They call me the cup.
Vegeta's my father, so he is the cup. Yeah. That video is so cursed.
No one even knows what you're talking about.
I hope not.
Wait.
They call me the Andrew because I am vengeful.
Because I am vengeful.
Pastel saw a Toto in GameStop. Yes, they're always on sale.
That was cool. Is that actually FNaF merch or is it a random thing?
No, it's Toy Freddy. What do you mean?
Wait, it actually is Toy Freddy. I thought it was. All right, I'm gonna have a confession to make. Ready? This whole time, I thought I thought you made Toto like out of a fucking towel or something. Like I never thought that was actual merch. 'Cause I've never seen one. I thought GiBi made Toto.
No, I got it.
I would genuinely like to have one.
A friend gave me one for Christmas. I could tell the whole story, but one of the earlier incarnations on my channel was I was gonna have like basically the same role that Toto is, but it was gonna be like a sock puppet. And so then when I had Toto, I'm like, oh, this can just be like that role, but it's a Toto from the Freddy game.
That's cool.
When I was a kid, they called me the juice box.
We're getting GiBi lore.
Yeah. I'll tell the whole story when you eventually interview me for your live stream.
I was just thinking that. I was like, this is like, shut up. This is an interview question.
The origins of Toto?
Yeah.
Wait. You made a render for T-Dreads. Does this mean we'll get photorealistic GiBi as a blender?
that might be a little harder. That might be a little...
My
way too many polygons.
My avatar's name is Gibbles, so it would be it would be photorealistic.
Just do a giant
Gibbles.
floating G.
I like to imagine
Oh
it
yeah, I
would be
could
just
do.
actually
Yeah, do Gibbles.
rendered in a polygon.
I'll do Gibbles. That'll be fun. Figuring out how the G head works in 3D.
It looked like a biblical. It looked like a biblical angel.
You know what? I might give him the kind of Mickey Mouse head, where it's always facing toward the camera, like the ears.
It's cool.
Oh yeah. Toodles or whatever. M-I-C-K. Why is he in like a shrine?
Oh no. I might have like 5 Totos for various different stunts I have to do.
God,
this one is
breeding.
this one is just this one's literally in the box. This I just have off to the side.
A what? It's in the what?
The Toto's in the FNaF 4 box.
GiBi, I will accept 1 Toto as payment for making that 1 minute 30-second video that I really could have just done for free. Just send me a Toto. We don't have FNaF merch here.
Oh my god,
where I live.
Toto.
I'll spend $1 million to ship it off to you.
They said a photo. It was like a photo of what? What do you
A
mean?
Toto photo. No, I have
A Toto photo wasn't enough. I want a Toto Realo. A Realo Toto.
Absolx is asking what you're planning on doing to Toto that you need more than.
Oh, so I have one on marionette strings.
Experiments.
If you guys watch some of the videos, sometimes Toto...
he's doing the FNaF 4 experiments.
Yeah, sometimes Toto can fly and like float. That's him on marionette strings.
That's a different one.
Yeah, so that's a different one. This one,
it's a stunt double.
Plans for him will be apparent in the future. And
and
then I think this is one of my favorite stories. So obviously you guys have seen the Rick Fafaska puppet, which is a Bonnie that I dyed black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so I had to make this giant batch of black dye and like soak it in for like 2 hours or something. And then I was like, well, I have to like dump out the dye. So if I'm ever going to dye something black again, I'll do it right now. And so I threw in a Toto. So I have now just a pitch black Toto. Who will be in the next episode. So yeah, it's the Shadow Toto that was introduced in the previous episode. But I remember I was sending pictures of this process to Candy Bunny, and I'm like, so I'm making like my Rick Fafaska, but I also made a Shadow Toto, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. And she goes, yeah, just like Scott.
That's
no,
great.
It's the agony creature. Okay, GiBi, I gotta take off. Would you mind if I advertise this Sunday?
Sunday. Yes.
Yes. Okay. You would mind. Okay.
Yeah, I would mind. You're not allowed. No charity here. Definitely do not go to T-Dread's channel on August 3rd.
August 3rd at 11 in the morning Eastern time is when it starts. It'll be a 12-hour event for the Save the Children charity stream. Well, it'll be a 12-hour charity stream for, you know what I mean. 12-hour stream for Save the Children. We'll be cycling guests in and out according to when they're available. We got a lot of fun events. We have FNaF World Overanalyzed. We have FNaF Court Round 2. We have like me, GiBi, Unwithered, and Ryan debating Secret of the Mimic. I'll be doing the wax of 87 if you get enough donations. I actually practiced. I waxed my leg today. There's a giant spot that's just me bald. I'm very hairy, by the way. So there's just a giant bald spot on my leg. It actually hurt extremely bad, but now I have to do it 5 times if I get enough money. So that's nice. Also, I got a good camera a while ago, so I'm going to be doing like only face cam videos from now on because I hate editing. I hate No. Yeah, right after my Save the Children announcement, no.
What?
That would be crazy to follow it up with that. Yeah, we're doing a stream. Also, OnlyFans.
The way you said it.
No.
I'm doing
insane.
only.
That's
TD, as someone who edited 8 minutes of you, I will admit face cam it's
much easier.
Yeah, oh my god, face cam is so much faster.
He sent me 8 minutes of footage for my Will Care video, and it only took me like an hour.
Yeah, I know.
Good.
So I'm gonna be doing more of that because I have a good camera now, and I like to have like good editing. But anyway, be
Send
here
me the camera
on
model,
the
by the way.
okay. Be here on the third. Be here on be here on the 3rd of August on Sunday
Heck
because
yeah.
all these lovely people will be on the charity stream. And no, I will not be doing an OnlyFans. Thank you.
TJ,
That's from Markiplier.
what's our donation goal? The one that like you and I are doing.
So I have it listed for 5,000 for the stream as a total,
Damn.
but if it's 14,000,
What?
I have to get some FNaF related tattoo. I was gonna do. Yeah,
Please,
I was gonna
FNaF.
do I was gonna do 14, but I can't do that
Don't do
because it's
14.
the bad people
Yeah.
own that number.
Yeah,
So
you can't do
I
14.
need to do I'll do so I might do like I don't know some cool hopefully.
You should do like I'd say like one of the theory like most theories that are popular with us. It's like one of us made like Lefty DCI is like Cryo's thing.
Yeah, or
Green Apple is
God
my
David
whole
or something.
thing.
Yeah, I could do like David's ball with a halo. I could do David's ball with a halo on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And if anyone asks me, I could just say like, "Oh, this is my son who died
My
in a
son got
car."
hit by a car.
This is my son who got hit by a car.
Where
if
is
anyone in
his
real life
ball?
asks me, he
Running
ran
out on the road?
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, that could be fine. I could do a God David tattoo. Think chat with that.
I'm just saying, I already made the perfect tattoo for you. So
I feel like the word God David on your
No,
wrist.
I wouldn't
would
put
cause you
God. I
more
wouldn't put God.
problems
No, no,
than-
no, no. I wouldn't put God on it. No. I would just put a ball
What,
with
God
David
and
on it and a
David?
halo and like a halo or something.
Yeah.
You
I
should
don't know.
do
We'll figure it
Crying
out. Or
Child's
I could
right
just get
over
something
Halo.
not too cringe. Like I could get part of Henry's speech. I was thinking about part of Henry's speech.
Ooh.
Keep in mind, this would still be a punishment for me, chat. I would never do this normally. I would never get a tattoo in my life.
Wait,
Putting
what's the
Henry's
most
monologue on my
hype-
wrist is punishment.
What's the most hype part of the monologue to put on your wrist?
So don't keep the devil waiting, old friend. But that's not a good thing to get tattooed.
Yeah, it's kind of religious.
Anyone,
What's
yeah.
the most-
It's
Yeah.
it's
Connection
It's
terminated.
also a bit like, oh yeah, connection
Yeah, but that's
terminated. That's
boring.
perfect.
That's kind of
Connection
boring, though. Let
terminated.
me think.
Okay, yeah.
you are right where you want to be. I don't know.
Andrew.
It's kind of weird for a wrist, though.
Oh, to the monsters locked in the corridors, give up your spirit, for they do not
That's so
belong to
corny.
you.
That's so corny.
That's fire. That is the best.
It's fire.
love
I don't
that
know what you're
line.
talking about.
Small prisons of my making. So Zuck Daddy does say Shadow Toto did the MCI and controls the Pizzaplex. That's not
Okay, bye,
canon.
chat.
I
Thanks for
disavow.
having me on, guys.
Bye. So this is the tattoo that he's
Bye.
getting. It's M2 mixed in with Ennard, so he'll have Ennard inside of him, dog. And we have a David star, and there's a little 14 in the corner. I don't know why he doesn't love this idea, but this is the design I made for him.
It's the 14. He can't do
Oh,
the 14.
that's so sick.
It's a tiny little 14.
No, off limits. Chat, never tattoo 14 on yourself, okay?
It's not just 14. It's, what is it, 1440 or whatever?
No, it's just 14. 14 can also be just be.
Whatever.
14 is one of the things that can be used.
Yeah.
1440 is one of them, just like 88, but
Yeah.
14 is
1480,
also off limits.
1488, yeah. It's actually the perfect tattoo. Take off the 14, LMAO.
I would tattoo Green Afton, not gonna lie.
Bruh.
Just a fedora.
Just wear a fedora.
No,
Maybe you should
the
make this.
experience of tattooing a fedora on yourself, that's superior to wearing a fedora.
You asked how I
wouldn't
made
get it.
this?
Yeah.
So, you know T-Dread's M2 emote? Like the
Oh,
emoji? So,
yeah.
that's what the head is. So, I took a PNG of Ennard, erased
Yeah.
the head, put his little emote on it.
Oh, that's his shoulder, isn't it? It's his leg, it's his leg.
Yeah, there's an Ennard head here, and I just replaced it with this little emote, and I put 14 in hacked text over here, and then I put a little random star over here.
It looks great. Like, it looks all very well blended.
It looks good. Yeah, it looks very. It looks like.
Because I was like, did you draw that?
No,
Like,
no,
were you
100%
hiding that
contrast, and, you know, black and white, and...
That's cool.
Good night, TD.
Good. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. over here. It's
Jeez,
time
you
to say
guys.
lullaby and good night already.
Lullaby and good night, with roses bed-eyed.
Fun fact: he has 3 variants for every single sentence, and I once heard 5 of the same one. Painting me.
Yeah, I saw
He
one of
was
those
just
like
saying, "Where's Lily's always spread,"
the
over and over
dialogue
again.
animated videos. Just
Mhm.
take like the audio and they make a little blender action. I saw one of those for the Moon guy, and it was like they just used the repeated lines like in a
Yeah,
row.
I
He would
know,
go
I saw that
lullaby
one.
and
It was so annoying, but it's
lullaby.
also
And
cool.
I was like, what? Why? just Skip them or like move them around.
All right. Well, thank you guys
Okay,
for
good
being
night.
here. Thank you, chat, for being here.
For having me.
Yeah. Thank you for making the iceberg. That was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
We will be going back to our regularly scheduled iceberg next time.
Great.
And
I'll hop on with a good mic this time.
your mic was fine before and after the crash.
Bro, I was on my like 2015 phone. No, not this, not today. the time that I was on my phone.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like,
Yeah.
like just dying.
Yep. I plan on streaming other things besides these icebergs, but at least once a week, I just want to have like a chill, people talk, chat talks. We all just chill. So iceberg chill streams are going to be a thing going
Hope you
forward.
like my iceberg chat. I
Yes.
worked pretty hard on that one. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yes, and we learned about Dark JPEG 2.
Yep.
whatever it's called.
You learned quite a bit, Gibby. I educated you.
7.5 things. Yep.
I'll send the iceberg in the sanctuary probably for people to look at and challenge themselves.
Yep. All right. Bye everyone. Bye Obi. Bye Pastel. Bye Absol. Bye KK. Bye Anna Lay. Bye Mrs. Trap. Bye Carrie. Bye Harrison.